fucking.
All right. Testing, realm. What is going on? Put the crest up in the chat. Oh, man, wow, already. Wow, salute. Hollow to Dawn. Hey, welcome to the Lord Bronze. Welcome to the realm. Put the crest up right quick, man. Put the crest up for our brother. Salute for joining the realm. Much appreciated. Put the horns in there,
Someone
Yeah,
someone joined last night sometime.
Oh, yeah, we'll shout it out. I'll speak to Saul.
Okay.
But salute, yo, hustle and motivate. Thank you, brother, for the audio cues. As always, Six Slayer, I see you. What's going on? Is that the legendary Paris Lily, the fortune teller? The fortune teller of Xbox? Salute on the prediction, sir. We saw that. And good. Oh, appreciate the comment. He's like, usually never get a chance to watch live, but today is a different day. No doubt. We have the legendary ACG in the building. Should be a fun show. Governor Grimm, I see you. What else we got? The penitent one. Interesting. Mind for Hire. I see you. What's going on? Yeah, man. It's gonna be a fun one. Real nonstop talent. Salute. And so I don't know what's going on with you, Aiden, but salute to you. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, man, it's gonna be a fun one. Addict, talk to the people real quick. Just make sure your levels are good.
Testing.
Chat, make sure y'all hear the wolf. Make sure y'all hear the young wolf in here. No doubt. Casket repair. What's up? So yeah, man, we're gonna get rolling soon. We will get the legendary ACG in here. King will be coming in hot, and Saul should be on top. Aaron Summers, what's up, brother? Good to see you. Good to see you, bro. But anyway, we will back. Oh yeah, appreciate you, Hollow. Much appreciated. You know what I'm saying? We definitely want to shout you out on that. So anyway, yeah, they said you sound good. And yeah, we're gonna get the show started in a few. We will get back to you and talk to you in a bit. All right, y'all.
Hear ye, man. Welcome to the show. If you would not mind, go ahead and find yourself a spot, get comfortable, grab a snack, do all that good stuff that we need to do, and we're about to get started. It's not important who I am. What's important is that you are pulling up to the Iron Lords podcast right now as we speak, and I guess I'm here to keep you entertained until it's time to get this show started. So, look. Y'all done messed up and turned me to an animal. And haters be swearing they real, but come to find out that they really mechanical. And yeah, I be eating these rappers, but that's all a part of me being a cannibal. And they say I'm better than money because you can bank on me being accountable. I know a million rappers that don't want to be on a song with me, that's understandable. I kill a beat and they want to compare me to Freddie and Jason. I'd rather be Hannibal. They be like, why use a video game? Just be original, y'all too dramatical. I know it's random, but I am addicted to flipping the sample and making it flammable. This is that yoga, fire, flame. They think it's arson up in the apartment, they call it department and I get the blame. Still I be running, collecting them rings. You just a target when I'm in the range. I was the hardest to start regardless back when you was messaging people on AIM. Check my vocals, all on Twitter but I'm anti-social. Love my city but I'm still bi-coastal. I got let's switch that up.
What is you doing?
What I want to do.
Don't stop. No, that was dope.
I'm just
Keep that going. Keep that going. No, go ahead.
Look, I guess you could say that I'm very spoiled. For them to be your dogs, they ain't very loyal. But I ain't gonna hold you, I ain't here to boil you. You ain't gotta say it, I'm embarrassed for you. Always been a nerd, never been a loser. Making Voltron with a gang of cougars. And I'm going places, better tell a Uber. Cause it's pretty hard to sleep on Freddy Krueger. That's... Whew. Let's do that again. I'ma just chill and watch them and eat snacks in the attic. I wanted to chill with the pack and be like a young whoop, but then they would mistake me for addict. If I can imagine it's cool to give you some advice, then invite your girl to your squadron. Cause if you don't give her that option, you gon' be single player like Sovereign. You gon' get tossed in the bushes by King David. Royalty and not a pretender. Detrimental to an elemental, what's an avatar to a knee bender. I gotta be me though. I know it's my destiny, word to Cognito. Who cares if you fly, if you still a mosquito? You swear you ain't stuntin', but really be Steve-O. You like to collect stuff and that's cool, but I got bad news. Even if you really was that dude, King David still be the king of the statues. Since a juvenile, I've been cursed with a curse to be musical. And if you hate it, we'll meet in the crucible. Other than that, then it's cool and it's beautiful. We let you know that your dreams are pursuable. Whatever you wanna do, then it's doable. If you got work on a Sunday, it's suitable. Cause you can listen to this in your cubicle on the Lord's Day. Woo. If you got work on a Sunday, it's suitable. Cause you can listen to this in your cubicle on the Lord's Day.
All right. And hear ye, and we are live. Welcome to the Iron Lords podcast, and also live on LordsofGaming.net, episode number 200. 200, gentlemen.
Congratulations.
Salute, man.
It don't feel like we've been doing it for 200
crazy.
episodes.
It's crazy, brother.
Like, what's funny is technically, especially ACG, like, we actually have like an extra 15 episodes when we was just doing Destiny. Yeah. But then when we went to everything, I deleted them. They never happened.
We do those in the bushes.
I didn't even know you got rid of them.
Yeah, we threw our demo tape in the bushes.
So no one will never know.
And it's another glorious Sunday, and we are back at the round table on the Lord's Day. I'm very excited about our special guest, and we've got Phil Spencer confirming Bethesda game exclusivity. King, stop. Bethesda games to Game Pass and Sony's potential response to discuss, so we gonna get right into it. I want to introduce a Lord who, in my opinion, represents the gold standard pertaining to honest and balanced game reviews. Not only do his talents as a reviewer exude a precise level of technical detail, but also match his extremely passionate and humorous opinions in the gaming podcast landscape. Introducing the creator and host of the ACG YouTube/Twitch channels, the Best Gaming Podcast, and the co-host of the Defining Duke Podcast, the Lord of Cheese Puffs and Carrot Crates, the most iconic beanie in the game, live from an undisclosed location and making his debut into the realm of the Lords. my man, Lord ACG, aka Angry Centaur Gaming. How you doing, sir?
I'm doing good. Thank you very much. Awesome intro. I'm glad you knew about the cheese puffs.
Oh, I love the cheese puffs.
That's important. That's
that
important.
The crates,
I'm glad people now know that.
Salute, man. You are a lord in your realm and what you do. An absolutely pleasure to have you pay respect at the round table. How you been, man? What you been playing? Like, what's been going on with you?
Yeah, I've been doing Loop Hero, of all things, which is an indie game and not my style, but a company contacted me and they're like, you want to check this out? I was like, nope. Nope. This doesn't look like my thing. And I'm really open. I'm like, nah, not my thing. And she was like, well, if you can check it out, if you like it, you like it. If you don't, you don't. And I sat on it for a couple days. And if anybody hasn't seen this, Loop Hero, it's even hard to describe. It's like a roguelite collectible card game.
I downloaded it and I haven't played it yet, but there's a lot of hype around it. That's for sure.
Dude, the hype. That's exact. You know how sometimes, I don't know about you guys, but like I'll be reviewing a game and I'll be like, I wonder what other people think. So with Loop Hero, I looked at it. It looks like a SNES game. You know, it reminds me of like the old times where people pretend those graphics were good.
Oh, damn.
Right. And I'm playing it, and then 18 hours went away. And it was, and I'm a person that I'll stay up for 24 hours playing a game without any hesitation. Like if I like a game, I don't have any perceived time limits. And I emailed the person. I'm like, this is one of the greatest experiences of my life, but I can't explain it.
Oh, wow.
It's the first time in the history that I've ran the channel where I'm having difficulty explaining what the game is. But it is phenomenal as a time sink.
Salute, real quick. Shout out to Suicide Kings.
I am looking at it.
Just
give me 5 seconds.
Yeah, go ahead.
I am looking at it. They sent me the same thing. Like I'm gonna have to try it. Like I have the code, I just haven't put it in. I'm gonna have to try it.
Yeah, you gotta check it out, man. Yo, salute to Suicide Kings. I see you got that royal mug. Salute. I see you, brother. Thank you for on live. I'm sorry, you want to get the quick super chats before we get into the intros?
Absolutely. We got Smitty Smith with the $20 super chat. Salute to the Lords on this fantastic 200th episode, and salute to Lord Dizzy81, the visionary.
Hold on. We got something new for y'all, for our brother. You know what I'm saying? Put it up right there for the Diz right there.
Yeah.
Put it up for the Diz, man. Salute to him, brother. He's always going to be with us. Salute the graphic golf for coming up with that very on short notice. And we're always going to miss our brother, man. Thank you for that. It means a lot. And the family wants to send their love to the realm. Shout out to Mama Diz, Lady Diz, you know what I'm saying? Young Lord Parker, they watched the show, they watched our tribute, they really appreciated what we did. And they realized how loved he was in the gaming community. So salute to y'all for making it happen. Dizzy, my guy. What else we got there?
Yeah, so Lord Dizzy, the visionary, because he knew this was special. ILP shields up. Thank you, sir.
Yes, sir.
That's good. We got Smitty Smith once again, $5 super chat. Welcome everyone to Sunday service, the Book of X.
Get in front of the congregation. It's ready.
They're ready.
And we have the Flame with the $5 super chat. Hear ye. Oh, no, wait a minute. Is that?
No, you good.
Hear ye, Lord King, on this finest of Lord's Day. Can you tell the people of our realm what all the noise was about this week? Seems pretty crazy. King, Lord. This is something. Wait, did I miss something this week?
Yeah, there was no news this week. I don't even know.
Nothing at all.
It wasn't no news. It was just, I told you so.
We gonna let you get your bars off. We know. Anyway,
and we got Hustle and Motivate $2 super chat. Congrats on 200 ILP. Keep going. Don't let up.
Much appreciated, brother. But again, Lord ACG. So it's just been that one. Anything else get a chance to stuck in gameplay wise?
Yeah, unfortunately NDAs, so I can't talk about some of the stuff. But in this February, it's dead month for YouTube. Because there's just not a lot of stuff. So it's been, I finally hired somebody to help me because there's just, at some point, this has been 4 years and it's been just me. And at some point I needed some help with a couple things. So I've hired somebody to help me and just doing stuff behind the scenes, actually. February is a good month to sort of, pull back and see like what your plans are. And especially with COVID and all this stuff, like things have dramatically changed. Even what I wanted to offer in the patron has changed because like we've actually had barbecues where patrons come to my house. Now admittedly people probably think that's dangerous as hell. I'm like, I don't care, excuse my language, but it's like I don't care. I mean, dude, I've had cancer twice. Do you think people coming to my house is gonna scare me? Like I don't that's life. Whatever. They can find me pretty easily. And so I invited a bunch of people, but now you can't do that, right?
Now you can't do that.
You know what's crazy?
14 days. I'm not going to pay for a hotel for them to quarantine.
So ain't having it.
There are people that actually watch and see how many people go in your house. Do you understand this?
Yeah.
You know what's crazy?
Are you having a party? Are you having a party?
Out of all Patreon, you are probably the only one that's doing that.
Yeah,
that's so unique.
Hats off to you, bro.
Dude, it's awesome to meet people. I've met patrons, had them stay here. Like, to me, that's what, I don't know how to describe it. Like, when I lived far away from everybody else, and so there wasn't a lot of communication. And like, you know, I would go to school and then go home, and you're 7 miles away from everybody. So you're like, what am I going to do? Play with the trees? They don't talk back, which is probably good because I'd argue with them. But it like when I've gotten older, it's like, joining people together in gaming is all that matters.
That's the best.
All that matters.
We're trying to establish some things like know, I was talking earlier. We're going to get together, and for our Patreons, we're going to do like a movie night. And
we do B-movie night on Saturdays. Do it.
Rent out a movie theater, good. And we can, do that, spacesuit seating, and, watch a really good movie,
awesome.
So that they open back up, because we definitely want to give back to the community.
You already know.
Very cool.
And you want to get the last couple before I start? Because there's a couple more just flew in real quick. I want to be respectful.
I have 108 Dragons TV, $5 super chat. Damn Cogs guest intros are legendary and entertaining.
They are.
Appreciate you.
Good afternoon, Lords. 108 Dragons TV in the building. What's good, chat? Hit that like and share.
Happy belated birthday.
Happy belated birthday.
Yes.
108.
Great episode yesterday.
Yes, Dragons Den podcast.
Everything is getting a whole lot better.
Absolute.
108 Dragons TV, $2 super chat once again. King is going to get crazy today. Facts.
They already prepping. What else
we have Beaner with the $5 super chat. King plus ACG. This episode is going to be wild.
They got their mixtape ready.
Oh my
6-hour podcast.
Sunday. 6 hours.
Oh man. Sunday. Monster trucks. Prepare yourselves.
It's like those games where like when you put a certain variable in it, it just extends it. It's like put ACG extra 2 hours.
Exactly. It's the N+ game, but just a really bad one. That's probably not going to be that entertaining, but stick around. We'll try to make it entertaining.
We got one more. We got Michael, aka Best Dice Finest, $5 super chat. Well, hello, Lords. Smells like PlayStation L's are being handed out. Yo, King, have fun today. LOL on God.
They threw the on God in them early.
Wow.
ACG did.
Yeah, he'll see.
Today's a day to come on.
Today's a perfect day to come on. Anyway, real quick, because I see him in the chat and it makes me smile. Salute to Big Kyle Gaming. Put the crest up, man.
Yes.
Brother, we
Big
see
Cloud,
you on your fight. Salute to Mama Big Cloud, yourself, with your fight and the whole situation with COVID. We're pulling for you. The whole realm is behind you. Take as much time as you need and definitely get back to health, brother. We need you and we miss you. So salute to you. Good to see you in there, man. It means a lot. And last we got Mariano Pumpa, and then we get
Mariano Pumpa with the $5 super chat. King, how's that Game Pass buffet looking now? Oh, knees on the menu.
There we go, because they gonna stop. Anyway, let's start. And you already know we got the 4 horsemen of gaming and those original lords of the realm at the round table with some time-sensitive intros because we got Lord ACG here. My co-host with the co-most, my brother from another mother, the difficult game conqueror, lord of his own world, and the how of the young wolf. My man, Lord Addict, how we doing, sir?
Doing pretty good. Now, last week I gave King a solve my intro. Now, I demand half of your intros this week.
There you go.
But anyway,
we take our intros anyways. So it doesn't matter.
That's true. He interrupts, so he gonna get your intro taken.
So, I'm back into for some reason I just started playing Final Fantasy VIII again out of nowhere. I don't know where that came from. Like it was normally one of those things I was just gonna play a couple minutes of, and then like 8 hours go by. I'm like, well damn. and then I was looking at the achievements. I didn't know a mega weapon was different than a different weapon. So I'm like, well now I gotta go kill him. Like,
you said it was an achievement tied to that, right? That you didn't even know about.
Well, see, I always thought the one that a GF named Eden was in. I thought he was that one. No, there's another one.
Oh wow. What's up? And so it's been Final Fantasy VIII that you ditched us for a raid when we needed your help, and you ditched us because I don't have my save point because I can't.
No.
Yes.
No, hold up. No. He can't make allegations like that. I joined that raid and done it.
Yeah.
First off,
2 hours later.
it wasn't 2 hours later. It wasn't 2 hours later.
No doubt. But anything else you've been playing, sir?
I ain't talking anymore.
All right. He's upset. I'm just joking.
Taking my ball and going home.
Taking his ball, going. That's vintage at it. And of course, we have our most technical gaming lord, the solo gamer who lives for the single-player selfish experience, and also the Sostradamus, the Lord of Clarity and Lord Patreon of the Iron Bank. My man, Lord Sovereign, how we doing, sir?
I'm doing well. I'm very, very happy to be here today. You have no idea.
Why are you talking so
Very
smoothly?
smooth with it.
What's going on?
I'm good. Oh, once again, I'm faking it because I have literally like 3 hours of sleep under my belt.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Oh, because I stayed up. I saw the time change, and I was like, oh, I just lost an entire hour.
Yeah.
No, I'll play for another half hour or so, and next thing I know, it was 6:30 in the morning.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Ouch.
That was it, and I never get that. So like I mentioned earlier, so I downloaded Loop Hero because I really wanted to see what this is about because everybody's talking about it, and I did not get a chance. I threw it on for a moment, and then people don't leave me alone, so I can't. So like ACG said, it's very difficult to describe from what I've heard.
Yeah.
But basically, you don't control your player character. You control everything around the character to sort of allow him to progress or her to progress. And that's as much as I understand of it. And maybe that's even off. But beyond that, like I just started. I threw on my Xbox really late last night. I said, what am I gonna do? And I went to Need for Speed Hot Pursuit, the remaster. Criterion is still so.
That is so fire.
Oh,
Hot Pursuit is so fire. I put it on. Yeah. Okay, me and you was in the same mind frame this week. Yeah,
bro.
Because I did it randomly for no reason. I said because I looked. In Game Pass, I said, "Oh, Hot Pursuit. Hold on. Let me try this. Let me dabble.
Man.
And I jumped in there. Yeah.
Amazing. I love Criterion, and that game is.
Yeah, that was their last one, right?
No, was it
No,
the last one? No, because they did they did Burnout Paradise and stuff after.
So okay.
No, Solve, you want to get a super chat?
I'm talking about Need for Speed was their last one. Hot Pursuit was Criterion's, right?
I'm not sure. That may be an ACG question.
Okay. no, Hot Pursuit is.
No, that one I'm not even sure of. All I know is Hot Pursuit and Paradise are both awesome.
They're both
some of my favorite racing games of all time.
Yeah. And then I played Halo 4 because I felt like playing Halo 4. And that game still holds up. It's gorgeous. And the AI is a little weird, but apart from that, it's gorgeous.
No doubt. Solve, you want to get those super chats before we bring in the king?
Yes, we have Tony Bryant with the $5 super chat. ILP plus ACG, my favorite podcast and favorite reviewer. Plus Phil waiting until ILP's 200 episode to announce exclusivity. Keep it up, guys.
It's kind of weird how all the timing went.
Salute to Phil for thinking about us.
Debuting
his most announcement.
Thanks, Phil.
Thanks, Phil.
Thank you.
Then we have, let's put the crest in the chat for the newest member of the realm, Lexecutioner.
Yes, sir.
That's my homie. We were raiding last night. Salute.
Thank you. Then we have Lord Brat with the $2 super chat. Salute, Lords. Thank you, my brother.
You already know.
Yeah, we should have a chocolate.
Oh my God! The chocolate. Stop it!
Every time Brad show up,
behave.
You on the right side of wrong. Now,
oh my God!
You on the right side of wrong.
You already messy.
Tune in. Stay in. Don't leave.
Oh, I'm sure he will.
I'm sure he will.
Then we have Lexecutioner once again with the $50 super chat.
Oh, wow,
Thank you
salute.
so much, sir.
God bless.
Great raid last night. Glory to the Lords. Victory eternal.
Oh yes. We'll talk about that. Yeah, salute. Lexecutioner guys had a good raid last night that kept me in for 4 hours, but we're not gonna get in there. Shout out to Fozzie Gaming. My man Fozzie is funny. I had to teach him about that Anarchy DPS phase, but we ain't gonna get into that. We got it done.
All right.
Anyway, what else
we got? Two more super chats. We got One Way Dragons TV once again, $5 super chat. The My Feelings Hurt menu barbecue sauce knees in garlic sauce, mac and knees.
God.
Drinks the gas face. Hold that L. Game Pass on the rocks.
Oh my God. A lot of bending the knee talk.
What a menu that is. Then we have Cedric H with the $50 super chat. Thank you so much.
Salute, brother.
Who did that for you?
Wow, salute. Oh yeah, hold on. I got you with the who did that. I got you.
All right. Let's get Brad.
Let's get
$5 super chat. ACG, love your reviews, King. I have chancletas for your knees.
You don't have no knees. Right now, I'm taking your elbows.
ACG, if you don't know what chancletas are, those are flip flops.
Yes.
Yeah,
Thongs. When I grew up, those were thongs.
Oh, yeah.
That is how crap has changed.
Yes.
Like every single decade. You're like, what word is it now? Like, send me a dictionary online.
Thongs on your butt.
Oh,
no, foot thongs.
Right.
You can't wear foot thongs on your butt.
You'd end up needing some penicillin.
I'm done.
You catch a meat infection.
Yeah, that'd be a wartime story at that point.
All right, we got one more, and then we're gonna put these on the shelf a little bit. Lawrence Anderson, $5 super chat. I appreciate how y'all represent the African American community in gaming. Keep up the amazing work.
Salute to Atticus Saul representing the African American community for us. Thank you. We appreciate. We appreciate your service, Attic. Thank you, bro. You've been going strong, bro.
Let's just admit.
Let's just admit 2 members.
Listen, man.
Well, I don't know. Behind the beard, you know.
Behind the beard?
No. I didn't get this brown color by not having it.
You know, Attic has vitiligo, right?
Oh man.
Oh, we going left. We going.
Wow. Yeah.
Oh my god.
I like it already.
Oh, it's gonna be a fun show. I can already see. We caught up, so we good.
Yeah, we're good.
All right, we're gonna put him on pause for a little bit and of course we have the Incredible Hulk of this, aka the XS Gamer.
Ooh.
The prophet of Xbox, king of the statues who demands nothing less than that premium experience. It is the leader of the fraud alert movement.
Ooh.
Beloved Lord King. How we doing, sir?
I want everybody that ride for me to put your bayonets up.
Woo!
This is going to be a glorious Sunday, 200th episode, but we got to start it off on a very sour note.
What's up?
I woke up to some horrible news yesterday. Very horrible news. Marvelous Marvin Hagler, probably one of the greatest middleweight champions to ever live. The toughest out in boxing. If you saw his name on your docket, you probably got sick that day and did not want to show up for work because you know he brought his lunch pail and his knuckles and you was not going to escape that fight. Sugar Ray Leonard, I got to give him a shout out for even daring to fight the man.
Yes. He was a beast.
Is a true beast, a warrior of a man, and a man that stood on pure principle alone. Hagler was 62-3 with 2 no decisions and 52 knockouts. The man's fighting career spanned from 1973 to 1987. And when I tell you he got in the ring and he did his thing, that's when boxers were, I don't know, man, lifting bricks and stuff like that.
They were made of lead.
Completely a different type of fighter. And that is probably the only fighter that I would pick in history to beat Floyd. That would be both of them in their prime. He is the only fighter in the history of boxing that I will pick to beat Floyd.
He was a beast.
With that being said, I've had a fantastic week.
I would imagine so.
Especially this non-news.
Especially this non-news that you predicted.
Oh, well, let me tell you something. Okay, so on Friday, right, I had one of my co-hosts on DCX dare to call me out.
What? What's going on?
This boy did challenge the guard.
Challenge the guard? Oh, what's going on?
He said that we can play Street Fighter for a statue. So I know y'all see statues missing, and y'all like, oh, King Lord. Oh, wait a second, hold on. Not at all.
Let's go.
So I went and I found through. I made sure that he was online. So it's a whole big diatribe to it, but we're not gonna get into that. Make sure that he was online because he was lying, saying that he added me. So I made sure I added him in real time. So we have about chat with like 30+ people, and we shout out to Facebook because when you put a video call, everybody can see.
Everybody can see the world.
Yes, everybody can see this work for you. So I didn't have Street Fighter 30th anniversary because you know I'm a Game Pass dude. I was like, oh, it's not a Game Pass.
Yes, we know how
if the game.
ACG, he literally ACG, you literally said it. Like if it's not in Game Pass, it does not exist sometimes for games.
So I paid my $29.95 to download because he had to get all of this smoke. You understand? So when I proceeded to download it, we was talking and I put the phone call through and everybody got a chance to see it. I proceeded to wash him up like a brand new baby boy.
Which Street Fighter, King?
We played all 4 of them. There's regular Street Fighter Turbo, and there's Street Fighter Alpha, and there's Street Fighter Third Strike. He got work in all of it. So we finished it off in Third Strike, and I did not switch my character. I stayed on Ken. Ken is the man, and you got them boots to the mouth. I told you, watch your mouth when you're talking about me. You get them boots. Anyway, what I've been playing on Game Pass.
Let's get it. What you been going? What's going on?
So my son came downstairs. He came running downstairs. I thought something happened. He said, Daddy, Daddy, there's 20 new games in Game Pass.
He said that.
There's 20 new games in Game Pass, Daddy. I said, well, what game you gonna start off first? I said, you gonna play Evil Within? He said, no, Daddy, I'm not gonna touch that game. I said, okay, so what you gonna play? He said, Daddy, I have no idea. I gotta really sit down and put real thought into this. I said, well, you know, try some Fallout or whatever. I'm gonna be playing Fallout 76. Maybe me and you can link up. Yeah, I'm gonna start my downloads now. He walked back up the steps. He said, Daddy, can I have chips inside my room? I said, on this great day, you can have chips inside
this
your room.
great day.
Wow.
You can have chips inside your room. He looked at me with tears in his eyes and said, thank you.
Father.
I said, who did that for you? I said, you, Daddy. I said, no. Phil Dominus Maximus Aurelius Spencer.
Aurelius
for everyone.
Phil Dominus Max. Oh man, this is gonna be
all right.
What is this messianic image of Phil?
Yeah, exactly.
I played Doom 64 for the first time since I actually originally owned it on the the Nintendo 64. Amazing. I download Fallout 76. I'm gonna get into that. I got to bend the knee to Anchorman because I guess we already fixed it up or whatever.
Yeah, I heard they've really improved since.
I played a lot of games, but Evil Within. I want to go into that because I was I'm really super excited, and we'll talk about that later. But when I turned the game back on, it said syncing your data. I forgot I was at that boss. You know, the chainsaw dude. I forgot I was at that boss.
Okay.
So I did it. I beat him. And I said, this game looks so magnificent. The atmosphere, the B film feel to it, it's so great. But Game Pass, it's so many games there. I can't go into all of them, but I did some raids this week. And I'm gonna tell you frauds out there.
Oh, what happened?
If you want to raid and you want to finish your raids really quickly, because I heard you was running my man through some 4 hours raids. That don't work with me. We don't do that. All right, you come in there. If you're messing up, I'm gonna sit you down. I'm gonna call in somebody off the bench that's gonna play your role, and then we're gonna get you through it, and you're gonna see how it's gonna be done. But we did some raids yesterday, and we got them in quick and easy. So to hear you doing your raids, that was horrible yesterday, brother. I do apologize.
Yeah. Salute the executioner in there. Salute to him. But that's been it, sir.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
No doubt. And of course, we have the gaming ninja himself, the Shinobi, LordCognito, spreading that realness in the realm of the ILP. Not telling you what you want to hear, but what you need to hear. Yeah, like you said, been rating. Also, salute to my brother, Lord Ebontis. We had Cobb One Art, man, one of the great artists in the Destiny community, super talent, also like a 70s/80s baby, so we got a chance to talk a little old school hip-hop, some music, and great episode. So check out The Last Word. It's up on ILO Podcast. We had a great time with that. I want to salute the newest members of the ILP Destiny Clan. King, did you hear? We have Gaming Forte and Randall Thor19, new Destiny Clan members. So I got a chance to run with them. We did Shattered Throne. You know what I'm saying? We're trying to get him raid ready so he can do his first Destiny.
Send them my way.
Absolutely.
Send them my way. I'll put them in my book bag and I'll run them through the stuff because it's a particular way I like to game.
Oh, no doubt. No doubt. So we've been doing that. And again, shout out to the crew last night, Back for Dead, Stitch, my man Liz, Execution up in here, Polygons and Pixels. Again, thank you for keeping me up to damn near 4 a.m. last night for doing a very adventurous long raid. But salute to y'all. But that's all I got. Super Chat over there. We got to do something special for 200 before we bring ACG in, right?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Let's do it.
We have Pixel Big G, $2 super chat. Good morning, Lords. Let there be exclusive slander. Then we have 108 Dragons TV with the $2 super chat. King gave his son the Xbox pep talk. That's classic. Then we have Smitty Smith with the $10 super chat. It's time for the PlayStation captains to put some respect on Phil, ILP Dominus Maximus Aurelius' name, and ILP bend the knee. Oh my goodness.
What else we got? We good?
I think we're good.
Wait, I have a question real quick for you guys.
Yes, sir.
I'm just picking this up. So are you stating that people thought for some strange reason that those games were not going to be exclusive?
Did they?
They still think that.
Some still do.
There were many theories.
There's no theories.
You know what's funny, ACG? When that whole thing happened with Monday, where they kind of like a little cryptic and And I remember, I remember, like, I started losing faith a little bit, just a little bit.
Save the
and I got on Twitter and I saw you holding the line, ACG. I was like, you know what, ACG, right? We got this. We own that line.
Hold these thoughts.
I mean, there's a certain stage of grief people are in. You need to move on.
It's called
like you
disbelief,
can cry all you want,
denial.
but Sony's done it, Nintendo's done it, and this is Microsoft's done it. Like you need to just leave the discussion if you're going to cry about that. Like that's for sure happening, and you're just going to have to. Like that's the reason why I was so belligerent about it, is because I did have sources telling me a long time ago that there were very specific things happening. Those all turned out to be true, and I'm going to tell you right now, if you're expecting a bunch of the games, like if you're expecting them to be on multiple platforms, including other very particular competitor consoles who, by the way, were trying to buy exclusivity for Starfield. Do you think Microsoft's going to be like, you know what, we're going to play by a particular set of rules, nobody else is, we're just going to be nice, 7.8 billion, hey, that's a loan, we're going to buy this company, everybody can play your games.
We're just going to borrow it for 7.5
We're just going to borrow it. Dude, there's multiple things going on in business, and if anybody thinks TV manufacturers aren't doing the Xbox Game Pass app, you're completely... you're missing everything about what's going on. Sorry.
Sorry. You're giving us a preview of first topic and you on fire.
Yeah.
Good.
Sorry. That bothers me, man.
No, you good.
Yeah, trust me, I'm with you.
No doubt.
Then we have we have Shroom Kingdom, $2 super chat. King Story should be a Game Pass commercial.
Yes, it should.
Then we have Gerald Mac, $5 super chat. Shout out to ILP and shout out to ACG. Thank you, Lord Sovereign, for the heads up on the YouTube runs of Dishonored. Yeah. All of the Dishonored 1, Dishonored 2, Prey, those games that didn't get the love that I felt they deserved when they originally came out on non-Game Pass. I love the fact that people are gravitating to these games.
Yeah.
Play these games. They're amazing games.
Yes.
Amazing games.
I really enjoyed Dishonored. Like, I felt like Dishonored didn't get the love it. Well, I mean, Dishonored 1 did, but I felt like Dishonored 2 didn't. Like, try it out, man. Even if you don't like, if you in Game Pass, you can just delete that dude right afterwards. Like,
but I think you like it.
What else we got, Soft?
We got one more. We have Smitty Smith, $5 super chat. Microsoft to Sony, you get nothing. You hear me? Nothing. Now fix your face. The Book of
X early on the Lord's Day. Jesus.
We have scripture very early.
It's very scripturous.
You know what I've noticed? I'm very iffy on Outriders and where they're going to land, but I've noticed that
there's some talk. I know. We'll get to it.
Some things happening that might give them
time.
Yeah, we're going too long. We got to get in this damn show.
Get it.
All right, come on. Solve something for the people.
Oh, of course. Okay, so we're gonna do our quick Patreon giveaways that we do every Patreon and YouTube that we do every month. So thank you everybody for rocking with us for 200 shows. So we're gonna get into this first, our regular Patreon giveaways, and we got something special for the round.
No doubt.
All right, so our $10 gift card giveaway goes to
fake excitement music. We got
Andrew Gosen.
Okay, Andrew Gosen. Salute. Make sure you hit sub up.
Yes, sir. Okay, our $20 gift card giveaway goes to...
Get the excitement popping. Goes to no one.
Heated.
We're keeping it.
We got Heated Heavy 505.
Oh, Heated Heavy. Salute to him. Yeah, good dude. Like
no doubt. Yeah. Fantastic. So hit me up later on and we'll get you that stuff.
Salute.
And of course, now the winner of our Teespring giveaway is...
Let's go. Who's getting who get the crest, the drip? Let's go. Who's getting
it? Lord Snaldo.
Oh, in-house. In-house.
He's gonna probably re-roll.
Petey's gonna want to re-roll it, but
I got him.
Yeah, Petey's definitely gonna re-roll it. So you might want to. Yeah, I know Petey. Petey's gonna be like, no, give that back to the round.
Okay, gotcha. So I'm re-rolling right now. Thank you, Lord Snaldo.
No doubt. Salute to Petey.
As we assume your generosity.
Yes.
We got Smitty Smith with the win.
Like he really wanted it. And we giving it out. No, Snaldo, Petey, you don't get it. It goes back. Now get in the corner and put those videos out. I'm sorry.
The winner of our Teespring giveaway is Smitty Smith.
Woo! The Book of X himself. Salute, Smitty.
Okay.
as much as Smitty really like he's in here every week,
very deserving.
Doing
Yeah,
the
he
books
deserve
the
it.
next day. He
deserve it.
definitely.
Yeah,
he
he's one of our biggest from
Smile,
day one.
He's
He said, "Yeah,
unboxing.
boy." He got the fucking X in the chat. Woo!
He's at every unboxing that I have.
Factual.
I
Yeah,
love
he always.
that.
Even when we're at the shows, we're at PAX and the E3. He's always
always in
he
there.
always loves. Salute to Smitty Smith, man. What else we got?
No doubt, no doubt. So now, as a special gift to the realm and our supporters on Patreon and both YouTube, this gift is courtesy of our good friend, Lord Paul. I like to call him Suave.
Lord
Suave.
Shout out to Paul, man. Shout out to Paul.
No doubt. Longtime friend of LordCognito, and of course, myself and Lord King. Big supporter of the realm from the very beginning.
Huge
Thank
Jet
you very
fan.
much, Lord
Huge
Paul.
Jet fan.
Huge Jet fan.
Huge Jet fan.
Both me and him, our hearts are aching right now, but we got hope.
Hold on, hey, you might get the show once. You never know.
This
Continue.
boy, let it happen.
So shout out to Lord Paul. 2 $100 American Express gift cards for one for a Patreon subscriber and one for a YouTube subscriber. So we're gonna get into that right now.
The loyal rim.
Hey, yes, sir. So the winner of our YouTube subscriber pool is
Oh, you better be here.
You better be here. Who is this? Oh,
James Shepard.
oh okay. Sounds like a Mass Effect character. Okay, let's go. Shout out to James Shepard.
Shepard's brother, James Shepard. The brother no one talks about. He's like the stepson, you know, and everybody's like, we don't really claim him. Yeah, the family reunion, he shows up and everybody's uncomfortable.
What's funny is his brother like a clerk at some store.
Oh my god!
Yeah,
Shout out to James and Calvin Shepard.
He's the maintenance man.
Always jealous, just consistently eaten away by jealousy.
Every time someone comes up to him, no, I'm not gonna call my brother.
Yeah.
Oh my
Right.
god!
It's like
Grows
Jim
long
Christ,
hair
like
instead
Jesus
of the
Christ's brother.
crew cut. Yeah, Buddy Christ.
Buddy Christ.
Go get me the real Shepard.
Buddy,
Go
I'm
get
done
me
with
the real
Christ.
Shepard.
Buddy Christ. No, I do not bring bread.
Yeah, I don't have any
He's that
fish, man.
person. He's that person you bring to the party. He's like, I wanted the real shepherd, not the generic.
Oh
shepherd."
my
Yeah.
god!
Oh, ow.
Thank you, James Shepard. We appreciate it. I will contact you to get this to you.
Yes.
So now the
Yes.
winner from our Patreon subscribers is
Brrr, super excitement. $100 Amex gift card.
Snaldo, like, give me my money.
Who we got?
Bill Stillwell.
Oh, the legend
Bill,
of
the
XCloud. The
You know he
legend.
gonna re-roll that.
He gonna re-roll it, but in his defense,
But let him do it.
let him
first.
rock. Yeah, this
let
is
him
the
do
first
that.
of all. We gotta salute the legend of XCloud, back
legend.
compact,
Why didn't I get that?
and now VR, Facebook gaming, Oculus Quest 2. Oh, I'm gonna be gaming with you too, brother, because I got my Quest is on.
You got your Oculus Quest?
It's coming this Wednesday. He been on me because he said I am not a gamer until I play Half-Life Alyx, so I
Yes.
gotta try that.
That's true.
Yeah, and then it was one more game. I forgot someone else told
There's
me
a lot of
about.
games in there.
Yeah,
It's
so
Beat Saber, is Tetris Effect.
Yeah.
There's a lot of
Yes,
games in there.
yes.
There's a lot of games in there. We're
So,
gonna have so much
but
fun.
it's funny that Bill won because again he's been on me and I bend the knee. It's been ordered. The quest is this
Oh
week,
my God.
so we rock
Cool.
out. Yeah,
Oh,
yeah.
okay.
Fantastic.
No doubt, no
Yes,
doubt.
I'm feeling that. Okay, so that is it. Once again, guys, thank you. 200 episodes. We would have never
Amazing.
thought.
Yeah.
Thank you for rocking with us. Thank you for
Thank you.
supporting us. We every single week we do our best to bring you funny new content. These guys,
Great guess.
yeah, amazing guests. So thank you so much. We really appreciate this.
No doubt. And
And
let's
I'm
just
going to
clean up
be-
this. Get out of there.
Sometime during the podcast, look at that chat. I'm gonna be dropping
yeah.
a few codes in that chat. So
All right, no doubt, no doubt. So I'll clean up the super chats, and then I got to get ACG going.
Give me one moment because I was
a
doing
couple
this. I
flew
didn't-
in right there, and I see
I
Big
didn't
Cloud. I see a
see-
couple people. I see Hawaiian. I see after Smitty Smith. I got it if you want.
I got it. I got
Okay.
it. I got it. No worries. So I got
Hanen Hitman.
Hey Hitman09 with the $5 super
Hawaiian.
chat. Hawaiian was here.
Salute Hawaiian. Better start listening to the King and these raids. I heard about you. Anyway, continue.
Now we have JD Gamer with the $5 super chat. Sony. You get nothing, Sony.
Jesus.
Now go home and cry like a good fanboy. Please. P.S. Who has the games now?
Oh my God, it's evil.
My
Grin.
goodness.
Sound like a final boss character the way he super
It
chat.
does.
it kind of really is the final boss, to be honest.
Jesus.
Then we got the homie Big Cloud Gaming with the $20 super chat on the men's. Brother, we're praying for you and your family. Yeah. Get well soon, man. Get well soon, brother. Thank you so much.
For real. Good to see you in here, brother. No doubt, no doubt.
Thank you for showing up, brother.
All right. So now that we finally got all the business, the giveaways, and all that good stuff out of the way, and Lord's what they've been playing and everything, but I want to focus on Lord ACG. His video game system history, his journey as a content creator, his podcast beginnings, and of course, what led him to creating the most honest, no BS game reviews on his amazing ACG YouTube channel. So, Lord ACG, let's start from the very beginning. What was some of the first video game systems you had, and what got you into gaming?
Well, I had the old ass like Coleco. And
my dad
I had the one, and I don't remember the exact name, but where you could play like tennis, and there was also a gun that was connected, a Western gun, and they forgot that you could shoot the ball when people were playing tennis. So my parents would be playing tennis, and I would shoot the ball and just piss my brother off and tell him to chase me around the house. Those are like the earliest memories. But Atari 2600, that was the big thing to me. And my dad. I have amazing parents, like amazing. But my dad, he was just a super hard worker. That was how he showed love. Was just hard worker. And he owned his own fish plant for years, so we didn't see him a lot. He would come for Christmas. He would come home at 7 p.m. Christmas Eve. We'd open presents. He'd go back to work. Wow. And then the next day, 5 a.m. he would go to work. So he's working 19 hours a day. So we rarely see him. And I remember him coming home, and he was excited. And I was like, why is he excited? Because my dad is just not that type of guy. He just doesn't get excited at anything. Like, it doesn't matter. He'd be on a roller coaster just going, eh. Sorry. I took him to The Grudge, by the way. The scary movie, The Grudge. My mom's freaking out. I'm like, damn, my dad it's like he was watching people saw logs. He was just no movie. That's the way my dad was. But he comes home that night with a 2600, and he's like giddy and dancing around the house, and we're all, okay, obviously he got into the crank. Somehow he got some drugs. I have no clue what's happening. He shows up. He opens this thing on his own. He doesn't even let us. The kids open it up. It was an Atari 2600, Dragon, Fire, and Asteroids, and Star Wars, and terrible games like E.T., which I did own. Me too. Those were the first experiences that I had, and it grew from there. And it was like every good experience that I've had has involved either, role playing is another one, but or martial arts. But it's like the three main cores for me are martial arts, role playing, and video games. And almost every good memory, every good friend I've met has been involving video games from the 2600, and then moving up from there to like the Genesis. And it was weird because people always ask me why I cover sound and music, and it's like, because I still remember the original Ghouls and Ghosts had a soundtrack that played in a very particular part that caused me to be like, what is that? Like what? And then like Revenge of Shinobi, which I was sort of a Sega fan.
Hold on. I gotta stop you right now. You said some key things for me as a Genesis lover. So you said music, and then you said Revenge of Shinobi, because LordCognito, that's my namesake. I am Shinobi. So my question to you is, with like something like a Revenge of Shinobi and maybe a Streets of Rage, I see some was it a Yuzo Koshiro love, possibly, maybe some
So that's the thing about me is I was not following the creators at the time. Like that came later, like Austin Wintory. I follow the older stuff. I loved Streets of Rage. Is awesome, but the old Streets of Rage are even better. And I love the music from those creators. But I was always impressed by their ability to take technically, because that's what I study is the tech behind it. Technically very inept consoles and create awesome sound. And I remember the first time I ever played a game where I was like, I want this to be my future. And I remember to this day coming home and playing Joe Montana Sports Talk Football.
Love that.
It was digital.
Yes.
He talked. And by the way, it almost needed subtitles because it was like, but you were like, I get it.
Bro.
And when he was like, Joe Montana drops back for the pass. And I remember coming to work the next day, and I got in so much trouble because I would not shut up. I was like, I was leaving my class to go talk to friends and go, have you played this?
Yes.
Yeah. Like he talks. Yeah. He talks. It's and of course as a kid, you're like, it's really him. It's Joe Montana. It's like a spirit.
It's a spirit.
It was, man. I was so excited. And that's honestly that kind of stuff, the tech and just the different ways in which you can do like older games and the way they created stuff is great. We have some rose tinted glasses, obviously.
Yes, of course.
But
we go back and see
to
it.
me, I when I go back and look at those, I may not love the graphics or whatever, but the tech behind it, where somebody figures the ability to do something and do something with hardware that you're just not expecting. That kind of stuff. The hardware was
so limited in what they had. Like, but when they did up the meg size on the cartridges, we knew to be excited, right?
Yep, you did. And it's funny because there's a game, Star Control 2, I believe, that on the Genesis used 16 megabytes. But what was weird, some Sega Genesis could not read it. So I admittedly traded out my friend's Sega Genesis. Sorry.
Salute Daisy.
And I stole it. I took mine over and I'm like, hey, Randy, your dad's calling you. He left and I switched out Sega Genesis because he didn't play it anyway. And that way, because his ran it and mine wouldn't. But that's the thing. Those are the tech moments, and that's the excitement. Like, I've been excited for games since that Joe Montana moment. And I love it. Like, it's interactive art to me. I get the art discussion, and I understand where people are coming from. But to me, every friend that I know is probably from games. Even if they're a work friend, I probably talk to them about games, and that's how I, got to know them.
Brother.
And it's just awesome, man. Like, I know that people are like, man, he can be brutal at times, and I can, but my opinion is that games is probably one of the greatest entertainment avenues that we as humans have, because it's music, it's interactive, it's graphics, it's story, which I love books, man. I read like a fiend, but they're not the same
Super
thing.
Nintendo?
I did, but later. I did.
I
when Mode 7 started.
He joined when I joined.
Did you ever get a chance to play ActRaiser?
Oh, of course. Yeah, ActRaiser. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I love ActRaiser.
The first time I got that game, right, and I put it in, that was the first time I thought an orchestra was inside a cartridge.
That's the thing, right? And we know now, you listen to it and you're like, it's like,
exactly.
But as a kid, kid, you're just like, this is the great. It's almost like we see a B movie, and when we were kids, we're like, those look pretty real. And then you see them now, and you're like, how did we ever think fooled by this? But that's the excitement to me, and that's like, to me, that's there's a passion for games that is just like, I can eat it up for hours. And I'm huge into tech. But it's also just like Austin Wintory, who's an amazing composer. I've had him on my channel multiple times. I would consider him a friend. The guys from Outer Worlds, probably one of the best main menu tracks I've ever heard in my life.
Yes, the main menu track.
I have to agree.
Dude, it's like Mass Effect.
Yes.
No lie, I did not start Mass Effect for almost 2 hours because I was just listening to the starting. That rare, the synth, the night, the Flash Gordon, and I was like, this is the best thing that's ever existed. Like, I'm a kid, man. Even now, if I find something good, I'll be on my Discord being like, dude, it's a great, you just don't understand, it's the greatest thing ever. And I know that people are like, man, like, I am to extremes, but I just think that if you lose the passion, man, where are you? Like, why are you even in it? Why are you in it if that's going to go away? But I would say they're all just really, gaming as a whole, even bad games, they're all good memories in a weird way.
It's something that will key to you about that game. Like, I like Splatterhouse.
Turbo guys.
Fake Jason Voorhees running around. Dude, TurboGrafx 16.
Oh my God, I love you.
The Hue card. Remember the Hue card?
Yes.
Woo! Yeah.
So it was in an arcade?
Master System also used cards.
Yes.
Yes.
Sorry. Anyway, continue.
It was in the arcade, and
My hero.
I was waiting for it to come home to the house, and I saw it in EGM, and it was like it was going to be on Genesis, but TurboGrafx got it first.
Yeah.
And I could not wait to play that game, and I played that game so much. It's so horrible. Good. The game is horrible now.
Yeah, it is. But it didn't matter. It was so good to you then.
Yes.
Yep. And I think people forget that. Yeah. Oh, dude. Rise from your an angry Elmer Fudd raises you from your grave. It's got pixel scroll. Technically, it's a disaster. And I remember going home playing that and telling my friend, it's exactly like the arcade, which you're full of shit. Excuse my language. I'm sorry.
That's right. You're on day.
You're full of poo. I'm just like, dude, it's not, but it is. As a kid, that passion goes away. And I wish it didn't, because we get into something weird where it's like very technical. To me, I celebrate the tech, and a lot of people ding on it. They'll be like, "Oh, it's 59 frames versus 60," and you're just like, "Okay, seriously." At some point,
no doubt.
What are we doing?
Like, brother, you're on fire right now because again, all those memories, those different eras, and then what I like what you said that a lot of people forget is there are iconic title screen game music, and it's funny you said that because I could actually think of a few more. Like Outer Worlds is definitely one of them. I just let it sit there, and the ship's going, and you hear that.
You can tell literally just. But you know what? When you start that game, you hear that.
Remember when you and I was talking earlier about Star Trek?
Yes.
And that beginning sound.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
It's like that. You know, some developers take the time to craft a title screen.
Yes,
exactly. That's a good point.
Think Obsidian.
That's a good point.
Obsidian did a phenomenal job. Go ahead, Attic. You were about to say something before I go on.
I said, when you first start the Outer Worlds, and I remember there was two key components. Like when you hear the title screen, and then when you start it and he picks up your pod, you was like, this is gonna be it. Like this is it.
I mean, and they've been doing this forever. I mean, if you think about Double Dragon, I sat there and watched the Double Dragon start screen forever.
You know, what's a good example? The Halo 3 title.
Oh yeah.
Oh my Halo 3s.
I mean, Mario Donald.
You know what I think that comes from for the older crowd, going to the arcade room. And watching the demo start up.
Yes.
Yeah.
You know, because we would sit there with our quarters waiting first. Let's see the beginning.
Yes.
Watch the whole intro until it started over again. Then we put our quarter in and let's get started. You know,
and just watching other people play prior to you being able to play, there's there's an amount of data that's transferred that is not transferred currently. So even though I love Game Pass, you can just click a button, right? It's like your random generation seed of today. Yes. You just click a button, whatever game may come up, you can play it. That's great. But there are also those times where when you sit and look at a game and you see that title screen, or you watch somebody play and you're like, oh, there's a move I didn't know of, which by the way, I think that's one of the best things about like Twitch. Even though I don't always watch Twitch, I love watching somebody and go, are you kidding me? For example, Neo 2. I beat Neo 2 twice, and Fighting Cowboy, one of my friends, will stream and I'll be like, what?
Didn't even know about that.
Is this a different game?
Yep.
Like, how did you? That's the same weapon I used. Oh yeah, but this is low stance. You use medium and high, which is completely separate. And there's something about watching that voyeurism that comes up. There's data there that's not just the dirty type of voyeurism. It's actually coming away from it informed. And music, hats off to those guys because they didn't have a lot of RAM. And they still got it.
Yeah, they were mad. They were magicians, man. They were magicians.
You know what's something that I think a lot of developers don't get credit for is, since we're talking about the title screen, like games that when you get to a certain part in the game, the title screen changes. Like, I remember I just did Dragon Quest 11, and you get about halfway through the game, the title screen changes.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Like Last of Us, when you beat the game, the title screen changes.
Yes.
You know, ACG. The craziest thing, the voyeurism, what you're talking about. I remember peeking through these two dudes' arms, right? Because they were playing Mortal Kombat.
The arcade scene.
And I saw him do the Kano kill. Took his heart out. And I said, oh my God.
Exactly.
And I stayed in the arcade trying to figure out how these dudes knew how to do finishing
before the
moves.
internet.
Yeah, and why don't I know it? Tell me how. What did you do? And one guy, he had a ponytail. That's why I can't stand dudes with ponytails.
Oh yeah, we gonna hear that story. Jesus,
because ponytail dudes is really obnoxious.
They're pretentious.
Yeah, they're pretentious.
It's their ego inherited.
Oh my God!
And the longer that friggin' thing is, the more you're like, dude, it's like a health bar for their ego.
Oh my God!
And his joint was in the middle of his back. So I said,
so he's a master level ego.
Egomaniac. I said, how did you do that? He looked at me like, you'll never.
Yeah.
Dude, this is great, man. We gotta move on. We would talk about these stories all over. Honorable mention: Halo, Gregorian chants at the title, and of course, Fallout. I felt another iconic title screen joint. But
one of the best title screen music
ever. Not to mention
ever.
Final Fantasy too.
Like,
they have that main theme Final Fantasy that plays them all just about.
Yes, absolutely. So we got that. We got, like I said, the Sega era. Now I just want to travel further with you as far as gaming. Any bit in the 32-bit era, and like any 3DO, anything going on there? Where we
and technically Neo Geo, which I heard King talk about one time.
Yes.
So first of all, you always knew your friend was rich when they had a Neo Geo, because you were like, dude, that's a car, by the way. That's like a cheap used car. A Neo Geo cost that much. And I had a friend who had a Neo Geo, and then I jumped into 32. I had everything. I had a Saturn. I had all of the stuff. In fact, I showed up the day the Saturn showed up 6 months early because Sega panicked. And we're like, here, let's release this 3 months early. And it had your Street Fighter, your Daytona, and one other one. Those Street Fighter,
Virtua
favorite
Fighter.
game of all time. Or Virtua Fighter. I apologize. Virtua Fighter is my favorite game of all time. I'm just a huge, like, it's the crap for me. But yeah, I had them all, and I pretty much had them all. I think the only one I didn't have was the Wii U, the fake Wii.
The fake Wii. Yeah, thank you, thank you, ACG.
With a tablet couldn't figure out if it was. They wouldn't. Dude, I had people who were like, "Is that even new, or is it like a tablet for the Wii?" And I'm all, man, they suck. That was a bad PR
Salute. Thank you, because I die on this hill on ILO podcast that it was not popping, and we have some Wii U apologists here.
Well, I mean,
it can be popular. It's just they failed their PR.
Yes.
That's where I come from. One of my backgrounds is PR, and like they failed completely. Just like Sega failed completely. Sega should not have put another RISC processor in the Saturn. They should have stuck in the 2D. And Sony, they found out Sony was doing it, and they were like, let's stick another one in there. And I remember talking to a dev years later. That's actually how I first got into the business, talking to a dev for Sega, and he was like, dude, it was a disaster.
Wow.
You can't just add a processor. Back then, when no one knew what multiprocessor was, and they were like, we're gonna throw another one in on this motherboard, and everybody was just in such a panic.
That's the thing.
Wait a second, wasn't Mark Cerny in charge of that?
Oh my Lord, stop being messy. I don't know about that.
I'm just saying. I do know. I do know.
You do know.
Oh, I do know.
Oh, you do know. Okay.
That was the secret sauce.
I remember the talk about the second processor, because it was like, no matter what you did on that console, you had to go through the 2 processor. You couldn't bypass the one they threw on. Everything had to go through that 2-step bottleneck. And it was just like, oh my God, it was like I looked at that and I was like, why? Why did you do this?
Because Mark thought it was a great idea.
Yeah. Why are you trying to throw him under? Anyway.
But anyway, yeah. So those are really I've owned pretty much every system. And I think the 32 is probably my favorite, but then the Dreamcast came out, which was like mind-blowing.
Just about to ask you that.
And unfortunately, we can talk about it. We don't have to, but the piracy thing, we don't know. We know EA, they refuse games, so that sort of hurt it as well. And then there's a piracy thing. But the Dreamcast, there was something about it where I still remember where friends would come over who didn't like games. And Virtual Tennis or something was on, and it was just graphically, okay, let me tell you a story. This is embarrassing, but I'm going to admit this. It's about 3 a.m. I've stayed up for 2 solid days playing Dreamcast games with a friend on my weekend. This is the way I was. I'm always like, I'll die tomorrow. Like, I don't care about if I'm tired. So I'm playing these games. I fall asleep with, and this is not a lie. Kadiz, one of my friends in the Discord, real friend, saw this. I go to sleep with NFL 2K on.
Yes.
And I wake up. I was far enough away from the TV, didn't have my contacts in, thought it was a real game.
Bro.
Yes.
Bro.
Totally was like, what? You get bleary-eyed, and I wake up and I'm like, looking in my boxers, looking at this thing going, why are they playing? Like, it was, 2 teams that wouldn't play at this time, like playoff kind of. And I'm like, dude, it's the wrong time. Like, it was that when your brain is all foggy. And I had to get up close. And then I was like, do I tell anybody? And Kadiz lived with me. And I was like, it's 5 a.m. in the morning, on a work day. And I'm still waking him up going like, dude, we got to tell somebody about this. Like, what an idiot.
Bro.
But, Dreamcast was
so ahead of its time. I'm glad 2K, what was it? Visual Concepts at the time.
Visual concepts.
Yeah.
Everything except baseball.
I know. But
yeah,
2K,
right. That is true.
EA saw that. They probably had the same thing that happened to them and said, we got to shut them.
So down real quick.
Right.
Yeah, no, let me shout out Hustle and Motivate. Salute to the Gator, Lord Roughness. Got that premium hoodie. Salute. I wanted to shout you like I didn't forget y'all. I promised to shout you guys out on that. And I definitely want to get on. So we got the like I said, the 32-bit era, then all the way up into. I just wanted to ask as far as PlayStation and the Xbox, the introduction of PS1 and Xbox. Like, how did that go for you?
The Xbox, the hard drive, because I'm a tech guy, the hard drive in the Xbox excited me to no end.
Yes,
and I still remember one or two of the racing games. By the way, I believe one was Need for Speed, would allow you to play your own music. Amped did as well, which is a snowboard game.
Project Gotham.
And Project Gotham, which by the way, anyway, I can talk about Project Gotham.
Kudos.
Are you a Metropolis Street Racer fan? Dreamcast.
Mind blowing. And so I got Rob Zombie, it was like Dragula or something like that, playing while I'm playing Need for Speed, and I remember thinking like, this is the future. This is the future, because it was the future. There was some I could not believe that I could just grab, music, get it playing on a hard drive and play those things. And unfortunately, some of that stuff stopped, as like licensing.
I forgot all about that until people bring it up, and I was like, why did they stop that?
Licensing,
unfortunately. I mean, but I guess I think Twitch killed it, because if you're playing like your music to a game that you don't, because I would play Wu-Tang to everything. So
salute to the Woo. That hard Xbox hard drive was lit. Remember, we used to put our own music to the that was revolutionary for me. You know what I'm saying? But
so it's just that thought. That was a good period of time. So if you can go back and do it, by all means.
Tremendous, man. Oh man, this gaming history, man. I love this type of talk. Oh, last quick question I gotta ask, I always forget. What about, were you any handhelds, or you kind of stayed away from handhelds in general?
I had a Game Gear which lasted for about 1 minute with the batteries.
Oh yeah, salute to them.
It was a Master System in handheld form. Like, it was the worst design ever, but I had that. I had a TurboGrafx 16, which was the coolest handheld I've ever owned.
The Express.
That thing. The Express. Sorry. Yeah, and that thing was so ahead of its. Go ahead.
You used to sit next to the wall with the plug-in.
Yeah.
It
was as immobile as a mobile console could be, and I was blown away by it. I remember bringing it into school and showing friends, and they were like, "Oh my god!" And it was basically the console in handheld form.
Absolutely, it was amazing.
Yeah. Oh, dude. Yeah, it was massive. It was like swaddling a small baby, but it didn't matter because I was playing these games and just being like, "Dude, this is the coolest thing ever." And all handhelds.
Did you get the TV tuner?
Of course, dude. I am a nerd for tech, so I had everything. Any cartridge expansions that you can get, like you can play this, old style cartridge on this, I will buy. Like all that kind of stuff, I definitely get. I'm just sort of a nerd for that.
Did you have the Nomad?
Yeah.
Well, I had the Nomad.
Okay, so Nomad. In your Nomad, did you have the Sonic and Knuckles? And
then the add-on, we did do the thing, where you add like all 3 games, and it worked. It worked.
It was like,
I had a 32X, dude. I had a 32X, which I'm one of the 6 people who had a 32X and actually enjoyed. Yeah, I was like one of the 6 ripped off by Sega completely. Bought a 32X and I loved it. That's
so you had the Big Mac burger and the fries, the stack with the Sega CD, the Genesis, the 32.
Salute, man.
And to me, like all that kind of stuff, because I love tech, I was blown away, regardless if you like it or not. I was blown away that somebody did it.
Yes.
Somebody was like, you can add tech on top of tech, and to me, that is it's awesome, and I celebrate those kind of things anyway. Like, we do podcasts where we just talk about tech, and I'm like, for example, I'm a big fan. No one else is. I get it, but Sega Saturn.
Sov loves you. Sov and King loves you.
Yeah, don't worry about that.
Oh, okay. It had ABC, XYZ, right? It had your 6 face buttons, or you could get 6, and you could get 6 on the Genesis as well in their extra, their Genesis controller. I can't remember what it was called. It was a special controller. I'm a big. I still want 6 buttons on the front. The face, like I'm a big fighting fan. I would love an extra button on the face. And so when I talk to developers about it, I'm like, why is that not there? And then they talk about the white and the black button on the Xbox, the original little baby itsy bitsy ugly button.
The camera buttons for Halo. Continue.
Yeah, and then I'm like, why is it? and I talked to an Xbox X manufacturer of this. I'm like, why is it that people have forgotten that Americans have big hands? Because the Duke came out, and that was my favorite. That's why it's called Defining the Duke, by the way.
Oh,
yeah.
Okay.
Because I want to pat that thing like a trackpad. I want the biggest controller. I don't like the Switch because it hurts my hands. I love the Switch, but it's actually physically painful because I have big hands. And I like that big, burly controller that feels like it's a small RC car in my hand. Like, that's what I want, right? I want to be like, you know, singing the song from Lion King while I hold this thing up. You know, yeah, and then maybe throw it to the monkeys. But it's like, I want that kind of stuff, and no one does it. And we actually had a discussion, and I found out it was pure price. The parts were bigger, and they were like, eh. And I was all, man, of all the things, you know, with especially now we can talk about this, but the customization nation that we're sort of in now, where you can customize everything. You got the Elite. I don't know why I've never seen anybody say, here is a Big Mac controller. Like, that's what I want. Somebody's like, hey, fatty, here's a controller for you, fatty. I would buy it, by the way. If they were like, hey, we're going to call it the Fatty XL controller. I'd buy two. Please. Put them on my nipples and do a naked picture on Twitter. I'd be like, paint me like your French girl. They won't do that stuff, right? They won't. And like, I love that kind of stuff. I like and that's what I thought was so awesome as we got more and more into all these different systems, the customization 32X on top of things. I love that stuff, man. It drives me. There's something very cool about it.
Completely agree with you, brother. I think, like I said, it's King agrees, all of us. Like, we were such a fan of tech and the advancement of gaming. So all those things you mentioned, like I said, the add-ons and the controller stuff, the VMU, the Dreamcast. I remember the power base converter for the Genesis that allowed you to play Sega Master System. So that was like the first almost back compat in a way, like physical back compat, you know, kind of thing. Just those type of errors. It was an excitement for the new stuff. It was an excitement to see where gaming was going, you know, that kind of thing. So yeah, salute to you on that, man. Tremendous gaming history, man.
Hold on a second.
What's up, brother?
We got 700.
Yes, please hit the likes, y'all. We talking some
let's
classic.
hit the likes, share it. He just said that he would put two big giant controllers on his nipple.
Clip that.
Take pictures on the internet.
Yeah, we might have to clip that one.
Dude, I would.
Out to your friends.
Send it out. I mean it. I would if companies listening right now. When are you companies making
someone's
controllers?
gonna just send an email. ACG said he'd do it. Clip it. Do it.
Yeah.
So I want to transition right in because just as far as you said, like your personal journey as far as content creation now. You know what I'm saying? Now, correct me if I'm wrong. I understand, like, you kind of started like almost like with video game mods and then Q&A testing, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. So like, how did that start, and then kind of like what inspired you to kind of transition and spearhead to your channel, and from a review standpoint, like how did that whole thing go?
Yeah, I was working at the time. I'd set call centers up around I worked at HP in tech, and then I'd set up call centers, executive protection, some other stuff. I'm definitely out. I want to do everything. Nice. So I've logged, done retail. Like, I'm always trying to do something new. And I was into gaming. I was doing these mod organizer things for Skyrim and or not even Skyrim at that time. I believe that. Yeah, that was Skyrim. And messing around with mods and messing around with things like Operation Flashpoint is one of my favorite shooters of all time, because you can go in and make a level in seconds and just say, let's play. And I got laid off, and I had worked. I had scrambled for years because I didn't get a college degree. I had scrambled for years, and I worked really hard, and I knew at some point, it's probably going to happen. I'd never been laid off before, but I was always prepped. And my wife had just got through college. I paid for that, where I was working, and she was going to school. So I got laid off, and I started, like, one of my friends was like, dude, do you realize that, like, you have a forum where people ask you about games and you're not a YouTuber? It was prior to being a YouTuber. People were like, there was a forum where people were like, hey, what do you think about this? And I realized I was breaking it down. Like, some music. I was like, I could probably do a YouTube channel and see how it goes. And did a YouTube video that did so well. YouTube was like, can't be real. And they turned off monetization. What? Like, it's absolutely, yeah. One of my first videos, they were like, this absolutely can't be real. You couldn't have done this well as a brand. This was back in the Wild West days. And they were like, it has to be fake. So we're removing it. And I sat there and I had a discussion with my wife. I was like, I have some retirement. What do I do? Do I go back into it? You teaching martial arts or personal, training, that kind of stuff. And we just said, let's stick it through and let's see what happens. So spent some of my retired getting a little tech. And then and then decided, and I will say I got into reviewing. I think the main thing for reviewing, not dissing on anybody, and I even told you this in a Twitter, like I'm not, like there's some things I hate in video game reviewing and some companies I hate. The only one I will mention is that when I was looking at reviews, I was seeing like IGN cover a 60-hour game in 3 minutes. And my brain was like, I just don't understand why anybody is okay with that. It's not, it doesn't make sense. And so I just decided, like, that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to break it down as much as humanly possible. I've made music since I was super young, since the first like electric DAWs came out. And so I was like, I'm going to do music. And I knew some voice actors. I was like, and so that's sort of how it began. And with the anti-PC or bullshit, excuse me, bullcrap stuff, when I say like, not 2 minutes long, that's a shot at companies that do short reviews. That is a shot. Like, that is why I say it. But the other one with no BS is because I studied, my wife's a psychologist, and I've studied psych all my life. And especially as a martial arts teacher, you have tons of different students who have different psyches. And there is no support, none, by the way. So if a PR person lies to you, because they are lying, they're not mistaken, they're lying. If a PR person lies to you and states a person can get something for free and it will not affect their end judgment, that's a problem. And that was going on a lot. We had the Jim Sterling thing. We had a couple other things where people were being shipped off to go to places. So I was like, I'm going to buy every game. And I was like, if I get a game, what do I do? And so what I did is I made a series of guidelines prior to making the channel. I was like, what happens if I get a game? So for example, I have every VR headset because I do VR headset reviews. I'm the biggest, I just love VR. And I have to buy every one. I do music headset reviews. I have to buy every one. But I just feel like, dude, people are being lied to. I don't know any other way to describe it. Like, you're being lied to if you believe that. And I've had PR people who are my friends who are like, no, blah, blah, blah. I'm like, dude, this is what I did. I studied it. There is absolutely no scientific backing whatsoever, anywhere ever, that has ever stated that does not change your end result. It does change your end result.
That is absolutely true, because that's why I preface everything. When I say Game Pass and I'm going really crazy and stuff like that, I got to tell people that I am compromised. Like, I'm absolutely compromised. I have been bought and sold. So at no point in time do you take it really for the gospel as somebody that is coming from the outside that didn't purchase this. Like, when I do a statue review, I purchase all my statues.
There you go. That's
nobody sent one to me. So you're gonna get an honest review. And there's a reason why. That's why I do a KOS behind it. There's a reason why. But the only way that you can know that somebody is actually being honest in their reviews is they didn't get it for free. You know, they actually did this. They purchased this with their own money, and they're going through this with their time to give you this stuff. All that other stuff where they say, "Oh, we're unbiased," that's BS.
It's not only BS, but scientific. There's studies for this, white paper studies that you can get. You can go online to multiple different research facilities that have done studies for this. And the first thing they'll prove is the opposite is also true, indicating that if you get something for free, you could treat it as, I'm going to throw it away right away if it sucks. You will also do a thing where it's free. I'll give it more of a time frame where I'll play it more because it's free. Those are all, that's human psychology, man. That's you can, there's some things like sunk cost fallacy, all that kind of stuff. And this is what I trained on. This is what I did. And so it's like when I came into YouTube and I saw it and people are just lying to themselves. And my personal opinion is, why lie about it? Like, instead, embrace it. That's why I'm big into language. So like when I'm talking about a game and I'm like, dude, you cannot say gatekeeping for like Bethesda being bought by Xbox, because PR wise, gatekeeping was created, and gatekeeping's actual genesis as a word is something that cannot be translated to what is currently occurred. Gatekeeping originally was sexism, it was racism, and it was physical access. This is bitching. This is complaining that somebody basically, like, if Ferrari found a cool type of chair massager and they bought it and said you only can get it in Ferrari, that is not gatekeeping. And that is exactly what's happened here. And you will have to deal with it, and you will have to suck it up. And for whatever reason, gaming in particular, we have an issue with that. And that bothers me. It bothers me that we're not truthful. And that's why I started a channel, because that's the way I am. I'm just like, nah, it sucks. And I'm not saying it sucks as in everybody will think it sucks. I'm just saying I'm going to give you all the context I can to tell you why I think it does, and then you can walk away and say I agree or disagree.
You are on fire right now, brother. I got to hit you with you are on to something. You are dropping crazy knowledge in that part, as far as human psychology, as far as reviews, and also again, taking it outside of the realm, again, not for me to bash on any other sites or forums, but, you know, what you're saying in reference to more than just, you know, a couple of minutes for these huge, massive games.
Dude.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
It's just not fair, obviously, to the creator, the dev themselves, and then to the experience, because there's just so much more to the experience. So that's that. And
I've always thought, because like the way the industry works now is like, especially like people coming up, it's a lot harder to grow without that industry help, because you know, when you're putting out reviews a week or two late after, if you don't have a huge following to like base it up and get you in the algorithm, it's almost impossible. So I've always thought, like, you know, the industry can do more to, like, if you're an established reviewer or content creator in general, like, let you pay for your copy and get it when reviewed.
And they're spoiled.
They don't want to do that. That's a good point. And again, back to Lord ACG with his style and everything. And then, like, what I like is, again, what you said, you take it beyond this sucks or this is awesome. You know what I'm saying? That kind of thing. And then, you know, what I like, particularly, I watched one of your Outer Worlds review. And one thing that you did, that you helped me understood why I liked the game, because it was like really cool. You were like, yo, this thing is just spitting out these great color, the palette, the expression. And I was like, yeah, that's why I like it. Because I was like, it's something about this just vibrant neons.
Visually
and
eye-pleasing.
Yeah, and it's just a different take, and it's just your technical approach to it, right? It's just so cool. What I wanted to ask you though, like, is the origin of the style, because it's, again, you got the no BS, you got this cool, this funny injection of humor. Like how did that whole develop? Like, just kind of culminate in your style. Of course, the iconic rant, you know what I'm saying? Buy, rent, never touch kind of thing. Yeah. Like, how did it come together? You develop your own style.
That is me. So people in the Discord will tell you, like, watch out if it's 3 a.m. and Carrick's on a roll about it. Like, there's actual memes. It's like, oh my God, he is on, like, we will now have to deal with 2 hours of him ranting about something. Like, that is the way I am. I've always been super high energy, and where we grew up, I was on the Pacific West Coast. Okay. So you have, you know, I would say predominantly you have, you know, English speaking people, but we lived in a town with a great number of Japanese and Thai. And Thai happens to be one of the fastest information languages in the world. I believe it's almost twice as fast as someone, as in words per minute, the amount of data delivered. So my friends, by the way, one of my largest contingents of fans are Thai speakers, because they're like, dude, you're slow to us. But Americans will be like, dude, what did he say? Like, what is happening right now? I got to listen to this 3 times. So that's what I grew up around. And I grew up around friends who just happened to be, Dennis Leary has a style that was very fast. And George Carlin, George Carlin, when I grew up, George Carlin had a tendency to talk fast. And I remember my family was like, dude, you talk twice as fast. Like, my mom would be like, you have to slow down. I don't understand. And I'm already on tomorrow. Like, I don't even know when she wants me to stop. And that's just the way I was, man. And I think that it just all boiled up. And also, I've had weird crap happen in my life. So like, when I got into gaming, it doesn't matter. Like, I told Toto Biscuit this, because Toto Biscuit and I had a weird relationship until we met. And he was one of the greatest people. He is proof. He was proof. I apologize. That you can see somebody and meet your heroes or meet whatever, and it can turn out to be far, far better than you expect.
That's rare.
And we had some back and forth, and that dude reached out and helped me when he had because I was sort of getting on him on some stuff. And when we started talking and started looking at the way everybody handles games and all this kind of stuff, it just came about where it was like, he was like, dude, you're really no BS on this. Like, you just say this, I say it this way, blah, blah, blah. And we just found out that for me, that worked. When I try to slow down, it's a nightmare. When I'm bored, it's a nightmare. Like, my family would be like, dude, the worst person in the world to be around is he's bored. It's a disaster. Like, I'll be all, like, a friend will be all, hey man, you want to come over and play board games? And I'm like, yeah, if you've got music playing, a movie playing, an audiobook, and the game. And they're like, dude, what? Yeah, I am. I like.
He's the same way.
Much sensory stuff.
He's got to have a bunch of things going on, otherwise,
Listen, and then I'll spend 8 hours watching Bob Ross.
To calm down. Yes, yes.
He's my favorite guy in the world. Bob Ross will be like, I used to shoot people in Vietnam. With happy trees.
Yo, I found that out about him. I did not know that he was this wild drill sergeant.
What? I didn't know that.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Go check it, dude. It's a lot like Mr. Rogers, where they had these different backgrounds, and that's what got me into art and color. By the way, was Bob Ross, because Bob Ross would be like, there's no mistakes. I definitely for martial arts sort of don't agree, but
I can't sleep without the TV on, and it has to be at a certain decibel. And if the room is quiet, I get up like,
what's going on? What's going on?
Something's wrong. Or like when the power goes out at night, my wife will be like, I can finally sleep. And I'm like, whoa, wait a minute. There's not 50 decibels of white noise.
Exactly.
I have an issue.
I need it. I need it.
So I would say that's how I got, the speed of discussion and stuff. Like that's pretty slow for me. And I don't write the reviews. I record them in real time. So for me, it's a lot of memorization, speech memorization, and thinking. This is what I would say if one of you guys was at my house. Like I would drop a William Shatner joke. Like that's the way you guys are like that. When you're right. I mean, I can tell automatically that you guys are. So what I do is I just memorize what I'm thinking when I play, and then I just am like, "Sup, everybody, this is Carrick with ACG," and usually slow it down by 20%, so that people can understand.
Classic, brother.
It's like you just think about key parts that you want to talk about, but then you just give your honest. I think I see, because I think
when you do that, it flows. It flows.
And the funny thing, ACG, is like I can't do that because like my mind is like it can't keep up with my mouth.
Right.
So I'll have to like write down key points, and then I used to script videos, and I stopped doing that because I would script the video. I would be reading the script that I just wrote for 2 hours, and then my mind like, oh, I didn't say this, and I'll try to try to make it natural,
fit
it in there, and I'm like,
it doesn't work.
No doubt. Real quick before we get to the super chats, Lord Six Slayer is really asking. He's a big fan of. He's like, what discipline do you practice? He had to ask you this.
For martial arts?
Yes.
So when I was 5, I started Goju-Ryu karate, and then Jeet Kune Do, and then Kempo. I've got 3 black belts in those. Because again, I don't stop moving. As you can tell, even now, I just let my dogs out. Most of them now I teach boxing and general martial arts, because classical martial arts have sort of gone the way of the dodo. When I grew up, it was like Brandon Lee's real. Anybody who fought was like, probably not. Admittedly, he did cool stuff, but you're like, and Bruce Lee, you were like, I don't know how that would have worked. So as things have changed, and then I'm big into fitness because I do have health issues in the past, cancer and stuff. So I'm like, I'm always trying to make sure that I'm doing something. So yeah, there is, and I would say right now it's probably just like a general fighting, just everything mixed together.
Salute, man. So let's get a couple super chats. We're a little bit behind. I don't want to be disrespectful to the realm.
Okay, we got a Squirrely Dan with the $5 super chat. Congrats on the 200th. I couldn't miss it, even with life busy as hell.
Thank you,
Here's
brother.
to the next 200 episodes. Give it up in the chat for the Lords. Thank you.
Salute. Thank you, brother.
Then we have Sean Jackson with the $10 super chat. King, when Xbox is an app on all smart TVs, Sony gonna beg to be in Game Pass like EA and Ubisoft. People ain't paying for all them separate subs. Then Phil gonna say to Jim Ryan, who did that for you?
No doubt. Hey, Savage. Yo, real quick, I forgot to shout out K Asante. I saw you salute. You know what I'm saying? I saw some gators copped and all that. I just want to make sure the merch was saluted. Continue.
No doubt. Then let's welcome to the realm, Lord, 2 East Coast.
2 East Coast. Oh, you got some East Coast, West Coast. Okay. Biggie and Nas and Jay. Okay, I see you. 2 East Coast in the house.
2 East Coast. So put those crusts in the chat. Then we have Faisal 007 with the £5 super chat.
Yes.
Sega Saturn had the best start screen games, the Burning Rangers game, and the Jet Set Radio.
Let's go.
Burning Rangers, that was their last
Sega
game.
Nights.
Yeah, Sega Nights.
Fantastic.
Salute.
Yeah.
What else we got?
Tempest Son, $5 super chat. Been a patron for close to 5 years of ACG. Not going to stop anytime soon. Best in the biz. For sure.
No doubt.
Yeah, our TIP, just the tip, even though it's technically called the International Podcast. But we came up just a tip. Yeah, I think we hit like 500. I've only recorded 300 because technical issues in the background. But like you'll record one and be like, oh no, it didn't save.
Yeah,
but yeah, dude, they're all patrons and they've been there since day one. Like our it's always nice. Sounds like you guys are the same way.
Yeah,
it's always cool when you've got that patron who's like, remember when you opened the Discord the first day?
They reminded us. They be like, remember when it was only 5 people in here?
It's awesome.
They be like, you were mad that your friends didn't show up there to up the count. Like that's what we get.
The friends that I don't talk to anymore?
Yes.
When there's so much going on that inside jokes turn into emotes.
Yes, that's when
you know, right?
That's when you know. Oh, Vogel's Creed, he got that classic tee with the drip. He said, finally got some ILP swag, got a shirt, hoodie, hat, and a mask. Now I'm all set to rep the realm. That's right. Just don't do nothing illegal while you wear the masks and all that stuff. That's all on you. That's whatever you do. That's your...
Or...
No.
Be infamous.
No, King. Not with ILP merch. He's not.
Be infamous.
Be infamous. He out of control. Anyway, continue, so.
There we have Paco Luigi with the $5 super chat.
What's up, Paco? Sorry, I know him.
Salute.
I came for ACG, but I'll bend the knee to the Lords and return on Sunday.
Awesome. Salute. Thank you, brother. That means a lot.
Thank
you, brother. Bend the knee to him, for sure.
Absolutely. Then we have another new member to the realm, M10th. Let's put the crest in the chat for M10th.
Ooh, M10th. What's going on?
Then we have Adam Mass with the £2 super chat. Project Gotham on 360 is undefeated for me.
Yes.
Kudos,
brother.
It is amazing. Love kudos. Then we have the Darj Knight with the £5 super chat. Salute my brothers. Turned up late. Have I missed much sauce? Does Xbox have games now?
Salute to Dodge.
Still not exclusive.
Salute to Dodge, brother. UK.
To Gaz. Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Gaz Game on Daily, them brothers. Salute.
Then we got V. Lou with the $2 super chat. Original Zelda, the best title screen music. /music.
Okay. I can respect it.
Then we got Black Ronin with the $10 super chat. My first time listening to ACG, and Bull is spitting big facts.
Yes.
Side note, shout out to our new but been family of Bethesda and the future games exclusively coming to XboxGamePass ecosystem.
Salute.
Yes, indeed.
You already know.
Then we have Flame with the $2 super chat. ACG, just saying your Elix review made me wait for a sale.
I gotcha.
Salute.
I gotcha.
You know what an amazing thing on that is too, ACG, especially like you being so big in the reviews. I'm sure a lot of like devs will watch your reviews, and when they're making the sequel, like, yo, ACG didn't like that. Let's tie that back a little bit. Like,
I can tell a story about Forza if you have a second.
Oh yes, please. I would love to hear this.
Okay, so I dissed on. Okay, so Forza's AI in the last game, the last Forza Horizon. If you put it on easy, because I test all difficulties, because a kid, this might be that's another thing. People have this weird lineage history where they pretend everybody knows every game. Somebody be like, "You didn't play Final Fantasy VII?" It's like, dude, the guy's 16.
You know, sounds like addict to me. Sounds like addict to me. Continue.
Right.
Yes.
So
I don't appreciate that.
Yes, you be shaming people if they don't play certain games. Continue.
I tested on all the different difficulties, and on easy it would crash on purpose. Now, no one else mentioned that because, honestly, I don't know of anybody who tests all the difficulties. And I was like, it matters because you never know where the bump is. Right. And I put it, and I got this email. Dude, I put that video live, and that email came in like 7 seconds after that video went live. And it was like, can we talk? And I'm the dev for the AI. And they were incredibly nice. And they stated, here's why. You see what you see. Here's the resources that were put into the various different levels of difficulty. And they do watch. I hammered on a submarine game of some kind, like Avarum. It was a weird name. And the very first post was the developers stating, you're right about it. It wasn't ready. Wow. And they were like, thank you very much. Never change. And by the way, improved it. Now it's awesome. That's awesome. Which we see with Sea of Thieves. We see it No Man's Sky. We see this happen. So I think for the most part, they're fine. I did have one time where somebody accidentally forwarded me on the reply. So I said, can I get a game? Yeah. WB. So I sent them, listen to this. I requested a game, and they emailed me back, and they were like, yeah, no worries. And then they accidentally did not remove me from the forum.
Oh, so you were part of the correspondence.
Let me tell you, that was mean. It was not just, we don't like this guy. It was physical stuff. It was not, they're gone. they don't work there anymore. But it was crazy. It was like,
they slandered the.
Yeah. Oh, dude. Wow. Like I was like, man, if I gave a crap, that would be terrible.
Was this
but
one of
instead,
situations?
I responded back.
Oh, you responded?
Oh yeah. I was actually like, yeah, I've been losing weight. I appreciate you.
Yo!
Like,
Wow.
Yeah, dude. Like who? Like that? It's an email. Like,
was there
you're not going to steal my birthday.
Silence?
Was there silence after you got?
There was an apology from multiple people. That was very good. It was very good. Yeah. And I think for the most part, it's very good. Developers have a tendency to be like, I mean, as long as you're accurate, there are some people that you can tell they haven't played a game.
Yes.
You can tell. And
this.
those devs, you'll see them in like Steam forums or whatever, and they'll be like, that's when you can tell. If you're not accurate, if you hate something and you explain why, most devs will be like, man, that sucks. But if you are inaccurate, that's probably where blacklisting comes from, is the inaccuracy, not saying I don't like something, but when they feel you are not respecting the time.
Right.
At the very minimum that you should be doing. It's insanely disingenuous. And that's your job. Like, of all the things in the world, if you're a reviewer, shouldn't you review something?
Yes.
Like, seems
good point.
I'm big on, if you're going to criticize something, you need to explain why you don't like it.
Just add context to it, right?
No, that's the core of Addict and his reviews.
I don't like that. This is trash. I'm like, well, why is it trash? And then when you ask them,
why.
they realize that they don't know why it's trash. They're just saying it because they read another tweet from another YouTuber that said it's trash. Like,
true.
Nah, I hear you, man. Solve, you want to finish up, and then we can keep it moving.
Yeah. Once again, let's welcome a new member to the realm. Gaming Times Patrick. Welcome to the realm, my brother.
Salute. No doubt.
Then we have the Liz22 with the $5 super chat.
Raid, brother.
Congrats, Lords, on episode 200, but time with last night's raid slander.
Yes.
It was 2 hours.
No, it was 4. It was 4, and you guys, don't let me get started.
You know what's funny? You could thank Cognito because I almost went in there.
Yeah, Attic, you was almost subjected to that.
Attic would have left.
No, I wouldn't have left, but you wouldn't have liked me. You would have unsubbed me afterwards.
It was 2 hours. We can discuss at a later time, but I have receipts.
2 hours for some people in some segments. We ain't gonna talk about that Atrax fight that I say. But anyway, moving on. Time.
Atrax was glitchy. Atrax was glitchy.
Yeah, time. Moving on.
Butterball with the $5 super chat. Please say something. Thank you for
no
the
doubt.
donation. Appreciate it. Then we have Citizen Sleeve with the £1 super chat. Once
What's
again,
up, Sleeve?
Something.
Salute.
Thank you so much for joining us. Then we have Family Corey Hale with the $10 super chat. Congrats on the 200th episode, Lords. ILP bend the knee, no doubt. Then we have Christopher Hart.
Oh, Christopher Hart.
$4 super chat. Are we admitting that Game Pass is a great rental service?
Rental?
Yo, Chris. Yeah. You know what else is a great rental service? Your console.
Oh my god!
Especially when the internet goes down and you're playing Outriders.
Factual fact. He's on to something.
Then we got Sarko with the $10 super chat. Bilu made a solid point with Zelda. However, I offer Gears of War Judgment as a worthy contender for title screen and theme music. Jam that song in the car and gym every so often. Lord's ACG. Lord's ACG in chat, no doubt.
No doubt. Salute. So we all caught up. And I wanted to shout out Replicant, who had got that merch. We definitely want to shout him out. Salute to get the crest up.
I've been putting codes in the chat in case you guys ain't been paying attention.
And thanks to Butterball. He's also a fan for, I think, since day one.
Oh, salute, man. Good to see people up.
We got a lot of overlap. We talked about this.
Yeah, we got a lot of overlap. That's dope, man. Very cool to see. So look, man, just real quick, the podcasting. You know what I'm saying? Obviously, big component of what you do now. Obviously, the best damn game podcast. You got that. And then obviously you got one more, and then obviously Defining Duke with Mr. Matty Play. So like, how did all of these podcasts start to develop? And then obviously linking with Last Stand Media and those guys as well.
Yeah, I won't extend the time too much because I know that we have tendency to go 6 hours. But basically the podcast is just me talking about games, which I've always wanted to do. And the patrons were a part. I was like, hey, that's a positive for them, is we can have patrons do something. So they all came and we did the podcast, and that's how it started. And then Silver and Reg, who've been there since day one with GB, he's no longer there, but they were just like, should we just do a weekly one? And I'm all for doing as many as possible. So I also do 2 secret ones. No one knows who I am. It's awesome. Yeah.
Really?
No one's found out, by the way.
Really?
Well, I think some. Yeah. So I do now. I do six or 7 podcasts every week, and 2 of them no one knows about.
But I mean, they don't recognize your.
They don't recognize your voice.
They
Your voice is
don't.
iconic.
They don't. It's not game related.
Oh, okay.
It's not game related. It is me though.
You're
like
guesting?
the way I talk.
Wait, you're guesting or you're hosting?
I am co-hosting. I would say now I'm co-hosting. So it's enough that people at some point somebody will find out. But basically, I think podcasting is awesome. I think it also allows for you to extend the discussion of a game that doesn't get handled in review.
ACG
it also allows.
Where's Waldo for podcasts?
Oh, we gonna be searching. We gonna be scouring the net.
It also allows for
pottery
you.
podcast.
It allows for you to go back to and talk about games that maybe have been patched. So like a No Man's Sky, I may not have time to review, but you can certainly do it on a podcast. So that's important. Mr. Matty Plays, he said, hey, I like your Fallout 4 on Twitter. He said, I like your Fallout 4 review. And that's how that started. Now we're best friends. Like I consider him in fact, I stated a couple weeks ago on Twitter, if I leave YouTube tomorrow, and the only thing I get out of it was meeting and knowing Mr. Matty Plays, meeting Total Biscuit, Jenna.
I like him.
I like Matty
I
Plays.
would absolutely be able to walk away and be like, that was worth those 5-6 years. Those people are absolutely worth it. So, and that we liked each other. Like he's a little younger, but I talk probably like a 3-year-old. So it was this weird dichotomy of me being the way I am and him being the way he is. And then Last Stand, an Xbox podcast was needed, and I love the idea of focusing on one platform, even though I love all of them. Yeah, and I hate them all at the same time. But it was awesome. They were like, "Do you want to do just a podcast where you have to think about one thing?" And I'm a huge fan of thought, like of trying to figure those things out and almost thought projects. Yeah. So I dived onto that, and that's pretty much how we got here.
Salute, man. Love the energy. Again, raw honesty. Love how you give things extra time from a game standpoint, as far as talk about playing games and the whole mechanics behind them. And obviously, I caught you on Defining Duke as well. Love Matty.
Yeah, that's actually turned into one of my.
Yeah, it's one of my regular rotation. It's in my regular rotation.
You can tell we've known each other too.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Right. Like Matty and I are just.
I love when you attempted the swear jar. I love.
It was like
what
all
a
of like
disaster.
15 minutes.
That swear jar was gonna be 1,000. And Matty, I love Matty, but he cares, and I don't. So Matty will be like, "Oh, people are bothered by cussing." I'm like, "I don't care at all." And Matty is like the hug, and I'm the push away from the bad parent. And Matty's like, "Let's do this." He didn't tell me. He's just like, "Let's do a swear jar," and you can see
in your face,
because dude, I control nothing. My mom and dad, like, they know not to ask me certain questions because, like, here we go. Like, here we because I'm just gonna be like, okay, what you asked. And that swear jar was a disaster, man.
That's one of the few episodes I actually watched as opposed to just listening to.
And
you gotta see his face when he mentions the swear jar, because it's like
yeah.
What?
You know what's funny is because first of all, salute the little ACG for
like 15 minutes. That was
because what it is you see it in his face, and it's an internal struggle.
It's tough.
And I that's what first of all, respect you, brother, for coming on and respecting the realm, because obviously you know our thing here. But it's so funny, even when you were in your natural, and you guys tried to implement that, and it's classic humor. Oh my god!
And you can see me stuttering because I am definitely a free-based talker. I'm like, let's go. 2 hours, and instead Matty's like, let's control everything you say. I'm like, but friggin', and I'm like, that doesn't sound cool. That doesn't sound. And I've had people be like, you cuss too much, and I'm like, no, I cuss exactly as many times as you hear. You heard how many times I cuss too much. The amount that you heard was how many times. There isn't above or below for it.
That's why I've
exactly
always
like that.
Yes, King is the same way.
My chats.
King is the same way.
Like on the show, I don't, because my kids watch. So
But, yeah, and it's cool. I think that's awesome.
But in my chats, if you jump in my chat,
they be like,
be prepared.
Yeah.
Like,
you're like, oh my god, he's homophobic, he's xenophobic, he's phobic, he's racist, he's all types of things. But I'm not. I'm just having really much, so much fun. But you'll understand if you stick around in the chat long enough to understand. Oh, he's just a normal weirdo.
Normal weirdos are not currently as acceptable as they used to be. And
Yeah.
I think that is unfortunate.
They don't like
which
us
is
so much.
also, I say what I want to say, and if somebody comes at me, I'll be like, yeah, but yesterday I said the exact opposite.
Yeah.
I had somebody get mad at me about joking about a dojo wall hanging.
Oh my God.
My wife, by the way, Chinese.
Salute.
And so, like, it was weird to have somebody call me racist because I said a dojo wall hanging. I'm like, dude, that was my dojo, jackass. I actually put that up. Like, that was the joke, was that I put it up. And it was for Shadow, whatever the Duke Nukem style game, the Shadow Ninja.
Shadow Warrior.
Shadow Warrior. And it was that thing where it was like, you are looking. You are actively looking for a problem.
Something to be offended by.
Yeah, and there's true offensive things, man. You absolutely, like that kind of, that stuff, but we're the most progressive. We say we're the most progressive, like forward-thinking entertainment in the world, but we're not. And one of the reasons why we're not is because we have all these people who are able to control things, and you're just like, that's slowing everything. Like, it's not looking at the real issues.
Right.
I mean, there's some real issues that we miss.
That's the reason why I'm in love with The Last of Us 2. I'm absolutely
because it just
in love with
did what
game.
it wanted to do.
It did the hard things. It's like, just when you thought it was going to like shy away from certain things, it didn't, and it wasn't apologetic about it at all. And the difference between that and other games is just when you thought that one topic, which was taboo, was the tipping point, was there's another topic that is going to be equally as offensive to somebody or make you as uncomfortable while you're playing the game and test you morally and the thought process in that game, I think is just straight genius. Neil Druckmann is a genius.
Salute, man. Yeah, tremendous history. Love hearing these stories, man. This is amazing. And real quick personal question, because I gotta ask this because I'm a fan. Salute to your merch, brother. Somebody better get over to his Teespring, because I gotta get me a Warlord shirt. That fire. Love to design that, and I want to shout you out on that. And then the second thing is the history behind the name, the Angry Centaur Gamer. I gotta get the history.
It's a D&D name. So I lived with a guy who spoke horrendous English. Claudio, if you're out there, it's terrible.
Salute to Claudio.
And I lived with him, and he was the dirtiest person I ever met. He's a guy who would put on a pair of Levi's that looked like somebody had actively attempted to like put him in the Hadron Collider. It was the weirdest thing. Like, it looked like stealth technology. There was just angles when he put on his pants. And he was super dirty. And one day I come in that apartment, and I'm a clean, like, my stuff's sort of militant, even though I don't have that in my history. I come in, Claudio's room is dirty, and he has Kool-Aid, and it's got, no lie, man.
What?
I love you, Claudio. It's got moss on it, or mold.
No!
It does. And I love this guy, by the way. He's the nicest dude in the world, but and I come in there, I start kicking his shit around, like with my feet, the stuff around. And he goes, and he didn't know how to say what he wanted to say. So he's like, you're an angry, what's the horse thing in D&D? And he said, you're an angry centaur roommate. And that became our rock band name. Angry Centaur Roommate became the rock band that we put together. And we did that for years. And then when I did the channel, I was just like, I'll do this. That became too long. And people thought angry meant something, which admittedly I am angry, but that's not really a part of the thing. So ACG works much better. It's easier to say. And it causes people to not like get stuck on the angry, which I think a lot of people are like, they don't see it all the time. So they get confused by the name.
Dope history, man. Tremendous gaming history. Love the journey. Love the podcasting. Everything is fantastic. Again, the art style. I mean, not the art style. As far as just your style of reviewing, you know what I'm saying? The way you break things down is just tremendous, man. So I want to salute you there. But I got to ask you the question we ask all the lords in the realm. Got to put you on the hot seat. I need Lord ACG's top 5 games or franchises of all time.
Oh, here we go.
All right. First of all, I'll say I don't do top 10 lists for a reason, because I don't believe in them. I do 5. I just absolutely don't believe something.
I appreciate you participating.
But I will absolutely do that.
Franchises too.
Franchises would be okay. Okay, ignoring Mass Effect 3's terrible ending.
Yes.
I actually Mass Effect, I played over 60 times the first one. I played 44 times the second one. That's when I started counting. Like I was a Mass Effect. It was beyond. It was unhealthy. So I would say Mass Effect.
Which one too? So
Solve's about to ask. Cause Solve is smiling already.
So Mass Effect.
He played one more than the other.
I know he played. I heard that. We're not gonna do that. Oh Lord.
Which one?
Oh Lord.
Oh, I'm a one guy.
So am I. No. People are wrong. If they say, I don't care, we have this. By the way, Discord, wait a minute. Nobody will even talk to me in Discord.
So Lord ACG, on May 8th, Saturday, we're gonna have a little debate podcast about Mass Effect 1 in honor of the release of the Legendary Edition. Would you like to join us that day?
I would. I would, because I love Mass Effect 1. And so anyway, Mass Effect would be high. Space Harrier.
Well.
Space Harrier is one of the first games ever where I bit through a controller cord because I was so
oh my god!
And,
get ready.
Yeah. Oh, get ready.
Get ready.
By the way, was so bad it had a subtitle. It was like it wasn't even get ready. It was like
ready.
Whatever. And
like Scooby Doo.
Even when you died, it's like
yeah, he'd be like and
yes,
like, that's awesome.
Yes.
And then 3D Space Harrier was the jam. I had the glasses. I looked like the absolute nerd. That was amazing. So Fantasy Star #1. So the other Fantasy Stars are Grand.
Hold on.
But I even know the music for the dungeons.
Dun dun
dun
dun
dun
dun dun dun.
It was 3D, by the way. Because back then it was all 2D, and to go into a dungeon, even though it was like 1 frame per second.
Yeah, it was like 1 frame per second.
And that game was good. So those three.
Yes. He said,
"Man, I'm trying to think of another. I'm trying to think of something that's like a franchise or a title that I play. KOTOR. I mean, I don't want to cheese, but KOTOR is my favorite game, like pretty much of all time. Like, we don't even count how many times I've played that because there were times where I was playing it and then starting it. So I would like the end scene would come, and I would just start it again. And my wife she actually was like, "Can you please?" I can't stand it. I can't stand it. So that's 4, and then I would probably say Ori. So, and that's majorly for the art. And the music, by the way. Gareth Coker, I had him on my podcast to talk to him. I'm like, dude, your art. And so that's a little bit of a side title, and I know 2 wasn't as prestigious, but something about Ori lights my fires. And art, like art. That's art. Like that's playable art. So
salute, man. Tremendous list. I got love for the Fantasy Star 1 reference. Like
Space Harrier.
Let me address something in the chat real quick. I guess we're starting to have spammers in the chat.
Yeah, get them.
Mods, if you see someone spamming to the point
off
where
with their heads.
No, they trolling. Get them straight out of here. No warning, none of that. Get them straight out of here.
Yeah, off with their heads. We ain't having none of that. You know what I'm saying? And the final question, this one, past or present, any generation. Favorite console of all time?
Xbox 360.
Oh,
okay.
Heat.
Yeah, that was just it was. They had the three release thing. BioWare, Bungie, Bizarre.
Yes.
And when it was the racing, it was Mass Effect, and it was Halo. That was ridiculous. Halo 3 is one of the most insanely technical, beautiful games, as well as just playing games. Absolutely. And I think the 360 did stuff that I just was not expecting.
Absolutely.
It was, I mean, it was every time something happened, and I get people like the PS3, but it was also difficult to work with.
Yeah.
You talk to devs and stuff, and so you get these awesome games, then you got Skyrim, which was just unacceptable.
Yes.
So the 360 was just, it was magnificent. And I think it was also about friends. That was a time where people were still, like, there was couch co-op, but there was also, you were finally getting into online.
Yeah, no, you nailed it, because again, it was the shout out to the Blade system, shout out to Xbox Live, really advancing, because remember, it was such a phenomenon with the OG Xbox, but then to now advance it, you know, we got party chats, we got all these things, the hard drive advances, you still get all the great features, and then like you said, like a lot of those iconic games, you know, Mass Effect, and you know, all these games, it just kind of took it to the next level. I remember Gears being a good point, a big point.
Some of my best friends that I got that was quote unquote racist from Call of Duty, because Call of Duty was like
that was when the party chats was real. Right. That's when
I got what you're saying.
Yeah, not the party chats, but the game chat.
The game chat.
Yeah.
And I got a ton of friends from that, and they was like, oh, I got a black friend. And I'm like, okay, cool, right? But I finally found out that the barrier isn't the fact that, we don't live in the same area. The barrier, we don't communicate.
Yeah.
So the fact that we were communicating,
yes,
that changed a lot of things.
Yeah.
A lot of things.
Absolutely.
And we would actively look for each other online and stuff like that. So I thought 360 actually bridged the gap in a lot of divides.
Yeah, absolutely.
Conversation and understanding is a remedy for ignorance every single day. It just gotta happen.
It's also a remedy for you just kicking that person out of your life.
Facts.
If they in fact are that
a crap ball at all times.
Absolutely.
But I think overall, almost everybody I know, once you start talking to them, like people start to understand. Admittedly, I had that with Total Biscuit. Like I don't want to play that up, but there was some, I was sort of coming after him, and when I finally got to talk to him, I was like, oh, I get it. I think that's sort of what changed me a little bit after seeing somebody and seeing what they deal with and what some people thought of that person, and you're like, that's not true. Yeah. So it was very cool.
Shout out to Living Flame. He said, I think there should be a shirt. I survived 360 chat. Salute. Yes, I apologize for Osiris joining the discussion. I just want to shout out. Osiris joined the discussion. I apologize. Shout out to BitCloud. He said he liked everyone. Thanks for he got a classic tee. He said, shout out to everything. Everybody hit the like button, subscribe to the realm, enjoy the show. Your boy signing out. Love you guys. Salute. Yes, heal up, brother. And then I believe Lexecutioner. He got a tee. He said, shout out, scoring a new exotic chest plate. Salute. Corey Hale got the pullover. He had the cot one. Salute. You already know. Solve super chats. And then we got to get to these topics because they're killing us. He's like, I guess there's not going to be a topic today.
I guess there's not going to be
a... want to reminisce all goddamn day about gaming. And we got to talk about games on the show. I apologize.
We have to.
ACG's hitting some notes here. Continue.
We got Citizen
want to hear King go bad.
They like that. We don't care about ACG right now. We want to hear King go off.
We can move on because I agree with King anyway, so might as well.
We have Citizen Sleeve with the £1 super chat. Thank you. Just say something.
Say something, sir.
Then we have Neo Mentor with the $5 super chat. Episode 200.
Yes.
Congrats, gentlemen. Salute. Thank you, my brother. Then we got Mods Gaming with the hottest of all takes. $10. Mass Effect 1 was the best despite technical issues.
LordSovILP
very objective take.
Editors, we're going to have to remove access to him from the website due to this horrible take. No, Mods is good. It's all good, brother. It's all good.
Then we have our brother, Lord Porsche Power, with the $10 super chat.
Porsche,
congrats on 200 episodes, my brothers in the realm. Much love from a seasoned gaming crew. And glad we can all agree Mass Effect.
Oh, God, with the Max.
Listen, Ains, we got some extra heat in Lord ACG. Oh, my. Do you sure you want to do this, Cock? Are you sure you want to do this?
I ain't going to front. Y'all definitely not playing fair. Y'all definitely got a heavy hitter on your side.
Looking very Dream Team-ish, I would say.
Yeah, it's very. it's ACG. It's Bill Stillwell. It's Hogue Law, yourself, and Porsche Power.
I'm starting to think that Mass Effect 1's starting to get stacked against.
I'm gonna have to get my goons for this.
Looking a little shaky there, huh?
It's looking shaky with ACG. Shaky, I ain't gonna front looking shaky. I don't want to do this.
It's like the fantasy football where you're like, oh man, I gotta go pull out some stock.
Yeah, I gotta go get some free agents right there. It's looking crazy.
Where's Brady?
Yes. Don't worry, I'm working on it. What else we got?
Lexecutioner with the $10 super chat. What was your Xbox 360
Zone? Remember that?
I think everyone picked Underground.
I forgot about Zone.
Yeah, that was the not safe for work Underground.
No doubt. We all caught up.
I believe so. Yes,
all right, no doubt. No. We got to move on. Tremendous show. We got to get into these topics. Poll. Last week's LogNet poll results are in. The people have spoken to the question: which aspect of Xbox backward compatibility enhancement has you most excited regarding game preservation? The winner of our 4-way ILP poll, it's on LogNet as well, at 38% of the vote, was more FPS boost enabled titles. Coming in at second at 28% of the vote was I don't care until all those Bethesda games are added. Wink, wink. This is before the announcement. And coming in third place at 24% of the vote was add more highly requested games to the group. And in last place at 10% of the vote was more resolution-based increases. So, Lord Addict, you've been championing this FPS boost, and you seem to have been winning this poll here. What's your thoughts? What do you think, sir?
You just stated I won that. I don't need to say anything else.
And the winner is.
There's never any realm. You're never going to convince me that having games run better is a bad thing. So it's never going to happen. Like they're about to put Fallout 4. I'd like Fallout New Vegas, but I don't know if that's a realm of possibility. But maybe we'll see that in the future. Right there's all I need to know. Like we don't even need to have that conversation.
No doubt. So we are going to move on to what we would guess I call affectionately the main event here, which everyone has been patiently waiting. So look, man. Again, I would call it like a tale of 2 different days, 2 different Xbox wires, so to speak. And then obviously we got on Tuesday the official announcement, as far as the deal being complete with the acquisition of ZeniMax with Microsoft and Bethesda Networks and all that good stuff. So there was a statement issued at the time. It's like our goal is to give these teams.
King's already starting.
Oh God, he's already starting. He's in his bag. So he said a goal this is Phil on Xbox Wire's goal is to give these teams the best foundation for doing the greatest works and to learn from them as we continue to build Xbox into an inclusive platform for all players. Then this was the key paragraph I felt on Tuesday, which is this is the next step in building an industry-leading first-party studios team, a commitment to have with our Xbox community. With the addition of these teams, gamers should know Xbox consoles, PC, and Game Pass will be the best place to experience new Bethesda games, including, and this was a very key word here that got the internet in a tizzy, including some new titles in the future that will be exclusive to Xbox. So at that point, there was a lot of discussion whether these games would be exclusive or not, which then led us to Thursday, and there would be shout out to Aaron Greenberg. There was an announcement there would be a Bethesda kind of Microsoft roundtable, in-person kind of get-together kind of thing. And it was a key statement here. I got to read this one. He said, shout out, this is again from how we call him, King Lord Phil Dominus Maximus Aurelius Spencer. Is that correct, sir? Okay, I just want to make sure I have all his titles that we have. I'll try to be as clear as I can. Obviously, I cannot sit here and say every Bethesda game is exclusive because we know this is not true. There are contractual obligations, existing games, and even in the future, there may be some with either contractual things or legacy, another keyword, on different platforms that we'll go do. But this is about delivering great exclusive games for you, Xbox customers that ship on platforms where Game Pass exists. That is the goal. That is why we are doing this. That is the root of this partnership. So this also set up a big flurry on Twitter as far as clarification. Social media went crazy. So before I start, because the realm, they're on me. They're like, you gotta let King unleash. He's gotta talk. Cog, stop your PlayStation balance foolishness. So, Lord King, I'm gonna give you the option to either having the floor now or opening the floor before you go. Oh, you're gonna open? You're gonna open? Oh, we gonna wait? Okay. Okay. All right, fair enough. So look, looks like we have a new acquisition to the realm. Is that Lord Randall Thor that has entered the realm, sir?
What is going on, everybody?
Oh, is that the man with the million?
It is indeed. And I just wanna. Thanks for having me on, Cog. I'm sorry about last night. I was waiting for your text, but I didn't get one.
Yeah, brother, because I was on actually Xbox and I sent you a message online, which you were not.
Yeah, I was waiting for a text on the phone.
Oh, that's all good, brother. Just a miscommunication.
I'm happy that you are in the realm, and I will teach you how to raid.
Yes. My newest member of the ILP Destiny
clan. I can't. Man, King, look at his picture right now.
I know he's doing the most. But look, we got Rand in. First of all, thank you for making it, brother. This was a big one, and the reason why I wanted to start with either you or King first was just that, Rand, you have been kind of.
Oh no, I did not give it to him.
Oh, I thought you gave it.
No, I can't. I'm here to hear King.
Oh, so we about to hear.
He said I'm gonna open.
Apologies. Lord King, your thoughts on these announcements, sir?
The moment that they acquired them or they were in talks to acquire them, I told you what was going to happen. Therefore, that's why I got the name The Prophet. I told you we don't spend $7 billion for no reason. But games are coming out, Deathloop, King, you know, you had those deals in place. Phil said, I'm going to respect your deal. Yo, you got a deal in place. I don't feel like taking you to court and stripping you and doing all this other stuff. It's not necessary to do the rigmarole. You want the game? Here, have the game. Here, you got it. We're going to get it anyway. It's going to be in Game Pass.
Right.
Enjoy it for the time that you get a chance to play. Enjoy it. And you have other legacy games as well, right? Don't worry. Don't fret. You'll be able to play those legacy games.
So, King, just to be fair, people are saying legacy means franchises for some
No,
reason.
that's not what legacy means. Listen here. A legacy is when you play, what's that, Elder Scrolls Online? And you have a lineage with your character. So if the next DLC comes out, you won't be excluded. You will be included for a fee. For a fee, sir. But, you know, if you're in Game Pass, there's no fee for you. There's no fee for you. You won't understand what Game Pass feels like. Oh, yes, you will. Because you will have to purchase a Lockhart. You will have to partake. Your knees are giving up.
Oh, Lord.
The bending has begun. and this is just the appetizer. This is just the appetizer. You saw 20 games just show up, right? Boom, bang, boom, got it, Game Pass. And I know you're going to say, King, we've played those games. I've purchased those games. That doesn't affect me. What happens when the new stuff hit? What happened when Game Pass gets Starfield? Because you know that's coming. And you don't act like you didn't want it because Sony was trying to buy it exclusive. You see, man creates his own monsters. Maybe if you didn't go looking for Starfield and make it exclusive and wake the beast.
Wake the beast.
They did this to themselves. And that's what we're implying.
They asked for this.
They asked for this, King. This is what we're implying. This is what we're doing.
You went and you tried to cut us out of a deal. We cut you out of the whole pie.
This was a spiteful response. That's what this was.
Of a slice of the pie. And Phil said, you know what? Let me show you how to do something. Let me show you how to cut somebody out of the whole pie. I'm going to buy the whole company. I'm not going to buy one aspect of the company. I don't have, what is it, like going to the strip club with dollar bills? I don't have dollar bill money. I'm going to the strip club and buying the whole strip club and only my clan is inside. This is what that is. You understand? This is the difference. You're going to the club and it's an exclusive club that you can't get into unless you're part of that group. It's over. Now, when those games start to come in and the developers start to you know what the wildest thing Phil said?
What he said?
That's nice that we got them. That's great. You know what I'm more excited about? That id Tech. You thought Halo looked bad? You thought certain games didn't look up to snuff? How y'all like that Doom? That Doom looked nice, right? id Tech.
Yeah, nice engine. Nice engine.
Yeah.
So who owns Intech now? Who owns it?
Yeah, there's a lot of possibilities there. I mean, obviously they don't. There was some hints. Obviously they could go away from Unreal Engine. Well, they just have options. They have options from a proprietary standpoint.
Shared.
Yeah.
That girl is shared. She's shared.
Wow.
You know, she's for the streets.
Oh my God.
You understand? She's for the streets.
Oh my God.
But Intech, you gotta pay. You gotta come. You gotta pony up. And what if Phil don't want you to? Let's say he says, nah, Intech stays in-house only. That's some tech that you don't have, that you're not involved with. Like you're not involved with any of those AMD full RDNA 2 features. You're at a point right now. This is the precipice. I told y'all before, and I told y'all on Boom Show.
Let's go.
This is the last PlayStation.
Oh my God, really?
This is the last.
Oh.
You guys can't have a miss. You already started 20 million in the hole.
Oh my God.
Jesus.
You already started 20 million Game Pass. That's the platform. Game Pass is the platform. When it's on your TV, when it's on your phone, when it's on everything, you have started 20 million in the hole. That's like saying we're going to run this marathon. I'm going to beat the guy, but he's 20 miles ahead of me. Right. I can't catch up.
Now you talk about subscription services, sir. I just want to be clear.
It's over. The fight is done.
The fight is over.
The fight is done. You know when it really happens. You know when it really is gonna hit home. You know when the knees are really gonna just start rolling in. When Jim Ryan has no other recourse but to allow Game Pass as a streaming service on that PlayStation 5 just to have life. It's done. And you can clip this, you can put it up, and you can save it. I told you Phil was the right man at the right time. And when everybody was telling me, oh, he's too nice. How nice is he now?
Who did that for you? Okay, well, fair
because we know who did that for you. And there's no denying his name anymore. There's no denying his place.
So
his
this
place is solidified.
Just for clarity, this single move of Bethesda has already, in your opinion, crowned victory for the generation. There's nothing Sony can do already.
Okay, you know what they're gonna do? They're gonna do what they always do. They put out a AAA banger.
Yes.
Put it out, and we love them.
Yes.
All right, so the 10% buys it. If you have 125 million consoles and only 10 million buys the game, you're missing out on a whole group of people.
Okay.
You're missing out on a ton of people that are not purchasing the game. You cannot survive on that old business model. You have to fix it. And I don't think they're in a position to fix that business model. Jim Ryan is willing. He is complicit.
Complicit.
Jim Dan Smooth Ryan is ready to boogie, baby. He don't care. He gonna put your games on PC. He's gonna make money any way that he possibly can. I just don't think with this much of a head start, and this much of the back end, and they said they're not finished. What happens if they buy Capcom? What happens if they buy Sega? That's what y'all all anticipating. Who are they gonna buy next? Who are they gonna? That's not Xbox money. That's Microsoft's money. That doesn't make any sense. It doesn't make any sense.
I want to backtrack on one of your points in reference to again. There's been talk that basically Phil mimicking your statement in reference to the way to do it. He said instead of 14 or whatever studios making one type of game, right? Great game. We want this diversity of titles on the platform. We want, this kind of thing when we reaching that. Do you think, because some people have implied that was supposed to be like a shot at Sony as far as, how I go into the hashtag just one with the third person over the shoulder cinematic type experience, right? And we know they're great. Right? They're awesome at that. Like that's their bag, right? So do you, King, also agree with them as far as people saying like that Phil was kind of throwing a dig at their style as far as game development, stuff like that, as far from a studio standpoint, as far as producing those type of games where they go in diverse? Do you think
is it a dig? Yes, it's a dig, but I gotta say that Sony is successful at making these games. These games are wildly, hugely successful for their fan base, and why not cater to your fan base to make sure that those titles are sold in that manner? But what happens when you're a loser? Right? When you're a loser, when Xbox loses,
I see you go.
They are willing to do whatever it takes to win, right? You don't want to hear how much you suck. They said that we didn't have any games, right? Well, bingo, it's over, right? That part is done, right? We didn't have development houses that was as strong as Sony's first-party development. Bingo. We have games development houses that are on par, if not better. Western RPGs is the home of Xbox.
Factual. Period. I would have to say that. I would have to
period.
They're in the talk.
They're just trying to diversify their portfolio going forward. Now, I'm not saying that Sony isn't the king at the moment, because they are.
Right.
But the shot for that crown is in jeopardy. This is the part where the crown is in jeopardy. And you want to look and see how that champion will respond to this KO blow. Will he get up off the floor? Because he just got knocked down in the fifth round. And I'm going to tell you right now, the way that Phil is throwing these punches, you may not recover, brother.
Oh, boy. This is going to be a fun. I cannot wait till we get to Sony's spot. So, look, King's in his bag. I know we got Lord Rand in. I have to get Rand in next, and then we'll get ACG. But Lord Rand, obviously me and you have had this discussion, I feel, ad nauseum for months. Will they? Won't they? Are they exclusive? What's exclusive? All these conditions, all this stuff. With the events of this week, what's your thought process on everything about the whole way things went down?
Lord I mean, none of this is a surprise to me. I've been saying they're going to be exclusive since the acquisition and some September 22nd. It's the only thing that ever made any sense. And for anybody that understands Microsoft and Xbox's business model of annual recurring revenue would know that the whole idea of Microsoft putting Starfield or any of these games on PlayStation and taking that one-time sale isn't what Microsoft is in the business of anymore. They want you subscribing to Game Pass forever. They want to convert people into, customers where, okay, you want these games, you want these Bethesda games, you want Elder Scrolls, you want Starfield, you're going to have to play over here, and then you're going to have to subscribe. Like, why? Microsoft's whole thing is like, why bother basically selling you the game once when they can sell it to you on Game Pass for eternity? And then, you become a fan, you start buying your third-party purchases, DLCs, microtransactions, and this is a very nice way of putting it, but essentially those people on PlayStation are worthless to a company like Microsoft in that regard of the single purchase. So I've been with King. I know you waffle a little bit, Cog. You were like,
when it get to my part, we're gonna talk.
Even though I've been telling you for I don't know how long.
I understand. It's almost, all I will say, it's almost like in Saw, what's the expression we playfully use? Was snatching defeat from the jaws of victory. I'm so used to sometimes the gaps.
Microsoft does have mistakes, like when they tried to raise the price of Xbox Live Gold to $120. Like we get it. Sometimes they make some PR blunders, and I understand people being like, "Oh man, are they really going to make these games multi-platform?" The Minecraft example everybody points to. Well, they bought Minecraft, and it was like, sure, Minecraft was everywhere already, but this is different. This is a completely different beast, and this is Microsoft's way of basically changing the game, right? I would say Microsoft, if you're talking about the way the console business has always existed, Microsoft was never going to beat Sony at that. Sony's just way too popular of a brand, especially overseas. So what do? Well, you change the game you're playing, right? So you introduce this disruptive force called Game Pass. And it only works if you have the backing of a huge company. And there was a point in time, we've talked about it, where Xbox was just kind of seen as a side project. Don Matrick, Terry Myerson, we all thought Xbox wouldn't last very long with what happened with the launch of the Xbox One. But as King would say, Phil Dominus Maximus Aurelius Spencer somehow convinced Satya Nadella to not only keep Xbox around, but invest more money into the brand than ever before. And here you see it. They buy 8 studios in 2018. They buy another one in 2019 with Double Fine. They spend $7.5 billion to get 8 studios of Bethesda, right? I know we'll probably talk about this later, but it looks like Outriders is coming to Game Pass on day 1, which would be a significant addition.
That would be huge.
Rumors are Ubisoft Plus is coming to Game Pass at the end of the year.
That would be huge, especially like some of their live service titles. Continue.
Yeah, they're making moves. And this is only possible with the support of a company like Microsoft, who honestly believes that gaming is a pillar of their business. Right? So they're doing all these things, and King's right. They're not going to stop buying companies. They're gonna be buying more publishers. I'm not saying they're buying another publisher this year. More than likely next year, because they know that they need to feed the beast that is Game Pass. Right? So you need more studios. And this is exactly what Xbox fans wanted. You've heard, Phil's and all of them have heard the memes. Xbox has no games.
That is true.
Et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. You start this generation, you have 23 studios. Basically, the way I look at it, like starting this fall, it's just going to be nonstop games, almost every other month. Like I've been saying for a while that I think the lineup for this holiday is going to be Forza Horizon 5, Starfield, and Halo Infinite coming September, October, November, right? And then you get into 2022 and you're looking at like Hellblade 2, Everwild, Wolfenstein 3, Avowed, Forza Motorsport, and then you get even further and further along, and there's just more and more games coming, and they're going to be games coming like every other month for Game Pass, and that's the whole point. And while PlayStation is amazing and they are going to put out incredible titles, and those incredible titles are going to be incredibly expensive at $70, a lot of people are going to look at Xbox and be like, man, they got a lot of stuff, and it's really cheap over there. I can get all these games that are coming to this service for $10.
Can I get a lock card, please?
And they got that perfect companion console, that Xbox Series S that is really small and can fit right next to my PlayStation 5. You know what? I don't even need to buy hardware. I actually have a smart TV. I can actually get Game Pass on my smart TV app, and I don't even. I have a DualSense controller, and that already has support for xCloud. Or I even have a huge gaming PC. You know, like, you start to see exactly the vision that Phil and his team has put forward going with Xbox, and you're like, man, maybe this is actually going to change a lot of people's minds. Now, obviously, games need to be quality first and foremost, right? I'm not necessarily a fan of I love Netflix because Netflix puts out a lot of great content, but some of their content is also horrible, right? So for me, I'm hoping, and I like that the majority of the content that they put out is really, really good, because that's what's going to change people's perspectives and narratives about the brand and everything. And another thing I wanted to point out was essentially that there's this talk that, Xbox is abandoning the 120 million PlayStation nation.
Yes,
but that's not true. It's a new generation. Starfield is a next-gen only game. You're not abandoning as many people as everybody would have you believe. You're not abandoning 120 million people. At most, when Starfield comes out, PlayStation might have, 7-8 million consoles, what have you. So it's not as big of a deal as you'd imagine. And then the whole legacy comment, the people that keep on pointing to that, Cog, legacy,
like, they hold it. A lot of people hold on to that.
Contractual. Talking about it as the idea of legacy software, legacy versions of Windows, old stuff that exists on a platform that will continue to get updated. Fallout 76. The games that are already there will continue to get some port. That's what legacy means in this context, and future contracts. We know Deathloop and Ghostwire Tokyo. Those are on PlayStation. Indiana Jones, more than likely, probably has a contract in place beforehand. But I just want to give a shout out to all the fake insiders out there.
There's a lot of insiders that were on it, Roy.
Saying that they talked to people and everything was staying the same, and these games would be on PlayStation 5 and all that stuff. And it's a great week.
It was been an interesting week for sure.
I can't wait to hear what ACG says.
Yeah, we're about to get ACG.
I'm a huge fan. I've been a Patreon for 3 years. Love his content. So can't wait to hear what he says.
Salute. We're gonna give it ACG. I just want to shout out really quick, Lady Gina Rains, aka Lord Dizzy's mom, just bought a classic tee. Put the crest up. Also, please, man, put it up in there for Lord Dizzy. Mom, appreciate you listening, and again, much love. We appreciate the support. Always gonna celebrate our brother, Lord Dizzy. Have to salute. So that was that. Lord ACG. Gotta get it to you next, because as Lord Addict said, I believe when Tuesday hit, there was still, I want to say, a debate. There was still enough language that people on both sides were trying to defend their position on whether or not these games are going exclusive. So as the week has gone on, and as Lord Addict said, he watched your Twitter, and you were holding the line, so to speak. You know what I'm saying? So I want to give it to you, brother, with the events of this week and how everything planned out. What are your thoughts on this whole thing, Bethesda exclusivity? To Microsoft.
So every time I speak now, I suddenly end up on a website. So I want to watch what I say, because I do. There's a reason why I was saying what I was saying last year, and that's because there are certain people that I do talk to and it's not me. So it's I don't want to take. There's some people that are very cool and they tell me some stuff, and that's turned out to be just impeccably right, which is weird, because usually you get a leak and you can tell it's one person pretending to be 5 people, trying to leak to you. So I'll just say that all this turned out exactly as the rumors were portraying. The legacy thing, the easiest way to look at legacy is to look at how Microsoft terms. So PR is my background. So Microsoft terms legacy.
Please help me understand this.
Yeah. So their terms for legacy include Windows and how they term legacy. It also includes Office and what switches they've done. Legacy does indeed mean those things that have already existed and are continuing on currently.
Right.
So the people who were using legacy, that's just a stage of grief. And it is okay, and I get it. People don't like it. Remember, Sony has a PlayStation because Nintendo and Sony tried to work together.
Correct. People don't know that.
Backstabbed each other. And first of all, I don't believe in holding any. I hate and like all the companies. First of all, they're not saving babies from floods. So you should not have. I really truly believe you should have absolutely no loyalty to any company. And the reason why is they have no loyalty to you. It's a business transaction, and that's fine. And you could wanting is different than loyalty.
Yes, correct.
It's a complete different thing. So when you look at this, it's exactly what I think anybody who watched business expected. And I don't really have a ton to add other than Microsoft and the way they're going is more towards. So somebody brought up platforms, and Phil is stating platforms. What, again, PR. If you track every single PR statement Microsoft has had, which I do, and we cut them out and we look at keywords, Microsoft did not mention during that same discussion mobile.
Yes, I know.
The reason why is because he meant that when he said platforms. And so people thought it meant Sony. You have to look at what people don't say, especially a CEO, what they can and can't do. They're not Elon Musk. You can't say Dogecoin or Dogcoin all the time without getting in trouble. Like they can't. They're going to get in trouble if they say certain things. And so what he did and what he said, that was pretty clear to me. And it's fine. Also, I got to say, again, the gatekeeping thing, fix your terminology because you're wrong. Your language is wrong if you're using gatekeeping to discuss this, especially because we're talking years out. And now this will be like Rare, where whatever Rare makes, you can't blame on Nintendo. It's them together, and it's what they make, whether you like it or dislike it. And that will be Bethesda as well. Also, some positivity here. I'm so friggin' tired of companies doing stuff that Tencent investing and all this kind of stuff, and it's always negative. Here, dude, look at that meeting again. It's a bunch of people who like working together.
Yes, that's what I love about it.
Gaming holds hates like dwarves in Warhammer, like books of woe. Gamers will be like, I remember 20 years ago when blah blah blah, and you're like, okay, but at some point, these are people who like working together. You can tell they like working together, and they were excited about working together. Move on. Also, people will replace Bethesda. People, AA developers are at some of the best places they've ever been. Vampire is Focus Interactive is a publisher that is like absolutely knocking out of the park. They are like Plague Tale, Innocence, all these kind of games, right? Oh man, they will end up taking those spots, and it's okay, man. Like I don't know why they need a hug, and it's like, dude, look outside. People's lives are ruined.
Right. Yeah. Facts.
This is people liking to get together. They're rewarded. By the way, America in particular loves to celebrate you when you do well and then hate you when you're doing well. That is absolutely Western culture. And it's like, instead, you know what? They're getting together. They like working together, and they're going to make some cool stuff, and that'll give other people. For Sony, by the way, who will be shopping, Sony will be shopping. And King was right. When Sony is looking at Starfield exclusivity, and I stated this at the starting of the podcast, you can just say Microsoft needs to follow rules nobody else follows, and they're like, okay, we'll be honorable when no one else is. Not the way it is, man. It's not. And the platform, smart TVs, that's for sure happening. Samsung, LG, they've already announced their stuff. They've already got their deals. And instead of sitting here and crapping in your own bed and being unhappy all the time, you need to sit there and say, what can they do? And let me just real quick, we're doing a podcast for 2 hours, and all we're going to talk about is a mixture of these companies together. What if you get Elder Scrolls, the real-time strategy, Rise of Empires style game?
That's ridiculous.
What if you get Elder Scrolls, an XCOM like style, or a Wasteland 3 style, but with Elder Scrolls? There are all these IPs where people are finally going to get to say, let's work together. Obsidian and Bethesda
Yeah.
It's crazy to think, and admittedly, there was some blood that's gone, though, by the way. Yeah. But there was, and them to come together is great. There are a lot of people who sort of say that they know what's going on. There's a couple secrets. I will say, I unfortunately do not share the positivity that Rand was saying about the number of releases.
Okay.
COVID, from my sources, is that COVID has annihilated development.
Gotcha.
Microsoft is better because they already did a lot of remote, but the teams that they are bringing in, some of these teams did not.
Gotcha.
And as somebody who has set up companies for working remotely, that can push you back 3-4 months. Absolutely. So I agree that we'll see a lot. I just don't think, especially next year, looking at how things are going, what we'll see. Also, this thing about third-party or third-person games, Sony rocks at them. But I'm going to tell you right now, let's say it's a long game. Let's say it's 80 hours of the best Spider-Man you've ever played.
Right.
That's once every 3 to 6 months. What else are you playing? And at some point, you look at Game Pass and you're like, well, this is what else. Additionally, Microsoft sells their consoles for a payment price, which during COVID does help. So if somebody wants to pay $19, they can get an Xbox.
Right.
Yep.
That's ridiculous.
Yeah.
And so that deal is something. We are entering a value proposition moment in gaming.
I want to double back because you made phenomenal points on this. I mean, what do you think for the people who, like you said, the 5 stages of grief, right? It is the there's the acceptance.
They're on the second stage.
There's the anger, the depression.
You know what's funny?
Yeah.
I'm seeing people go through the whole 5 stages, go back to 1.
No, I've seen it too. Dude. I'm seeing it too. They're still not like
dogs return to their vomit, man. Excuse my term. They do, by the way. If you own dogs like I do, that's a dog term. They return to their own vomit, and that's what people are doing. They're vomiting it out. They're going through the stages, and they're returning back to it, and just.
But why do you think? And Rand can answer it. Like, why do you think there's so much anger or opposition to now accepting that these games will be exclusive? Like, is it a thing that do you think that they had no intention or wanting to get into the Xbox ecosystem? Like, why the resistance? Because the reason why I'm asking at Addict, we've talked about this ad nauseum, right? Where we're like, yo, Sony got that Final Fantasy VII remake, and I'm not hearing when Xbox is gonna get it or when Street or whatever, right? We just go get a PlayStation.
Entirely up
like we're gonna get a PlayStation.
I got an answer for your cock.
All right, no doubt. I'm like, we want to go where the games are, right? So it's like I just don't understand. I have to ask both of you this, and Rand, since you started, like, why such an opposition to it? You know what I mean? Go ahead, Rand. I said you jumped in.
Okay. I think I said this to you the other night. A lot of it's entitlement. A lot of people feel entitled to all these games, especially PlayStation fans, because PlayStation fans have, if you go back and look since the start of the PlayStation 1, PlayStation has normally gotten everything. Like, a lot of people have just invested in the PlayStation and gotten the majority of all the third-party titles. Right. And then when Sony started putting out their first-party stuff. If you're an Xbox fan, you've accepted the idea that Japanese support is going to be extremely limited, right? If you're a Nintendo fan, you've accepted... What?
Just look at what happened with the Tomb Raider thing. Like, one game.
Oh, yeah.
One game. All that. Like, just one game.
The Rise of the Tomb Raider situation.
Continue, so, if you're a Nintendo fan, you've accepted that Western support for your console is going to be limited as well, right? Those are just things the fans of both consoles kind of have had to live with since day one.
Inherently, yes.
But PlayStation fans have always been like, we get everything. We get the best Japanese support. We get the best multi-platform support. Sony's putting out these incredible we get everything. And now there's finally a scenario where Microsoft plucks a publisher off the board and is like, that's mine now. And now a lot of these guys who are normally used to getting everything are like, wait a minute, this isn't how it used to be. And they're thinking they might have to buy a different console. They might have to, go to PC or whatever.
But I thought everybody had all these expensive PCs and they didn't need it. I thought everybody had a $1,500 rig and since Xbox games are on PC. That's what I heard.
All that stuff. But that's what it is. It's entitlement. They're just used to always being one way, and now when things change, they're just upset about it.
No doubt. I want to get back to Lord ACG, then we get Addict to solve. So ACG, like, what do you think? Do you agree with Rand? Do you think, like, why a specific group is just so, like, non-accepting of it?
Well, I think the specific group is also of the age where they're the most socially active on Twitter and stuff like that. So you're hearing a majority of those fans who've grown up with that. Right. And yeah, a lot of it's entitlement. I think also Sony, so Nintendo, just real quick, Nintendo can sell you nostalgia and make you believe you're buying something new. Like that's Nintendo. That's why. I mean, it's insane. Like I am actually impressed by Nintendo's ability to sell you nothing and make you go, man, I'm really glad I bought that. Yep. You know, and I like. By the way, I love the Switch. I have a lot of games on it. Sony is the same way, and they're able to enact a very intelligent PR program that causes an influx of loyalty in those people as they continue to move forward. That includes them removing backwards compatibility chips from the PS3 and people thinking somehow it was magically a good thing. Like you will have people, and you know, this is not to be rude, but if he hits you, he doesn't love you. Not to be rude, but that is an abusive relationship. It is the same way if you're a car company and you like them and they suddenly start releasing lemons, you would move on.
Right.
But gamers have a tendency to not, and they like those aged console series, which I think is great. But Sony's just known as artistic, even though Ori and Cuphead came for the Xbox. They will never get. I even stated this. I was like, if Ori had come out for Sony, Sony would be trumpeting that, and that's also Microsoft's fault. And that's the last thing I want to hit is that Microsoft. The reason why I hate Microsoft at points is because they destroyed their ability to cause nostalgia when they released one of the worst titles ever for their premier IP in Master Chief Collection. It was a failure from top to bottom. That was tough. And if Mario had done that, people would be like, what? Like it doesn't even work? Yeah, it's co-op, but you can't co-op. You're like, what does that even mean? Why am I buying this POS? Now it's gotten fixed.
Yes.
They screwed up, and they are known as a business company first, where Sony's artisan, right? Sony is the Bob Ross, and that's just the way it is. Personally, what I say is I don't even worry about this stuff now. I'm like, okay, people might be that way. My job is to deliver you facts, context, whatever, and hope that as you grow and see other games, you start to look. I think Sony is great at cultivating art. Yes. Concrete Genie, one of the greatest games I've ever played. It's amazing, and I don't know if that would have been on Xbox, and I don't know if Xbox would have alerted people to it. Right. And so they both have positives, right? But Microsoft will be remembered like this forever. Microsoft has a bad history too. Hey man, Windows Phone.
Oh
What
yeah.
are you talking about?
Yes,
what's that?
Zune?
What's Windows Phone?
Zune. I was.
Oh, dude,
Zune.
I bring up Zune in reviews all the time. When people leave audio logs instead of I still got. I joke about audio logs in video games where I'm like, this guy decided not to defend himself. He wanted to record his death as he died. He's like, hey, everybody, I'm dying. And you find the Zune hanging out there. Like that's the thing. Microsoft is known for these dumb things that they do. They throw money at stuff, but this is something that they will not leave. Also, everybody remembers Phil Spencer did have that talk with him. I'm sorry, I can't pronounce his last name, and I don't want to butcher it.
From which person?
Nedlia or what? The guy who runs
Satya.
Satya. Thank you. I apologize. I'm very bad at that name.
You're good.
But it took Phil a week to explain why they should continue doing Xbox. And that to me is a different situation from a different kind of leader, even though I love Shane Kim, some others that have come and gone. There's something about him where it took him, he didn't just say, because we're good. Right. There's obviously a plan, and it was a good enough one for a multi-trillion-dollar company to back up forever.
Absolutely, man. Spitting fire.
And you know, if you think about it, if Microsoft as a company would actually said, all right, we're spinning off Xbox or selling it, their stock price probably would have went up because a lot of the investors didn't want
it would have helped them.
Yeah.
Exactly. It would have helped them. Now it's doing amazing. Like, obviously they had good thought because now it's doing gangbusters. But at the time, it would have helped them.
You know, the reason why the Phil story is so incredible is because he came from the bottom of the company, all the way up to the top of the company, and you know, Xbox. Not talking about Microsoft, talking about Xbox, and to do what he did, and like you said, to sit in a room and to say, well, this is the business plan. This is what I feel it can go to, and this is how I can do it, and let me prove this part to you, and allow us to turn this ship around, because like you said, bad marketing can destroy you.
Yeah.
You know, the Wii U got destroyed from bad marketing. We did not know what it was. Right? But when you knew about the Xbox One, all you knew was TV. Right?
Yeah.
And you knew it had a...
We have a console for you.
Right. And you know, language like that enroads and destroys the fan base.
Yeah.
And then not putting out games on a timely fashion, and then you're looking over at the competition. I feel that Phil knew everything that was wrong. He watched, he listened, he absorbed it, and he made a strategy. He acted when, you know, a lot of guys would do the normal thing, like when one of the people that were in the meeting decided to unveil the series. He agreed.
Oh, you talking about the Game Awards decision to do it? Yes, that was a good call.
He listened.
Yeah.
I think
a good
what really
leader
helped,
listens and reacts.
always. I think what really helped in that regard also is that if you look at Game Pass and a service, that's where Microsoft has pivoted in everything.
Yes,
the past
exactly.
decade.
Yeah.
So it's you know,
it's their strength.
In that sense, exactly. In that sense, I really believe that it was that part of the argument and discussion I think was easy because it's like this is in line with what you've been doing. I've been paying for Microsoft Office as
365 as a service
for damn near a decade already.
Right.
So Game Pass falls right into that. Like the ideology behind it is the same. And the moment he was able to sell it as, hey, we can grow gaming in this same way and we can become pervasive without necessarily having to stop the quote unquote competition in the console space. And like Rand said, and like I've said multiple times, you change the conversation when you're losing at whatever the status quo is, you change the conversation. And sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. In Microsoft's case, it seems to be working and working extremely well.
Engagement.
Look, we're gonna get into it. I want to get Lord Addict in because obviously it was a big week, man. You know what I'm saying? A lot of emotion this week, Lord Addict. Me and you talking daily, every time any bit of news drop. Is it gonna drop? When is it gonna drop? We're sitting there. Even Rand was in the chat, like we're gonna stay up late to see if this news is gonna drop, you know, Tuesday morning or what have you. So, Lord Addict, man, after all this stuff this week, what are you feeling about all these announcements, man?
I just want to say that I told you guys so. Look, man, at the end of the day,
drop it.
You know how many times people went at me all the time? Oh, Addict, that's not happening. Addict, that's not happening. I want you all to turn around and walk out the club. You ain't invited anymore.
Oh my God!
Look.
Damn.
At the end, like I get it. Like, and it's to a point. You know, people have definitely went on their stands, and you know, it is a fair assumption,
right,
to assume that, you know, when you're not looking behind closed doors, you don't have people telling you stuff that, like, look, that's a lot of money. I don't know what way they would go.
Right.
Like, you know, look at from the point of Microsoft, sometimes they be iffy. Sometimes they be doing
So are you implying because it was Microsoft that's what the shade of doubt was, that they might not make these exclusives?
Is when you put $7.5 billion, if you're not looking at stuff with a magnifying glass, I could see to a point where you would assume, okay, maybe they are going to put stuff multi-plat to get that revenue back quicker.
Right.
But, you know, shout out to, like, you know, LordCognito. It's like, look, you know, all stuff like this, there is a reason why I would assume people like, you know, Colin would think something like that.
Right.
And, you know,
salute to Colin. We got love for him. He actually owned it, man. Salute to him too for putting it together.
And I'm just like, you know, okay, because I even had to get on the TikTok. I was like, man, let that man live. Like he admitted he was wrong about it. It's like, first off, people ain't doing that. Second off, it's like I said, that kind of logic, it's not something that I wouldn't completely throw away. Like there is a realm of possibility where they spend that kind of money, $7.5 billion, and there is like, yo, that's a lot. PlayStation brand just to abandon is a big thing to do.
Right.
And I can understand people would assume that, you know, maybe they're going to try to play both sides a little bit. But it's just like, look, man, like, you know, people came at me on Twitter, people came at me on you know, like, first off, I wasn't going to name people, but Mooch, you're going to have to hold that L.
Oh, my God. Mooch got to get this one down.
Hold that L because you told me, Addicts, from past experiences. Past experiences, how'd that work out for you, little Mooch?
God.
How'd that work out for you?
Salute to Mooch and Crossfire.
Can I add something to what he just said real
please,
quick that popped into my head?
Yes.
One thing that does bother me, and again, I'm tracking these things, is, for example, Sony did try to buy the Starfield exclusivity.
Yes.
You know that.
That's correct.
And there's a couple things that people are forgetting. One, port work does cost money. You have 2 development teams versus 1.
Right.
You got various other platforms.
Right.
Additionally, what blows me away and confuses the hell out of me is people will say Sony was good. Listen to the stupidity of this comment.
Let's go.
People were saying that Sony was going to buy exclusivity, but that Microsoft would have to release it on both platforms to get their money back. Think about how money works, by the way. Right. It is not a zero-sum game. That is not how it works. Those 2 comments are not in any way, shape, or form in line with one another. And that is mind-blowing to me, that people who said that they knew what they were talking about, or people that like supposedly cover the industry, and you're sitting there going like, dude, you can't, those are actual opposites.
Yes.
You can't say that for one company this would happen, and for the bigger company that could purchase Sony right now, by the way.
Yes. King is smiling.
They would magically have to do it to make the money back.
You know I love him, right? I actually have a huge man crush on him.
He talking that big money talk. He talking about you, ACG, because you talking.
Oh, I thought you meant Phil.
No, he talking about you because you talking that millions, that big money talk. King is about that big money talk.
This is the situation, and people don't understand that Microsoft and Xbox, and they're the same company. I don't stop trying to separate the two just to make your point, right? Because I don't separate Sony from PlayStation,
or Sony from their TV brand.
Yeah, exactly. The TV's stuck at this point. But listen, Microsoft is looking past you.
Yeah.
So when you say, "Oh, we have 125 million, gamers," and Microsoft
NPD.
They need us. Sony needs you. Make every last one of those individuals go out. Just show me one game that every owner of a PlayStation goes out and buys to make that company more viable, to have more purchasing power. It's not happening. Microsoft sees the same thing. If they have 80 million Xboxes out there, 80 million people are not purchasing Halo.
No, but I can tell you that Game Pass.
Exclusive.
Yeah, say.
Hang on. No, I'm not gonna say what I was about to
go.
say.
You brother, you go right on ahead.
The other thing that is not under NDA, people are going to be shocked when they finally find out how many titles and how much money companies are making on Game Pass.
Oh yeah.
There's hints,
but it was bad.
There's hints, but I don't think people realize exactly what's going on Game Pass. Well, no, I know they don't. Until they won't for a while, but some companies are able to. There's some stuff coming out where some of this will be talked about, and I think people are going to be like, "Oh, I see."
But Lord ACG, hold on one second. But Lord, I heard Game Pass is bad for the industry. I heard that these games are giving it away, and everything's $1, and it's not.
You know what? That's a legitimate long-term poisoning of the well kind of discussion.
Right.
That's a theology, or not theology. I'm sorry. That's a philosophy kind of discussion, which I have absolutely no care to engage in. I don't care about philosophy of stuff. I could be dead tomorrow, so I don't care about the gaming industry in like 50 years.
Right.
I care about today, and I've seen the gaming industry adjust with Sony backstabbing Nintendo, and we got the PlayStation out of it. So to me, I think it's a self-righting industry.
Gotcha.
So we do have microtransactions, but suck. But you get my drift. We also have free-to-play games that, by the way, some free-to-play MMOs are incredible. And I'll throw the developers $60 all the time. I'll be playing an MMO, and I'll be like, dude, this game's good. I'm just going to buy a cape. Like, I may not even wear this damn thing, but it's like they deserve some cash. And so I think there's a philosophical discussion that's fun because it makes us sound smart, but it also, if you break it down and look at math, it also makes us sound really dumb in the moment.
Right.
And I just wish people would separate those two a little bit more at times.
I think the biggest issue we have in terms of just people are so obsessed with being right, which, I myself, I have that issue sometimes too, that like they don't see what's in front of them. You know what I'm saying? Like, we clearly had so many little crumbs showing that these are going to be exclusive. It's unreal. And it's like the moment that something happens, like, you know, the financial executive for Microsoft said, well, this is how this is gonna happen. It's like they grab that and they hug it. They're like, this is what I'm going to use in every argument from now on until the end of time. Like, and it's just like sometimes, you know, coming from the dude with the addict world moment, right now, it's bigger than just you.
Oh, look at Addict growing. Look at that growth.
Wow.
Look at that
Congratulations, man.
Wow.
You're a man now. You're a dude from another brood. Good for you.
Yo, I'm proud of Addict right now.
Yeah. We almost have 1,000 people
in that like y'all. Good
right
discussions.
Now. I know you guys asked for him. You got him.
Yep.
Like, follow, and subscribe. Let's get those likes up. ACG is dropping knowledge. And I tell you, right now, I got a bad crush on him.
You talking that money talk.
It's the beanie.
You know
I can tell.
He said it's the beanie.
His beanie's better than mine, which bothers me to no end. Now I need to fancy myself up,
bro,
as my wife would probably agree with.
I'm
gonna get some Lord merchandise and show up on the international podcast with your stuff. Introduce myself as your. I'm just gonna be like, what's up? This is Lord's podcast. I have done that, by the way. Maddie has introduced himself as Carrick, and I've introduced myself
that's
as
dope.
Maddie. You'll have people listening going, what is going on? Gotta mess with people, man.
Bro.
And you know what, Lord ACG, what you know how I know this passion in you, like crazy amount of passion. Like you was about to say some stuff you wasn't supposed to say.
Yeah, dude, I leaked Far Cry Primal a year before it. Dude, I have a podcast where you see me with Cadiz, and I'm like, what if there was a Far Cry game where you're a caveman, blah, blah, blah. And then you see me go, and Cadiz didn't know because I didn't tell him. So Cadiz is like, that would be awesome. And what if blah, blah, blah. And I'm like, and I left it up, and luckily they were okay with it. But yeah, and that happens to all of us, where you'll slip up and you'll be like, "Hey, can you clip that from the podcast, please?"
Oh man, I don't say a lot.
I know
of
that
things
feeling.
That I hear and I see, because half the time I think it's all BS. You know, be honest with you.
Yeah.
And I don't want anybody's thoughts to permeate my brain. But we're at a point right now. And I really want you guys to clip it out, because I've seen companies come and I've seen them go.
Yeah.
This is the pivot.
Yeah.
This is the point.
Okay,
this is where the chap gets knocked down.
And then, you know, what I do want to point out again is I don't blame a lot of PlayStation people. What it is they're putting their hopes off of what's reality.
Right.
Like, it's like Rand said, they've had everything. They've had the best first person. They've had a lot of the marketing. They've had a lot of timed exclusives. They've had a lot of marketing exclusive content. It's like to think that, Elder Scrolls, Starfield. We don't know a lot about Starfield, but Starfield, Fallout, Doom, Wolfenstein. They make another.
Right, but you can't say that Sony's this giant, amazing publisher, and then say because Bethesda was bought by Microsoft, they magically have nothing.
Right.
Like, that's what bothers me. Because I agree with you, Edic, but it's like I'm so bothered by people complaining. It's like, dude, you'll have your own games.
Yeah.
Sony's not going to magically. Sony's not going to magically be like, well, all right, they won. We're done.
Let me ask you a question, ACG, that a lot of people
and then I gotta get solved
in the community. Do you feel personally, because of this acquisition with Bethesda, that Sony needs to shop around for their own studio?
That's absolutely not, and it's the dumbest thing in the world.
That's a topic.
That's a topic, sir.
Oh, I didn't know.
Yeah.
Right there.
Co-host right on the show. Salute to the co-host.
Sony response is so vague. I don't know what you're talking about.
Oh my God. Anyway.
That's awesome.
We're gonna get to that. We're gonna get to that. Soft, thank you. Perfect transition to you, by the way. Yo, man. So this week, man, big week. You already heard what Rand said. You heard what ACG, the server from King and Addict. Like, what was your thoughts this whole week? The timeline with the exclusivity, the announcement, then the round table. Where you at, so?
I mean, I was with Addict and I was with King the entire time. Like, you don't spend this money to give it away, to spend it to be the to be sort of the messiah that helps everyone.
I was saying last week, I was like, because then people were like, oh, it's going to be the little stuff. They're going to make all the big stuff multiply, and the little stuff they're going to make exclusive. I'm like, so they spent $7.5 billion to give us the crumbs. Okay, that makes sense.
But that's, I mean, you know what it is, though? I do understand people nitpicking language, because Phil Spencer, as Phil Spencer is one to do, like, and ACG clarified this, right? Because let's start like on Tuesday or Monday or Tuesday when they made the initial announcement that it was everything was set in stone. The messaging that day I felt was still very non-committal. And I'm just like, wait a minute. They own them wholesale. Why is he not being crystal clear? And obviously they had another thing coming down the pipeline later in the week. But I'm like, and then, you know, ACG clarified that, well, he has to speak a certain way, right? He has to be, and Phil himself is a very diplomatic person when he speaks. He's not going to be the dude who's like, yeah, I got you, or not.
Suck it. No, he's awesome actually. When
he's not that dude. So for him to say, yeah, I think these games that are coming to the, you know, they're not going to live anywhere but Game Pass. So if that platform doesn't have Game Pass, well, you know, A plus B equals C. It's obvious what I'm telling you.
Right.
So then, you know, I was very fine with that. And I think that is absolutely crystal clear. I don't think people sort of creatively taking the word legacy and bending it in different ways. And it's legacy's old stuff. Legacy's ongoing stuff. You know, it's not happening. It's just not happening.
Legacy, literally, like, people for some reason they're trying to turn Legacy into like it's a franchise. Oh, because Elder Scrolls is the Legacy title, the franchise.
Well,
Rand
that's
not
like,
how things work.
I saw on Twitter, Rand, like people like Legacy means Fallout 5.
Legacy means all the Legacy IP, like Doom. Like, that means it's always going to be on there. And it's like you need to look at what the way Phil talks about Legacy. What ACG already explained. It's like it's just software on, you know, old software on a platform that will continue to be supported. It doesn't mean the next Elder Scrolls is going to be there. Like
precisely.
But that's just one that they're in the what is it? The bargaining stages of the 5 stages of grief, essentially.
I love what he's
we need shirts for each. Like I've already designed the grief one actually that we were going to go live with today, but it's like I want to make all of them until right at the end it's just a dude crying, just sobbing, shoulders shaking.
I even let myself believe it. Maybe they give them Wolfenstein.
Yeah, I even felt it.
Just because it's like it's a
sequel,
story,
it's a continuous story. Yeah,
and they may do one or right.
Who knows?
Yeah, they might do a side one.
Who knows? But I tell you this: I think the most exciting thing about this for me is that if you look at Bethesda's games, right, the biggest sellers are their Elder Scrolls, their Fallouts, all the games from the smaller studios, the Tango Gameworks, the Arcanes. Those games are amazing, and they never got the same shine as those other huge games. And then when you look at them making a deal to make an Indiana Jones game, it felt like it was a moment, like a pivotal, like there was going to be something of a pivot in the way Bethesda did business, because at the end of the day, you want all of your games to sell very well.
Right.
So my thinking was, man, I don't know if we get Dishonored 3. Right. I don't know if we get another Wolfenstein after 3. Right. I don't know if we get, something as exploratory as like bringing back Rage or bringing back Prey, which I love. And I'm like,
Prey,
if they stay on their own, I think you start, besides Elder Scrolls and besides Fallout, I think they make a pivot to start making games, that are licenses and stuff like that. Not fully.
And then live service. We've seen the the Youngblood switch. We've seen them dive in with a 76. Like they were making pivots because
they were testing the waters.
Testing the waters.
It feels like they're, because I mean, I don't think we have any like definitive proof on what these games sold, but what were you laughing for?
Because I'm thinking about when Fallout 76 was this holiday thing, and they had you purchase the server, and
it was like $100. It was like $100 dollars.
I mean, even Todd Howard admitted on the call how much of it he almost did a mea culpa on that.
He said we let people down.
Yeah,
and that was great to hear. But I will tell you this: for me, the fact that now they can go back to strictly being creators. They don't have to worry about money. You don't have no idea how excited I am for what's
excited
out of there. Yeah, and you can see that. And like you mentioned before, ACG, like you can tell these people know each other for a very long time. They're excited to work with one another. The fact that they're collaborating back and forth. I like the interaction between Bethesda's marketing person and Aaron.
The two Aarons.
Yeah.
The two Aarons.
You know what? You know what the part I like the most when they're like, we're gonna be scheduling something for this summer. She's like, oh well, once summer officially ends.
Oh yeah.
I got that. It's like, because the thing is, they're not lying to you when they tell you, hey, we have stuff to learn from them as much as they have to learn from us.
Yes.
And you know, for
they're
me,
gonna learn how to market.
Yes.
You know how I knew that? You know how? I
yeah,
knew that
tell me about it. Right? They're gonna learn how to.
Listen,
you know how I knew that Microsoft and Bethesda was mad close, like mad close, is when Todd Howard said that one of the first people he called
was Phil.
Was Phil Spencer
or the
Fallout 76 fiasco.
Yeah. And to me,
just to say this, this week right here, with all these little snippets that they've been throwing out after the acquisition, I believe that the media teams got together to put together these collages that will hit, and it felt like a Bethesda hit. You know, when they showed you Doom, or they showed you the new.
I get what you're saying.
Yep, I get what you're saying.
It felt like those visuals was like, whoa.
It feels like they're gonna teach
Microsoft how to do it right. Because let's be real, all of us here that have gone to a E3,
FanFest,
FanFest, like we
E3,
bro, Bethesda has always done a great show. You may not like every game, but as far as the presentation and the way they galvanize their base to go to their show, it's pretty.
And Microsoft will put you in waterproof like things and show you the Kinect.
Remember that?
Damn it, ACG!
And you're just sitting there going like, Microsoft, dude, puff, pass, man. You're holding on to the bong way too long.
Man.
Yo,
I mean, if that's what you're thinking,
people
are gonna want to see
this show.
Yo,
they gave us the popcorn.
Remember that?
Oh, did they? That's cool.
Yo, that's cool. Like sitting there in the arena, just not even the one with the drumstick where I broke out in hives.
Oh yeah, I remember that one. Yeah, that was the Elder Scrolls thing where we had the big meads. Oh yeah.
Listen, because ACG, I don't eat meat, right? So I was at this point, I was off of eating meat for probably 2 years at this time. I got there and I saw a Flintstone sized drumstick.
The drumstick was as big as our head. Like it was crazy.
Making me hungry.
It was incredible. And then they gave you this giant thing of beer, right? So I'm like, you gotta do it. I said, please, God.
You gotta caveman it. You just gotta do it.
They had it was the best. They are the best show on earth.
That's awesome.
Yeah, Bo's in the chat. He was like, they gave us free alcohol, free food.
Listen, they had women walking around with miniskirts giving hamburgers out.
Yeah, dude, if that doesn't speak to like premier understanding is like hot women, hot men, whatever you like, handing hamburgers out. Even if you're a vegan, you looked at that and were like, screw it, I'm gonna eat the drumstick. That's when you know their PR works, when they cause you to break a 2-year pattern.
There you
right?
go.
Yeah,
that's awesome.
Yes.
That's awesome.
Good to
I
you,
didn't know
what's
that
funny?
for Bethesda. I wish I had gone.
You know, the craziest thing is like seeing King's face when he was doing that. Like he knew he was doing something he was supposed to be doing.
Yeah,
he was like,
bad.
Listen, and Addict knew. Listen, God is so good because I broke out in hives from my neck down.
Oh, hey, no
so
worries,
it wasn't
right?
all over my face.
Yeah,
and I was able to do interviews. But
there you go.
from the neck down, I was an itchy sting.
It was a great day.
Just a jerky stick of hives, but you're like, I look good. I look good, and that's what matters.
I knew I messed up when the sheets got hard, like because I was laying in the bed. You know, the sheets was nice and soft.
Yeah,
and I'm rolling around like, God, these sheets is rough. Did somebody come and change the count in these sheets? Then I looked at my body and said, I'm a lizard.
Oh man, that's rough.
Yo, so I'll finish up and I'll jump right in.
I mean, just to end, nobody should be mad at this.
Yeah,
no one at all should be mad at.
No, and the companies are gonna fight back too.
Exactly,
Sony, Nintendo,
absolutely.
And that's what you want.
That's what we want.
Everyone is fighting for attention. You know, as a gamer, you're in the best place possible. So nobody should be angry at this. I'm so excited about this. And one other thing, I have to say, Pete Hines emceeing.
You stole my something. You stole my thought.
Shout out to NLG because NLG mentioned something about him running Xbox one day. But I thought about it in terms of one day if Phil decides to move on. That felt like a dude to me.
Yes.
That could take those reins. And I mean, and no disrespect to Matt Booty. I know he's been there for a long time.
Right, no disrespect to anybody.
But Pete has that presence.
Yes. He ran a fantastic roundtable.
Yeah. There was something. I just saw him in a different light there.
Yeah, I agree. I got to jump in.
Listen, Phil might be close to putting the the cherry on top of that ice cream. And when it happens, like, as I told you, it's gonna happen. And you guys has laughed at me. You laughed at me so much, and everything. I'm getting the last laugh. This is the last one. The last one is Game Pass on that box, and that's the end of your box. But
oh my God,
because I told you, just put an X on it, and it's an Xbox.
oh my God.
I'm telling you, I think I saw something in Pete Hines.
Yes.
I saw an aura of leadership.
Yes, he was phenomenal. Let me.
I've also been really rough on him.
Oh, salute to ACG. Salute to ACG for owning that.
I admittedly, Maddie is like close with them.
Yeah.
And I am known on his podcast to be like, I just don't like him. I don't like the way he talks. And what I realized was I was wrong, and what he was doing was he was just being himself, and two people are not always going to agree in the way they communicate. Yeah. And we mentioned that in the podcast too. We were like, dude, he led it, which is weird, and it also means there's a companion, almost like a partnership. You know, the old Wonder Twins unite, shape of awesome
and 80s babies, let's go.
I don't think most companies would say, hey, you know what? We're the main guys. Why don't you run the sit down? That's
good point.
So anyway, sorry to interrupt.
No, you're on fire. You're on fire.
I like how when they was asking about the summer event, and Aaron's kind of like being cryptic, he was like, he's not answering the question.
He spoke to the fan, and what I love about it is, again, like you said, Addict, like when Aaron was being corporate, he was doing market speak. He's like, yo, come on, the people will know. And then it's like, hey, Phil, you know, what's good? Like, Aaron, stop dancing. Phil, what does this mean to gamers? Like, what's going on? The way ran, I was loving this thing, man. And like I came, let me get my balls, because this was a fun day. This was a fun week.
Yeah, go for it.
So pretty much, look, like Sov said, like we've always stood on the square. If you spend $7.5 billion, you know what I mean, that these games need to be exclusive. You know, when I look at subscription services and I look at like a Disney Plus, which I initially had too much interest in, but then it's like, okay, you got all the MCU films, you got Mandalorian, you got WandaVision. Okay, now I have to have your service because you have premium content that I am now interested in. So shout out to the fire engine going by there. Salute to them. But this week started up to me as a clear case, Red, of, you know how the Twitter meme go, like how it started? How's it going? Now, when Tuesday hit, Red, you know, we spoke about this. I was furious.
I told you to be calm.
I was having to talk him off the ledge, like, cause like no lie, like Monday or Tuesday, I can't remember exactly when the first inbound info dropped. I remember reading that and being completely disgusted. I was like, why don't they just say it? Like,
as was I.
I was disgusted. It was
go back to me in that chat.
Yeah, no, you stood strong. You were on your firm. Yeah, you were like, don't worry.
I said, just wait until Thursday.
But the thing, what it was, King, it was just way too much corporate verbal gymnastics. And I'm just like, bro, I have not learned anything from the day you announced it to now. Like, I still feel I'm in the same position I was in. Is it? Because look at the language. Some verb, it was just drive.
Did you see the visuals that they put together? They had a whole package.
No, afterwards. We're gonna get to Thursday. I'm talking about Tuesday. I'm gonna get
there. I saw all the fear.
No. It wasn't fear. I was just mad. I was just like,
I turned to fear, then it turned to anger.
Again, shout out to the fire department that keeps going by what I'm talking.
Cog, I was just going to say.
No, go ahead.
Just like ACG, I also talk to people that know stuff.
Yeah.
And I don't know how many things I've told you in the past have come out to be true.
You have.
A lot of stuff. I told you.
You did.
It's all gonna work out in the end.
But here's the thing, okay. Rand, you're right. You're absolutely right. But here's my frustration. The reason why I was so angry
was not trying to hear that
is because, to me, right, I understand ACG's right, marketing, I get it. I know why. I know the why, but to me, it's like there's a lot of people who it's a casual gamer, right, who has not committed to either next-gen experience yet. So to me, that gamer needs to know, yo, where is Elder Scrolls 6 gonna be? Where is Fallout 5 gonna be, right? They need to know. Shout out to these people going by with the fires going on. But at the end of the day, they burning out here. But at the end of the day, it's fair to that community to know where they're going to invest in. So when that went down, okay, I'm furious. Then you hear about the announcement, they're going to do a roundtable, right? And let's be real, admittedly, they set the expectation extremely low. They were like, don't expect no new news. Remember, Greenie? Don't expect this. So now I'm coming in like, and let's be real, Ram. Historically, with news and roundtables and inside Xbox, they haven't historically been some of the greatest things to listen to. So I'm rolling my eyes coming in like, all right, I'm just going to listen to it.
We were talking like the night before. It was like, this is going to be some Game Pass.
Yeah, it's going to be some Game Pass announcement. It's going to be some cringy vibe or something. And I'm going to roll my eyes and then I'm going to go to sleep. So I ain't going to front. I listened to the joint. And again, shout out to Pete Hines. You can immediately see, I felt the Bethesda influence. Shout out to being in-person shows, because we haven't seen those in a while too, right? Yeah. Where people were just in a room together. Shout out to social distancing, you know what I'm saying? But they were in a room together and just talking. And when Pete got everyone to talk and he put it back to Phil, and then Phil drops the sermon, so to speak, and I'm like, oh, wow, they said it. He said it. Like
you should have seen me when they first initially patched to Phil. He's like, well, what's your thought process on exclusives? It's one of the biggest questions we have. I was like, here we go. Let's go. Let's get this done.
Right. So for me, I'm like, oh, Phil actually said it. Right now, we have clarity. You know what I'm saying? Now, like, you can't really mince this. You know, with platforms with Game Pass exists, and I'm just like, okay, you know what I'm saying? And it was just well done. So again, like Lord ACG, I'm looking at Twitter and then you see the 5 stages of grief for certain groups. You know what I'm saying? They're just like not really to accept it. But look, at the end of the day,
in those groups, it was so much worse because 3 days ago, they thought they had a victory. They thought everything was exclusive. I mean, everything was multi-plat. It was going to be some games. And then it's like Microsoft kind of set a lot of these like really, really hardcore PlayStation fanboys that attack me daily, like set them up to fail because on a Monday they're telling them some games and then it makes people automatically assume the worst because it was such cryptic wording. And then on Thursday they're like, yo, everything exclusive if it's not Game Pass. So I'm like, it was a good day, man.
It felt like traps.
Facts. So, look, at the end of the day, like I said, it was phenomenal to get the clarity, just to see the rejuvenation, the excitement in the Xbox community, because, you know, they're seeing the future is bright. You're seeing these great. And then when you start watching the show, and you remember they did have a great relation. I remember getting the OG Xbox with Morrowind. Right? Yep. And you start hearing the stories. You know what I'm saying? I remember having Oblivion. Then you hear, you know, Todd talking about how, like Addict said, you know, going to Phil during the Fallout 76, asking for help. You get excited about all these possibilities from id Tech, Orion Cloud, just collaboratively
I think
Xbox
that's the biggest
game studios, right?
I think
working
that's the biggest thing that I'm more excited about is the fact that now it used to be Bethesda worked with each other to work on Bethesda things. Like I didn't know that you know the people in the Evil Within. I keep forgetting that studio name.
Tango? Is that Tango?
Tango. They made a demon in Doom. Like that is the kind of that's the kind of collaboration I want on Microsoft on all fronts.
Absolutely. And to me, and ACG, you can get this reference like. Again, I always use the analogy of sports team. It's like the big free agent acquisition, and now it's like, okay, you get to work together. Y'all in the dojo, or you're practicing together. Like whatever skills that Bethesda has, the other Xbox game studios can learn, and vice versa. So there's this great collaborative energy, and you can just see.
I love that ACG.
Boom!
Oh, ACG throwing up the crest. Let's go.
I wasn't ignoring you guys. I was like, how do I find just the picture? It took me a second.
The newest Lord in the realm, Lord ACG.
Continue.
Sorry, ACG. This, you know what I akin it to? I akin it to when Bruce Lee was doing what was that? Was it the Game of Death?
Game of Death?
Yes. And he got a chance to work with so many great artists at one time. And they were sparring during the daytime. And you hear all the wonderful stories. These people learning from each other and collaborating with each other and learning different moves with each other. I think that is going to be a synergy from that point. But when Phil said, I'm so excited with Tango Games.
And
I can't wait to get to Japan. That's when I was like, boy.
And you could tell because Phil has been so hard work at like the Japanese market and trying to, you know, have more influence over there and trying to like have, you know, correct a lot of relationships in the past, that like I'm not saying that he didn't care about the other ones, but when it came to Tango in particular, he's like, finally, we have some form of studio to give that demographic the games that they want.
Right. No, absolutely. And like I said, final points, again, it was just fantastic. I love to see how excited they were. And as a person who loves tech and loves to see, you know, people working together, the future's bright. The future's bright. Looks good. It was cool. And again, to the Lords in Denial, like Rand said, we referred to contractual and legacy titles, and we've got that clarity. And like ACG said, in reference to gatekeeping, you know what I'm saying? If Ferrari wants to buy that exclusive seat, right, little ACG? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, exactly.
It's on them, man. Just go get a Ferrari.
I'm excited for Sony and Nintendo and what they do, because like Raven Rabbids is probably one of my favorite games of all time.
Yes.
And that's Nintendo.
Right.
And that was them going, hey, let's do a Ubisoft joint. Right. That to me is like, you know, awesome rappers coming together.
Yes.
I mean, like, let's do something together, right?
Yes.
And musicians right now, which seems to be the more socially distanced everybody is, the more they want to work together. And it's almost like whenever anybody says that they are an introvert, they really aren't. They just want to be invited so they can friggin' say no.
Yes.
Right? What's going on now with music stars is they're like, let's do it. And I think these guys, Tango is a weird name for him to call out. I like that he did.
I like that he
wasn't, you know, I wish he had said Prey 2 was coming, but we can ignore that for now. I'm just, I just can't wait to see them do it, but also so that people don't think it's just Xbox. There are other smaller companies that I know that I talked to just yesterday who are very excited because they might be able to work with a Sony or a Nintendo,
get into that
and
space.
get there and get into that space.
Because you know, it is, instead of people looking at it as a void now of you know, games, these games won't be there, this is going to incentivize those other companies right now to push those titles up. I always felt during the first infancy months of a console release, the indie titles and the lower, and I'm not going to say like lower tier, the unknown developers have the opportunity to jump in and get seen. Right. And if you got that title that hits, that pushes your company forward, then you can make a name for yourself. And I think this is a time where Sony goes out and purchases a couple of little development houses to bring those in, because I've been watching the Asian market, and these games that are coming out from over there, the Chinese games,
Wukong and that other joint too. Fire.
These games are piquing my interest, and I'm like, wow, somebody is going to purchase a hell of a developer that is sitting there crafting right now at this moment, and we're going to get some phenomenal games going forward.
But yeah, it was fantastic. Want to shout out a couple people, like someone else. Oh, shout out to Anonymous. Anonymous, we got a unisex secretary. So if you want to get the super chats, we got to move on to the next topic. We got a ton, and we got to move on to the next topic.
And I got to eat.
Yes. These will be quick. These will be quick hitters.
4.5 hour long podcast.
Look, ACG was spitting balls, but I couldn't stop that good gaming talking earlier. It was just too good.
Hold on. I gotta let me roll back because I have it all here.
Okay, cool. It's all good. It's all good. We got a lot going on while you're doing that. Salute to everybody in the chat, man.
Oh, I got it now.
Okay, cool.
Just you want to go ahead?
No. You're good. You good.
So we have Citizen Sleeve with the £5 super chat. Sup, Lords? First time watching your cracking podcast. Awesome to see my man Carrick with you. Woo. Much love, and I'll be a regular viewer from now on.
Wow, thank you. Thank you,
brother.
It means a lot. Thank you.
Then we have Lady Erica for the win. $5 super chat. Salute, Lords. Great show and guest. Love hearing the passion for gaming from ACG.
Salute. I couldn't stop that talk. It was too good.
Then we have QTI Grizzly with the $10 super chat. Content, Lords. Content.
No.
Then we have Snoozle with the $2 super chat. Do y'all think Deathloop is going on PC Game Pass?
Interesting.
Yeah, it will.
It's going to go on everything.
But will it go on PC? I think the question is, because we get a question that elaborates on it a little bit further down, but can it come day and date with the PlayStation release? Because
no. I think that once that timed exclusivity comes out, that's when it'll come to Game Pass and PC Game Pass.
Yeah, you never know, though. You never know. There's been instances where Xbox has actually gotten around that.
Because it's not on a competing.
So
console.
I mean, I don't think it will, but you never know.
Yo, Rand, you know what that would do to me?
What would it do to you?
What would it do to you, Kid?
He's gonna play on his PC. That's
I will
what he's
play
gonna
on my
do.
PC that day.
Savage.
Yes, so I can make a video.
Oh my. Moving on.
I mean, I'm gonna play Deathloop on PS5 because I love Arcane. They are such an underrated developer.
I'm not
waiting.
$70, but
I'm not waiting. I mean, it'll come to Game Pass the following year, but I need to play that game. Day.
I can wait a year. I got a lot of content.
You got a lot of content.
I got a
Okay.
lot of content.
Oh my God. Continue, so.
We actually, this is the super chat I was talking about. Bay Area with the $5 super chat. Since Deathloop is a timed exclusive, any chance that Deathloop launches day one on Game Pass PC and xCloud? So we'll see. We have Urban Ninja, $5 super chat. Sony was buying the eggs, Microsoft bought the farm. That means death as well. So I don't know if you maybe change that.
True.
Then we have King One Supreme, $5 super chat. King, I just got PlayStation 5. Played the 5-hour DLC in miles, and now there's nothing to play. You were right. Sony stand's gonna cop the lock because they got TCLs.
Oh my God. TCL TV shaming once again.
Saving the TCL
Shout out, there goes our
market.
sponsorship with TCL. Continue.
That was gone for a while too.
Yeah,
Like,
thank you, Kid.
You're welcome. You're welcome.
Then we have the Wise Old Gamer.
Oh,
$5
salute.
super chat. I hope you're feeling better, brother. I know you've been going through some stuff. Hope you're feeling better.
Good to see. Every time we see you, we're happy to see you in here, brother.
Happy to see you. I've survived pain and death to be witness to this day. King going Ultra Instinct. It's as if Microsoft has gone from Megatron to Galvatron.
Oh wow!
Wow. 80s function.
Boom.
Transformers.
I still function. Continue.
What a bet.
Welcome to oblivion.
Starscream. Continue. We can talk Transformers references all day. Continue.
Blast the base with the $5 super chat. Sony absolutely did this to themselves by trying to starve its direct competition of content from third-party partners. You reap what you sow.
Thank you.
Competition is competition.
Make your
Competition
monsters.
is good.
Competition is good.
What else we got?
Dano with the $2 super chat. Mario back there cheering and hyping King up.
See what it's all about, right? Get him.
What else we got?
Then we have our brother Everborn Saga with
Oh,
the $5 super chat.
salute.
Happy 200 Lords, and I hear all the Mass Effect 1 versus 2 talk, but I might be Team Mass Effect 3.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, he did
Okay.
say that.
Yeah, he did say that. He did say that. Yeah,
Also
shout
a
out to the
question
green
for you.
colors and the yellow endings and adding a DLC afterwards to explain
Simon
it.
says ending.
Yes. But salute to my boy Everboy. Salute.
Also, a question for King. What is the inverse of first and best?
Oh my God.
What?
The
I
inverse,
guess
the
last and
opposite.
worst?
Last and worst. I don't know. Continue.
I don't know.
Yeah, whatever.
Then we have Squirrely Dan with the $5.
Squirrely!
That
Yellow Knife Canada. Salute.
Jim Dance Moves Ryan ain't got the quad strength to keep his knees off the ground.
Oh my God.
Oh wow!
Wow.
Skip leg day, I guess.
Skip leg day.
Dang.
Damn.
He must have skipped leg day for like a couple months. Not to do
Yeah.
Oh my God. The Wise Old Gamer once again, $5 super chat. Game Pass requires frequent games. Sony does not have the money to make this happen. Their devs take 3+ years to make a game. Sony will be a special niche.
They have the money to do that.
Well, they did say that they was.
Well, we'll get into that into Sony.
We'll get into
topic,
this
right?
another topic.
But
even their own CEO said they were niche.
Oh my God. Moving on.
Rune Kingdom with the $2 super chat. ACG and ILP are the only people I support on Patreon.
Oh wow.
Thank you.
Thank you. Wow. Salute.
Respect.
And we have Lord Roughness.
Lord Roughness. I love that.
My guy, I
Yo, he
love
the
it.
realest Lord Roughness, guys. Salute.
He'll rough
With
you up.
the
Yeah, he all about it.
£5 super chat.
Uh-huh.
I make no apology and agree with King. This generation is done and won.
It's
Wow.
over. Damn.
Night
Damn.
is over. I'm telling you
Y'all
now.
need to stop. Continue.
When we add
This is so
50
funny.
million subscribers, you might as well just pack your PlayStation up.
Oh.
Listen, I already told you, if Game Pass is launched on PlayStation, I'm gonna dig a hole in my backyard and throw my PlayStation.
Stop.
Wow.
Oh, wow.
I'm telling you, you think it's a joke.
Out of control.
Don't put that Game Pass on it. I'm gonna bury it.
Out of control.
Game Pass
Continue.
is basically, if you don't have it, you gonna get it. Hashtag Xbox has games.
You got no choice. It's inevitable.
Then we have William
All right,
Hillman.
Thanos. Continue.
Oh shit.
Then we have William Hillman, $5 super chat. Because of Game Pass, me and my boys are all going to start playing Fallout 76 today.
Nice.
Don't need to convince friends to buy games when they're on Game Pass. Yes. So
Good point.
Mr.
Great
Hart
for the
says
ACG.
games.
it is a
that
fantastic
giant gauntlet.
rental service.
Oh, Dang.
Yeah.
That's awesome. Have you put it on before?
Yeah.
Like, does it actually fit?
video.
Oh, that's sweet.
Well,
in the video.
You can't like close it. It's just it's
Oh,
a prop
gotcha.
record.
Is it like the cat head for Halo, where they sold you a head? You'd have to have like Zika to put it on. Yeah.
No, what else we got?
Then we got Six Slayer, $5 super chat. The fact that Rand had to explain all this stuff, anyone with a lick of sense would have known from the start. It hurts my head. Thanks for being blunt.
Thank you, Rand, for helping everyone through the stages of grief. You've been phenomenal for the past couple of weeks.
Then we have Eagles fan with the $2 super chat. What do you guys expect to hear on the 26th from Xbox?
I think that's just going to be like an xCloud thing.
MDK.
Nothing. I mean, they'll have some indie titles, but I set your expectations for like the extreme bottom of the floor. Like, that'd be one of those things where you don't even bother watching it. You just wait for like updates, after.
Hold on, I'm reading ACG's face. He's got the exclusive. What's up?
and
ACG, tell us what's really going on.
I'm saying a word. With it.
Can't hide it.
I'll read his face.
I can see the clip on a website where it's like, I know it'll be like ACG with, and sometimes you'll just say something like, yeah, I like Black Sox more than White Sox sometimes. It'll be like, Carrick's saying that Xbox has got, and you're like, what?
We try to get that clickbait popping, man.
How did you like
you know what though, ACG? I gotta thank you because you have gave me content for my YouTube channel.
Yeah.
Oh well, there you go. That's good.
There you go.
At least you get sourced, ACG, because whenever me and Jez do stuff and drops things, it's always Jez Cordy.
Jez Cordy, they don't give Rand no credit.
I don't get anything.
Just this filthy YouTuber Rand, Window Central's own Jez Cordy. I know that. They be doing my boy Rand dirty. They be doing Rand dirty. Like he not even like it's Jez's podcast. It's like they be in his bag.
Some other dude was on there too. And Jez said, and it's like, I said that.
Yup.
What is happening?
Facts. Salute. What else good, so?
There we got Lucius Augustus with the $5 super chat. It's so crazy that the same people who don't want Xbox to have exclusive games never said anything about Street Fighter V, Final Fantasy 16, etc.
Preach.
But Phil did.
Preach.
Phil did not like that Street Fighter move.
On the real though, man, I need better from Microsoft with those Square Enix titles.
Yeah, hopefully. We'll see. Moving on.
Wait. No.
Exclusive. Hold on, everybody.
No, I was
focus
looking
on
at the time.
ACG with the exclusive. Continue.
And we have Adam with the $5 super chat. Even more logic. Both companies won't release games because consoles aren't out in mass yet. Yet they need Sony to make money back. Right. Yeah, it's true.
That is actually correct, by the way.
Yes.
Yeah.
Just so people know, there are companies holding back because of current issues with sales. You don't want to sell to 1% of such a small group.
Good
We
point.
would have had a Ratchet and Clank a long time ago, I believe.
Such a good game.
Yes, I cannot wait for that game. My PlayStation will turn on.
Oh my God. Salute.
God.
Messy.
Very
That's
messy.
Yes.
There we have Michael, aka Bed-Stuys Finest, $5 super chat. If Forza Horizon chooses Japan for its next setting, the fans are going to lose their mind as well as me. This will be an epic year, honestly. Yeah, that would be. I mean, if you look at Japan, just the colors and like, cherry blossoms.
By the way, remember when
HDR.
Horizon was announced and we were all like, "Oh, that's interesting." Like, what is that going to be?
What is that?
And the best racing game.
Oh, I love it.
Right?
It speaks to my soul because I'm not a motorsports guy. Yeah,
exactly.
I'm just
I
shout out
like
to the
going
motorsports
between
guys.
the two of them.
Yeah, no doubt. Go ahead, so.
Then we got Michael, aka Bed-Stuys Finest again, the $5 super chat. Episode 300 from the Lords needs to have Phil Spencer on that one. Let's make that magic happen.
I would like for him to show up on July 2nd. Oh, that's my birthday.
Shout out to Phil Dallas. It would be an honor to have Phil in the room. You already know. Salute.
Then we have Regulator with the $2 super chat. Happy Sunday to the Lords and panel. Be safe, guys.
Much love. Thank you.
Thank you.
As well, my brother. Regulator once again with the $2 super chat. My opinion on legacies, remakes, and remasters. Makes sense.
Okay.
Then we have Smitty Smith with the $5 super chat. Phil dropped the mic and he did it with flair. And he got these PS soldiers punching the air. The Book of X. Now we have rhymes.
Now we got bars. Oh,
Wow.
Lord. Book of X.
He's been dropping bars for a minute.
He's
man.
in his bag. What else we got?
Then we have put the crust in the chat for our newest member, Outlaw 2120. Welcome to the round.
Welcome to the
sir.
round. Thank you.
And then hold on, I was not able to keep up with what came afterwards. So if you guys can help me, oh my goodness,
so many, man, so many. Addict, jump in there, bro. Help your boy.
Okay, I got it.
Oh, okay, cool.
I got it. We have Stitch with the $5 super chat.
Salute.
Cog, a 49-year-old, is going to stump on the 49ers again.
Listen, we ain't talking this football talk right now. Shout out to Tom Brady, though, but it's all about my Niners. Continue.
Right. I told you I'm about to go.
Yeah, salute. Yeah, he's the go. Give it to him.
Yeah, he is. Absolutely. Paul Grant, $2 super chat. Great content, Lords. Great to see ACG and Rand.
Woo!
I mean, I'm nowhere near ACG's level, so I'm with him.
Dude, you got your own website you're not sourced on. You're way bigger than I am. I don't even have a website. People can just complain about me and show my face.
Oh, my God.
Here we have Corey Hale with the $10 super chat. I would love Microsoft to purchase the Black Myth Studio. That game looks insane.
Salute.
That would be,
what?
that
And
would
then we
be
caught
the Black Myth, the Wukong Studio.
Wukong. Yes.
Lord, yes.
Yes.
Fire.
Fire.
Looks good.
We have one more. We have Shawan with the $2 super chat. Do you think Xbox can keep the games flowing post Halo? I mean, I think that is the point. I think the point is that Game Pass is a beast, and you have to keep feeding that beast.
Yes.
So guaranteed, you're gonna get more games.
Yeah.
Hold on. And we got another new member to the realm. I got jumped once again.
Yeah, we got a couple of them.
The man who got them horns.
Oh, salute. Welcome back. I remember you.
Upgraded.
Oh, he upgraded. Okay. What is it?
Yes, sir.
Thank you
Salute. Salute.
Much
Appreciate you.
appreciated. Then we have Victor Alistine with the $2 super chat. Congrats on the 200. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, brother.
Another brother has been with us.
He's been with us for a long time.
Beginners.
Yeah, Victor. Salute.
Awesome.
And I think we're good.
We're good. All right, cool. So look, we're gonna try to do some quick hitters. You know what I'm saying, real quick. And basically, you know, we saw the announcement right after. Well, actually, on that roundtable, 20 Bethesda games automatically included. You know what I'm saying, in Game Pass right after the show. You know, so just in general, like, what are we thinking about the inclusion of these games, and then obviously, you know, the future moving forward with this relationship? Let's get ACG and then Rand in as far as, you know, what you guys thought once that announcement hit.
I think it's good. I was questioning what games weren't on there because there were a couple that were surprising, but then there might be some technical stuff that's changing there. So it's like, I don't know what exactly is going on, but dude, it was awesome. I was actually surprised how many, to be honest. Yes. I think I expected maybe like a 5 each month. So for them to just be like, boom, dropping everything was incredible to me.
Yes.
Like, and again, that stokes me up because I'm going to be the person playing those old games.
Yeah.
Like it's awesome. So
absolutely,
pretty much it. Good news.
Oh, I didn't know people played old games. That's news to me.
It's great to see like people they added Prey, which is such an underrated title from this gen. I see like Cold Eastwood is loving it. Like, and I keep on telling like, you need to play this game. So to see all those titles, and it's also a lot of work to put all those titles up there on that service, from my understanding. And yeah, there were some titles missing, like Wolfenstein 2 and Evil Within 2, which I think are both on PlayStation now. There may be some contractual things there where it needs to run out before they come back.
Right.
But it's super cool to see the Bethesda catalog come to Game Pass for cheap, and then add some of the new features, FPS boost.
Yes.
Jason Ronald on your guys' show last week. Big episode. What was it? Skyrim Special Edition, Prey, Fallout 76, Fallout 4, and Dishonored Definitive Edition. So it's nice to see those games get 60 frames. But I mean, geez, I don't know about you guys, but I just gotta say, Game Pass is a never was, right?
Brother, it's impressive value.
It never was.
Yeah, impressive value.
Some people's takes will just not age well when it comes to this stuff, I guess.
Yeah, it's interesting to see. Lord Addict, what was your thoughts, man? Bethesda games, as soon as the announcement, the roundtable was done.
I was happy, man. It's about time something like that happened, and I think that's, as of right now, you know, this is a good thing. Obviously, I want to see the games. I feel like one of the reasons Bethesda's games went downhill a little bit was just because they didn't know where they wanted to meet in the market. Right. You know, they were trying the MMO thing, and I feel like going to Xbox, they'll be able to go back to their roots off what they like to do, and not try to imply some things to constantly make money so they don't go out of business.
No, I feel that. That's a good point. Fantastic point. Lord Saw, what did you think? 20 Bethesda games. Bam, right in Game Pass, right after that.
I just thought it was great. I thought it was great to see that many, and to see the community engaging with them like they were brand new games.
Yeah.
And the excitement
everybody go play Dishonored.
had. Yeah, absolutely. Everybody go play Dishonored. As a person who is an unapologetic immersive sim fan, I am a Looking Glass like Studios fanboy.
Yeah, me too.
To see people excited to play Dishonored and to play Prey. It warms my heart, man. It warms my heart because you look at those games and those games just didn't do what I felt they should have done, because the quality is there. It's just that they don't have the name recognition of an Elder Scrolls or a Fallout. So the fact that I'm seeing people excited to play these games, and then once they start playing them, like, how the hell did I not play this before? It's that excitement, you know, and I have to give it to the Xbox community, because sometimes we'll say like, hey, you need to play this, you need to support these things if you want to see them on the platform. And to see that happen was very heartening. I was super excited to see that.
Yeah, man, very cool. Lord King, the Lord Game Pass himself. How did you feel about these additions to your service?
Well, in the beginning of Game Pass, it was 100 games there, and you know, they said they would rotate, and now you had 300 plus. This is a phenomenal get.
Yeah.
Majority of those games I own. I have the physical copies that are right under the, you know, the console that's right there. So my level of excitement wasn't really too high on certain games, and those games I purchased, I ended them. But to go back to a lot of those games for the frame rate boost, and to see how it changed over, you know, the period of when I did purchase it, with patches and stuff like that, you know, that was a good thing to do. Like I said, Doom 64, it was amazing. My son sat there in awe of an old game that he never got a chance to play, but also he was excited at the list of games that he was able to play right off the rip. I don't think that we ever got 20 in one shot, and these are 20 bangers. Like, if you didn't get a chance to play some of these games like Dishonored or Prey and stuff like that, and I feel that Game Pass has that audience now that, I tell you, it's a buffet. And sometimes when you go eat, the thought, maybe I wanted to buy some coconut shrimp, but do you want to pay $35.50 for entree of coconut shrimp? No, you don't. But you might want to try a couple of pieces on your plate. And then if you do like it, the next time you go to a restaurant, you know, I did have a coconut shrimp. It did taste good. Let me get that coconut shrimp. Or let me get that marinated duck. You know, so it's different things that you're able to try and taste. Or you're at the ice cream aisle and you're like, you know what? Rice Krispies inside my ice cream may be really good.
Or the giant chicken leg and come down with an
and come down with
but it was worth it.
Let's do it. Let's do it. We're here. Let's do it. You can't do that if you're paying on each meal. $70 right now is prohibitive for a lot of people at this moment in time. We're at a different space as a culture, as a group, as a race. You know, so we're trying to save money any way we can, and we're trying to get the most out of our buck. This is the most out of your buck. 20 games in one shot. If somebody told you right now, pay $14.99 and I'm gonna give you 20 games right now, you'll do it.
Look,
so it was great.
You know, great points. Everybody said what I wanted to say. Value's king. It's tremendous. You know, all these great titles that people may have missed on. If you're new to the service or you missed out, again, you can check this out. And like Rand said, man, for me, again, we had Jason Ronald on. What excites me is just when these titles are going to get, you know, FPS boosts or any optimization, because now it breathes life back into the title, right? Now you're playing it in this new way. And the cool thing, it's optional. So if you don't like the way it's moving or looking, hey, you can play it in its original state as well. So you got that, you got the auto HDR, all that cool stuff. I'm actually excited to go back to Fallout 4 at 60, you know, see how that's going, see how that's rocking. You know, from a live service standpoint, I look at something like a Fallout 76 and just to see more engagement and more people in that ecosystem to give it a shot, because it has improved from what I was told. Shout out to Anchorman, he's a big fan of the game. But yeah, man, it's exciting, and I'm just excited to see, you know, more getting added, you know, in the future and stuff like that. And it was tremendous to see it instantly, boom, shot in the arm. But there's the titles, you know what I'm saying? So that's what I got on it. So I want to move on to the final topic there, which is Sony's response and what, you know, should they do anything? Actually, Solve, this is your topic, so let me let you frame it. You're the one that brought it up in the realm. Like, what was your thought process after this announcement, in regards to Sony?
Well, yeah, obviously after everything became sort of crystal clear that platforms without Game Pass would not be receiving these games in the future. Obviously, sections of the internet had opinions about what Sony should do in response to this, if anything. So obviously there was a section that said, hey, they don't need to do anything. Just keep doing what they're doing. Their studios are fantastic. They're going to have these sort of, amazing sort of AAA experiences that only sort of they have shown that they that's what they do. That's what they want to do. Other people have said, no, they need to respond in some way, shape, or form. They need to, I've heard everything from buy Take-Two Interactive to buy Konami and buy Square Enix.
People got no chill, man. They go straight for the top star.
They go straight for the jugular with this sort of stuff. So what I want to know from you guys is, any of this stuff realistic? What do you think? Do they have to respond in some way, shape, or form? I think it's obvious that, like ACG said, obviously they're machinating things, right? Not necessarily as a response to this, but everybody's always looking. So something's bound to happen. But is it something on the level of what Microsoft did? Can they even do that? And do they even need to do that? When you look at what they've done recently with PS Plus, when you look at PS Now and sort of where that is, and it feels like PS Plus is sort of their way of responding. Obviously it's different than Game Pass, but is their sort of way of responding to that? What do you guys think is in the cards for Sony in response to, quote unquote, to what Microsoft has done with Bethesda?
Let me go first because I have to leave here in a couple
no problem, no worries.
I don't necessarily think that they have to respond, but I do think that there's going to be a time when these studios that Microsoft has purchased along with Bethesda start popping out consistent content, and I think that sooner or later Sony's is going to get outpaced in content. Sure, they're going to make the God of War. No one's ever going to take them away from that. But to me, when you look at it from like a perspective of value, look at a perspective of on just general content and all, once the pandemic and stuff, starts forming off and these games start getting developed out and get pushed out the door, it's like we were saying this year, Starfield, what happens in 2 years to 3 years when they got 3 or 4 studios hitting every cylinder every year, and Sony got 1 to 2 to 3.
So you're talking from a volume perspective.
I'm talking from a volume now. Now, obviously, we don't know what some of these studios are making for Microsoft, but if they're decent on quality, and a lot of them have high quality, I do feel like sooner or later people's going to start look, God of War, amazing. I'm going to buy a PlayStation for that. But over here is Game Pass, and they're dropping 3 good games a year and like 2 to 3 okay to average games a year. And I think the content's eventually going to outweigh what PlayStation's doing. And especially like, we talk about up until now, when people brought up Microsoft buying Sega, Microsoft buying whatever other, rumors they have, it was always that standpoint a lot of people had, well, Bethesda's games are going to be multi-platform, so it doesn't matter if they buy Sega. But now we know that they have no problem locking some of this content behind. So what happens if they buy Sega? And then Sony loses a Persona franchise. The good thing that Sony has going for them now is they have such good relationships with people. They could just double down on second party studios, with the Final Fantasies, the Personas, and that's definitely going to help even it out. But if Microsoft buys like something like Sega, which I'm not saying they're going to, I'm just saying there is, some things out there that make that seem a little bit plausible, then I do feel like sooner or later Sony's going to have to answer that. And it's not even a perspective of volume, it's a perspective of, if we don't buy that studio, Microsoft might buy it. So
like protecting your assets, or so to speak. No, I hear you making some interesting points. A lot of people do feel that way. Let's get Lord ACG in, man. Sony's response, if any, do they need to do something? Where you at?
No, I mean they'll continue to do what they do, and the market will adjust, and they'll see like in the future. What I'm saying is they don't need to go out and buy somebody tomorrow. Right. That's ridiculous. That's what a console fanboy who's exactly. Right. That's like somebody on a playground, thinks. That's you punch me, I punch you. It's like no, dude, you punch me, I poison you 3 days later, and you don't even know. Right? That's so. I think Sony has great games. They'll do their stuff. They'll look at things. They'll decide things. They'll have other companies come in and offer them. Sony does a great job at cultivating really good games.
Yes.
Unlike, let's say, Days Gone, which I would, even if you love Days Gone, I would say Days Gone is almost Sony's first big miss, or a miss, at least a bump in the road for that the way they try to deliver their titles, which is that third-person action game. So I think Sony's and Nintendo are fine. People forget Nintendo, but. Not really. I think they'll just continue and adjust their business slightly. They were already trying to buy exclusivity. So it's not like you can buy exclusivity. Right. They were already doing that prior to this purchase.
Yes.
If that makes sense. So those deals, they were already doing that. And I think they might step it up a little bit. But man, they got some good games. Also, people are forgetting Microsoft has a couple big gets that haven't been announced yet. That will be on Game Pass that are not first party. Which that's the one thing that I will say, I don't know how other company fights that. So what I mean by that is Sony has done it in the past as well. Microsoft bought the rights for the 2 GTA 4 expansions as well. Remember, they paid for those to be developed. So this has happened before. Game Pass and getting a big third-party exclusive even on Game Pass, that's one place where I do think Sony has to figure something out, and I'm not 100% sure what they will do.
Right, we've seen the rumors with this Anomaly game, right? Supposedly being a new game that
the signal
Anomaly, right? And everyone's pointing to like the story of Outriders and a potential new MP, and that's something we haven't seen. I want to say the Achilles heel of Game Pass, but we haven't seen that AAA new game. As opposed to like 4 months down the road or whatever kind of debut.
It's usually been their first party.
Exactly. Yep. So that's something that is interesting. If they adopt that ACG, how does Sony compete with that, so to speak?
Exactly. Yeah. That's I don't know. That's
the good thing going on right now is like Outriders, if it is, I don't know. But let's say Outriders does come out. One of the things that's really gonna help them in Game Pass is it's crossplay.
Yes.
So it's going to give a lot of multi-console owners. Should I buy it on PlayStation or play it on console? And then not to mention the word of mouth's going to go on. It's like, it's all, this game's awesome. And then, you got the Xbox people in the cross-play lives. I didn't pay for it, so I'm awesome. I'm loving it. Like,
no doubt. Lord Rand, Sony response. Do they need to do something? Do they get back at it?
No, I mean, I agree with ACG. It's one of those, like, Sony's going to do what they've continued to do, which is grow organically, right? You're at this point now where Sony has these stable of studios, but they're in the process of making them multi-team. So you have Guerrilla Games, right? They're doing Horizon, and then a rumored shooter, which may or may not be SOCOM, right? They're doing the same thing with Sony Santa Monica. They got God of War coming, and then rumored sci-fi Cory Balrog game. Right. So their strategy is, okay, we don't necessarily need to buy more studios. We're just going to increase the production level of the current studios we own by hiring more people. And that's what I think Sony's going to focus on.
Right.
They might buy some. Yeah, they might buy some like other like Blue Point Games. Right. Rumors surrounding them. Right. Maybe House Marquee, depending on how Returnal actually. But like publishers. I know people want to be like, what would happen if they buy Capcom or Konami? It's like,
they don't get the money.
I mean, Capcom doesn't want to be bought out at this point. They do. But like, it is a fanboy thing to be like, well, you got Bethesda, so we'll go get this. Now, however,
I don't think they're ever going to go out and buy a publisher. Like,
well, you never say never, because they were in the running for Leiyu or the parent company who owns Digital Extremes and Warframe. They just got beat up by Tencent, so they were looking at that. They were in the running. I will say though, if Microsoft continues the aggressive approach, which we think they will,
right.
And if they buy another large publisher, say Sega, Warner Brothers, WB Games or something, then I could see Jim Ryan being like,
Help.
Okay, something like we might
wow. I'm drowning. Do the drowning signal.
he just the thumbs up. The thumbs up. That's all.
I'm done with y'all. Continue.
But no, they're going to keep on the path, and they're just going to invest and grow their great studios they already have.
No, question, Ryan. Let's say that something does happen and Microsoft does buy another publisher like Sega.
They will buy another publisher. I'm 100% convinced they will buy another publisher at some point in time.
That is fine. That has nothing to do with the question I'm going to ask. That's the question. You don't have to buff your chest out. They will.
Time. Answer the damn question.
All I was asking you is like that is the point where I do feel like Sony would have to start, not necessarily by publishers, but it's like, if they buy Sega, if they buy Warner Brothers, like sooner or later, if their first party is like almost quadruple the amount that Sony has, I do feel like that's sooner or later gonna be an issue. Like,
well, there's only so many publishers out there. Some of them are extremely expensive.
And one person has the money.
I do agree with you though. When it comes to how they're going to fix the content, they're just going to double their studios because who's the best people to make the games? Like, sure, you could go out there and get the blue points and get the Square Enix, etc. But the best people to make the games is the people that's been putting you on the map already. So it's better to double those studios to have them work on two studios.
And the reason I say Microsoft will buy publishers because.
Oh, he's backing up now.
I'm not backing up. I'm saying the reason they're going to do it is because, Satya Nadella and Phil both said they're looking, right? And they are almost at the limit of what Matt Booty can essentially run with 15 studios of Xbox Game Studios teams, right? Like he's at his limit. So what do? You just slot in a publisher that can run itself. Like all you got to do is just integrate it. You slot them in. That's much like how Bethesda's doing. You can do that with another publisher and they run itself. So although I love King's enthusiasm, right? I love
his overzealousness with this.
I've been they're done.
They're done.
King said it's over, Ray.
King says it's over, and King's my guy
all the time.
I know you say it all the time.
I've been right.
You've been wrong some too. We ain't gonna act like you ain't been wrong some.
He's been more right than wrong. Way more
wrong.
I don't think there's a Sony has a major issue yet. If Game Pass can disrupt the market and become that paradigm shift eventually, there might be a problem, but that's for 5 to 10 years down the road. I think.
Oh look, King, go ahead, because clearly you disagree with this.
A whole lot faster, and he knows it too. This is the thing. Like, I love your humbleness. I swear to God, I love your humbleness, and I love exactly what you mapped out. And what you did map out, you mapped out everything correctly. What you said was everything was correct. Matt Booty has 15 studios that he is overseeing, right? Fantastic. We have that. Microsoft understood we need development houses because at one point in time, Sony was outnumbering them with their prime development. Great. Now that is not the case. Matt Booty's controlling that situation. When they purchased Bethesda because they purchased a developer, a producer, and a distributor. Someone that can run their own shop but be under your banner, right? So in doing so, you know that, okay, all they need is to have a little bit of oversight here. We can check this stuff out here. They've done quality work. We've worked with these guys. We will integrate with them and see other things, how we can help each other. That is a fully functional warehouse.
I feel you.
All right, this is not you going into a warehouse purchasing an empty place. You're purchasing a business that is fully functional, that has tendrils all over the place, and you're putting your name on it. Now, this is what Microsoft is doing now. They're not going out buying exclusives deal. Let me get a, hey, excuse me, can I get a game for a week?
Why you gotta have that voice for top exclusives?
They're not going and rearranging the shelf inside the store and trying to tell you it's a different product. No, they're not doing that. What they're doing is purchasing distribution on. Sony's a mom and pop shop.
Oh Lord,
keep it real. They got mom and pop money, right?
Oh my God.
Walmart came across the street. Walmart is across the street. What is the mom and pop shop gonna do? They go outside and they put banners up and they're saying, "We got stuff on the low." And how about that? And they're selling you the same exact things that they've been selling you.
Right.
I'm saying God of War, right? Okay, all right, so God of War came out, and Horizon came out, and they did this. It's going to sell to 1% of their demographic.
Oh my God.
All right, so 1% of your demographic gets to see your game, and you're still in the same rut that you are. They're one miss away from being gone.
Oh my God, King!
No, we said that before with them.
So this is dire straits. Are we applying if they don't have another successful IP? They're in dire straits.
I'm losing everybody's point.
Yes.
Right? Okay, so now we got that distribution. We got this whole big machine moving over here. Now, what happened before? We always said, what happens if Microsoft actually backs Xbox? They're backing them now. They're actually making a vested investment in them. We was all worried about Google until the Bethesda deal. Bye. All right. So now that one pawn is off the board, those are the White Walkers, right? Dracarys.
Dracarys. Oh my God. The Game of Thrones references.
Gone. Right. So those White Walkers are gone. Right.
You know the White Walkers killed one for dragons.
Yeah, they did. They did. What happened though? They're gone. Finito. Gone. They slipped the knife inside. You saw that? Yes. Get up out of here. Out of here.
Okay.
Now you got these one dudes. They're still there. If they don't make the pivot, this is Sony's move. This is Sony's move, Jim. Pull your ear close.
Jim Ryan, please. King
get that PlayStation.
He's gonna give you some great advice right
now. Get that PlayStation now, right? Do exactly what Microsoft is doing. You guys are y'all the copycat kings.
Oh Lord.
You are the copycat. Y'all the accident champions that shouldn't be here. You are the copycat kings. So what you need to do is every game, first party game, put it in PlayStation Now, date and date. You're not going to lose any money. Trust me, Jim. You're going to make a ton of money. You're going to get a ton of bread. A ton of bread. And make sure that you get that PlayStation Now inside the Epic Store. Make sure the Epic Store has it. Make sure that your PlayStation games is on PC and also on the PlayStation platform day and date. Make sure that happens. Why? I will subscribe.
Hey, your subscription is key to their success.
You know why? Because I don't give you any money. So you want me to be into your ecosystem. Check this out. Once you do that, once you start growing that level of subscription service, people starting to see the value of the PlayStation Now, because there's no reason why PlayStation Now was out first and you're still at 2 million subscribers. Come on, man. Come on, man.
Other than it sucks.
You see?
Don't encourage him.
No, I'm sorry.
It's
Sony completely separate, but their online everything is a disaster. Like they need to fix. Remember that what's his name? Jack Tritton had to state that Sony did not want him to apologize about the hacking. And he talked about this on IGN with Ryan McCaffrey, where he stated he went out and decided against them, stating, I'm going to apologize to people. They are backwards, just like Nintendo on online. Nintendo thinks online is 2 styrofoam cups with some.
I'm with you there. I'm with you there. I'm with you there. Yeah, I'm with you.
Dude, they don't even know what online means.
Yeah, where's the message?
Service now. They went to Microsoft and got help.
Sony's the same way. Yeah, admittedly, Sony and Microsoft did discuss Azure, so that is absolutely true.
With some little chips and some little trinkets from them, we give them help. So we can turn the lights off.
Oh my God!
It's almost like you want a competitor in the NFL, so you give them a couple players, keep them there. You know, you're like, but I will say that hiring Bethesda is like hiring a quarterback that can call their own plays.
Yes.
Which is a little, and I think that King was absolutely right. That is a different. We've never seen that before. So that'll be very interesting to see how these two, who are pretty close, I would say, in the pecking order, how they're going to handle.
Absolutely.
You know,
finish.
The future. So, Jim, you're gonna do it because Jim is the number guy. Remember, Jim is gonna get these numbers up. Jim is gonna shift this money around. Now for the PlayStation Hearts, I don't want my games date no place else. I want to pay $75. Nobody listening to you.
Are you implying they're the vocal minority?
You are absolutely out of your mind.
Yeah.
I want a PlayStation Now service with date and date.
It's pretty tone deaf about the price.
Yeah,
it's
they're
pretty
crazy.
Tone deaf. Yeah,
insane. My son is not getting a $75 game.
No. If I had kids, I wouldn't be like, here's a set. Dude, I scrounged together like $3 and I was happy for a week. $70 game for a kid, maybe once every 3 or 4 months, maybe. Christmas. Yeah.
See, Christmas, your birthday. You get these milestone dates that you get games.
Yeah, exactly. Your birthday.
Right.
Yeah.
Let's stop that. Let every day be your birthday. My son thought yesterday was his birthday.
Oh my God.
It wasn't. It was just Bethesda Day.
Your son is gonna have a messed up idea of how old he is. Like in a year, he'll be like, I'm 75, man, because multiple games have come out. I've just had multiple birthdays in 1 year.
Oh my God.
Gonna have a beard like us just suddenly. You're like, what the hell?
That's the pivot that they have to make. Look, they're gonna hunker down. I don't want them to do what y'all said. I don't want them to not react now. I don't want them to go away.
Really?
No, I don't want them to go away.
This is new, Solve.
It's inevitable.
This is new. This is new, Solve. This is
Concerned
not what we heard.
Trolling at the highest level.
Yeah, this is Oh my, this is new.
This is
master
where I turn
class.
the knife. This is where I turn the knife. Phil is gonna do what he said he's gonna do,
which is,
and just like he said, those games that you want so bad, because you guys want them, because you're crying about them, and if you want them, your bosses want them. And in order to get that, just gotta put that.
So wait,
this is about Game Pass.
So let's get not a bend the knee, but I want to get King on this. Do you think during this generation, we get Game Pass on?
Yeah, that's the question.
No,
not this generation.
No.
Okay.
So you think they will refuse that?
I think when they die. That'll happen when when the generation is one and PlayStation started like when the PlayStation 3, when the generation was over and PlayStation 3 was like, yeah, The Last of Us.
The funny thing is that we have these conversations about what these platforms do and are accustomed to doing, right? But if you look at the conversations that happened already, right? If you look at the impact of Fortnite and how it forced crossplay, and now crossplay is this ubiquitous thing now that you can't be without, right? Rocket League and Rocket League as well. And then you look at that MLB deal, right? The MLB deal, I guarantee you this: if that contract had expired at the start of the PS4 generation, and MLB comes to PlayStation and says, "Hey, we love your game, we want you to keep making it, but we want you to put it everywhere," I can almost guarantee you that the answer to that is, thank you very much, we're done making baseball games. As opposed to at the end of the generation where you had new management in charge, the ideologies changed somewhat, and now you have different thinking. So I don't honestly, man, I honestly don't know what will happen. But I do feel that if Xbox makes these power plays, right? And again, we haven't seen these games yet, right? If the quality of the games suck, then all the movements that they've made mean nothing.
Exactly.
But if they hit with banger after banger and they keep getting more products for Game Pass, I do think the conversation about a pivot on the PlayStation side happens sooner rather than later. It's weird because, again, I would have never in a million years thought that they would acquiesce to crossplay. You remember, PlayStation, we care about the children. The children cannot have access.
The children.
Then after that, they didn't care about them babies no more.
Yeah, they were like, we don't care about babies.
Hey, Sav, don't forget that PlayStation allowed Xbox Live on PSN for Minecraft.
Minecraft.
Something that you would think would have never happened.
Never. Same thing on Nintendo.
I do have a question though for you guys. Where Phil's comments about where Game Pass exists is pretty much like he's not shutting the door on Nintendo or PlayStation eventually in the future. So I'm gonna ask you guys this: what is more likely, Game Pass xCloud coming to PS5 in the future, or Game Pass xCloud coming to Switch in the future?
Come on, man. You already know it's coming in hot. Come on, man.
I don't think there's a competition between Switch or Nintendo.
I agree.
And Microsoft have a weird, different idea.
I agree.
So I think that they could. Sony has an ego thing with Microsoft too. There's something there where Nintendo, I think they might just be like, okay.
That would be a huge,
Ryan,
absolutely huge
complicit.
announcement.
I think he's complicit. I think Jim Ryan is in pocket.
Complicit?
Listen, okay, all right, listen.
This is like straight up Illuminati
Yeah,
now.
Thank you, ACG.
Ryan,
Thank
know
you.
what?
Thank you.
ACG, check this out. Remember that picture where Phil was standing on stage and he had Sean Layden on one side and Reggie on the other?
Yeah.
And I told these dudes that same day, I said, that means a lot. Phil,
it does.
When Phil stand in the middle, he stood there, he looked to the left and he looked to the right. The first one was gone and the next one was gone too.
Oh my God.
I'm telling you, people that are complicit in their spots. You know, Bowser is complicit. You know, Jim Dance Move Ryan is complicit.
Jesus.
These guys are complicit to the program. The program is to make sure that Game Pass is going to be on your box. Nintendo, a little bit later, the hierarchy over there is like, we don't know. But once Jim Dance Moves Ryan just starts to show the gap in between, and we can have this type of revenue, if we can just do this one thing, it'll happen. But do I think it happens in this generation? They will have to get beat down immensely. Terrible will have to happen. Blood in the snow all the time. But yo.
You too much.
But Sony first, Nintendo second.
Oh my God! Look, let me jump in. This is hilarious. To Grant's question, you know, I do agree. I think Switch would be more likely. I will never say never with Sony, but again, I just don't see it right now. But look, to Saab's overall point, you know, as far as like what Sony got to do and all that stuff. I mean, look, I'm in agreement with Rand. Just keep doing what you've been doing. Make great games. You know what I'm saying? They're still going to be competitive in the gen, provided the games, you know, come out with the same cadence they have, and they're great. You know, I am curious, Lord ACG, if one strategy we heard that they were adopting at the beginning of the gen was the timed exclusive route. You know, they heard they were going to third parties and try, and obviously we heard with Starfield, things of that nature. You know, so I want to see if they continue that, you know, as even with the DLC practices and stuff like that, as well as exclusive games. To Addict's point, you know, in reference to volume, obviously ACG, you made a good point about COVID really affecting development from studios, right? So, you know, provided that situation gets better and as we move on, I am concerned with Sony how they would deal with the cadence of once all 23 studios start rolling, right? You know, and then they get into this thing where maybe per quarter you could have one or two, you know, solid Xbox titles or whatever. You know, that stuff starts to add up. Again, we know these guys, Sony are artists. They make these amazing experiences, and no one's gonna take away the quality. But I am concerned of a sheer volume quality versus waiting for these amazing things that may be spaced out a bit longer, right? So I'm curious to see how that plays out. And look, I just think at the end of the day, it's gonna be a great gen. This is gonna be a good gen. And what I've always preached at the beginning of this gen, people would tell me, yo, there's no way Microsoft will complete. Look at what happened to Xbox One, this, that, and the third. All of us, most of us here on this panel are old enough to see regimes and empires fall, change. We've seen it. We've seen the Segas. We've seen, you know, if you would have told me, and Rand, I've told you this ad nauseum, right? Like if you'd have told me during the Nintendo Wii generation, the Switch would be the Nintendo's next console would be the most dominant, but I would have laughed you out of the room, right? So at the end of the day, it's a clean slate at the start of a generation. And like from Rand's point, you know, with the whole how many, like 5 million, 6 million, maybe current right now, you know, on PlayStation, and Microsoft adopting this a strategy of exclusives, right? Saying like we don't necessarily need to put those games over there. This is gonna be a fun ride, man. It's gonna be competitive. All three have these unique strategies, right? It's like Nintendo's got this niche thing, the handheld, the hybrid, Sony, the exclusive, the bangers, you know what I'm saying? Now Microsoft with the studios, the publisher. It's gonna be fun, y'all. Just buckle up. It's gonna be a competitive gen. That's what I got. If anyone else wants to jump in before you get
Did PlayStation drop any games yet?
Oh my God.
No. Go upstairs to play some games.
Y'all out of control. Anybody got anything else before we get the super chats and then get up out of here for the 6-hour podcast we've been doing?
Oh, it was kind of crazy.
Yeah, it's kind of crazy.
Thank you, ACG.
Yeah,
it was fantastic.
He's on fire.
Yeah, no, it's a blast. We got to do this again.
Absolutely. Oh, you know you're
Hilarious.
coming back in the room. You already know. Solve, let's get the super chats and then let's get on out of here.
We have Chief Mint with the $5 super chat. I came for Jason Ronald and stayed for Randall Thor. New fan here. Keep it up. I don't know if they meant they came last week.
Yes.
As for Jason Ronald, or if they think ACG is Jason Ronald. I'm not sure.
Salute. The creator of the
Jason
Series
Ronald
X.
would be so lucky.
Epic beards all the way around.
Epic beards, man. That's what it does.
True that.
Facial hair. Facial hair. Yeah.
Salute.
Then we have a Rodimus with the $5 super chat.
Rodimus Prime.
Xbox signaling a move towards Game Pass. Does this make promoting the console anomaly? This mystery to me. I'm out and riding no matter what. I'm out and riding no matter what. Yeah, everybody's
Outriders
saying the same
joke.
thing.
That's what it is.
Yeah.
I would
definitely not
feel that if it wasn't Outriders, Square Enix would have been putting out that fire immediately.
Immediate,
right? Like
immediate.
because that would affect your day one sales.
Yeah.
So if it wasn't, they'd be like, no, Outriders isn't coming to Game Pass.
Yep.
So they haven't said anything yet. So
What if they brought them?
And what?
God.
And I tell you, this speaks to that whole idea of finally getting that big third party day and date on that service. I love first party games, and they're great for establishing identity. But a third party banger across all of those
bro. And ACG, me and you've talked, in the DMs in reference to, live service games, and like we're seeing what's happening with Avengers right now, right? With 500 in there, like so
500 people playing that. Wow, on the PC. I'm talking about the PC.
It should have been on Game Pass.
Exactly.
Should have been on Game. No, that's what we talked about.
That's what we talked about. And I look at a situation. Y'all know I'm a hardcore Destiny fan, but I tell people all the time. I look at a situation. Destiny 2, Beyond Light, new expansion, bam, right in Game Pass. And Bungie's all about engagement and numbers and seeing that player base. And I'm telling you, I see it. When I look at most games played and you look at that list on Xbox, like I remember when Destiny was in like the 20s, it wasn't, now it's consistently in the top 5, top 8.
It's insane.
It's insane what that does to a game like that. So Outriders would fit the bill. Continue.
Yeah, for free. Play it.
Yeah, I just want to make mention that, this Outriders thing is... It's like Square Enix apologizing to Xbox and being like, "Hey, sorry, you're not getting Final Fantasy VII Remake. But here, have Outriders Day 1 in Game Pass. There you go."
It kind of feels that way because they said nothing about Final Fantasy VII Remake.
Zero.
They purchased them stuff.
Another game that people have said nothing about, Capcom and Resident Evil 7 VR for PC. There's very particular exclusives that you can tell are being rebought for their exclusivity whenever, because usually it's a year contract. But you can definitely tell some are just like keep paying for each year.
Absolutely. What else we got, Solve?
Then we got Pillsbury27 with the $10 super chat. ACG is the GOAT of gaming reviews, but the podcast is off the chain. Randall Thor19 is best for Xbox news. Sony should not be complacent. Remember the PS3 and Sony caught up with the Xbox 360.
Salute. Had to throw the GOAT up.
They caught up when we stopped trying.
Oh my God.
What type of race is that? I already went home. You got to the finish line.
Admittedly, that's a legitimate. We looked at numbers on that. That's actually a somewhat legitimate discussion.
Really?
We should do that someday.
Yeah, we should do that.
That is a legitimate discussion on timing and who left.
Timing, and to the power of the PlayStation name, regardless of.
Oh, true that.
Yeah, The Last of Us did that.
Yeah, for sure.
Good game, and they finished strong. They finished strong always.
Yeah.
Continue.
And we got Lord Roughness, $5 super chat.
Roughness.
People say sooner or later with Sony, they need to do things sooner because another Bethesda level purchase, there'll be no later for Sony.
Oh my God.
Fatalists over here. Fatalists.
Savage.
Then we have our brother Fonzarelli.
Fonzarelli.
Super chat. King is one of the funniest dudes in the community. Much love to the ILP and your continued success. Thank you.
Did anybody watch Fonz's last video?
Oh my God, it was hilarious.
I was dying.
Yo, subscribe. He's a channel, Fonzarelli Gaming. That is the homie. Love his takes.
Want to get away?
Yeah.
Take Southwest Airlines. $9.99 one-way trip.
He is a beast, man. He does these more videos. I love a Fonzarelli video.
Yeah, I'm glad that Fonz is back. I know he took some time off.
Good to see him, brother. What's up?
We have Soma King, etc. with the £2 super chat. Console war is dead. Subscription war has started. Yeah, that makes sense.
So it could be some points there.
Then we have Flame with the $2 super chat. This is the podcast I was waiting for all
now
week.
I can hear you. Nice. Salute, Flame. We can hear you, Attic. What's up?
Thank you.
You good? Okay. Addict's back in the bushes. I don't know what's going on, Attic.
Okay.
But anyway, moving on. We all caught up now?
Yeah, we're
all right,
up.
cool, man. Let's get this poll and get out of here, man. Let's get out of here.
So, we got one more super chat that just came in.
Oh, JD.
Two more.
Yeah, JD. Wow. Jesus. Salute. Man.
Xbox be the Xbox and Game Pass will be the thing that outlasts, and the next Bethesda level purchase may just be Square Enix. When what? Then what? Please discuss. We can't really discuss right now.
That's what I said. But hey, man. Stay tuned.
You never know.
Stay tuned.
Fill pockets.
Mr. Orange.
Mr. Orange with the $5 super chat. I got 5 on everything.
I got 5 on it. Salute. All right. Last joint. Let's get up out of here. That new LordsOfGaming.net poll up right now. So check it out. Regarding Phil Spencer clarifying Bethesda games exclusive to platforms where Xbox Game Pass exists, which games do you feel are multi-platform contractual obligations or exceptions to this rule? The choices are A, Starfield, B, new Indiana Jones game, or C, I don't care about Bethesda games no more because they're not on my platform of choice.
There you go.
Shout out to all the Lords of the Realm. It's up right now. LordsOfGaming.net. Make your vote heard. We really appreciate the feedback. We like to do these fun polls. But again, we got to salute the legendary Lord ACG for rocking with us. Tremendous gaming history, brother. Tell the people where they can find you, what you got going on, man.
I don't even know my URL. That's how well I sell myself. I don't even think it has Angry Centaur Gaming. But anyway, ACG on YouTube. You can look it up. I do video game reviews. We do podcasts on iTunes and Spotify. And I will definitely be on again. This is hilarious. Like we do ours, so I'm gonna have to get you guys on ours too. I want to do like an 8-person because we have 4. They're around the world. Australia, there's Austria, Finland, and get everybody in here and just go off.
It would be an honor.
It'd be a blast. 7-hour podcast.
Yo, the Lords love that.
Yeah, just bring your porta potty with you, and suddenly you'll see the blank look on my face, and I'll just be like, hold on 1 second, I'll answer you in just 1 second. But yeah, thanks for having me, man. This has been an absolute pleasure. This is amazing.
An honor. Love what you do. Love what you represent. And again, just the integrity in reviewing the style, the humor, having fun with it, man, brother. Like I said, you throw up the bat signal, we'll be there, and you know you will be back in the realm, man. Salute. This is hilarious and fun. Love the end, of course, pulling up, doing his victory lap of predictions, as he always does. The man broke the PC, the PlayStation stuff to PC earlier, and then, now it's going on.
That was an ILP exclusive.
That was an ILP exclusive. He got stoned in the streets. Remember, the people stoned him. They were like, this is no way possible, Randall.
Horizon Zero Dawn's never coming to PC. Sony knows the value of exclusives.
Yes. You got killed, and then Rand has been he's been telling me to hold the line, Cog, when I was frustrated with marketing speak, and you were like, nope, it's gonna be exclusive. Salute to the man with the million, my friend and new Destiny clan member, I might say, Lord Randall Thor, man. Where can the people find you? What you got going on, sir?
Hey, thanks for having me on again, Cog. King, Lord Sovereign, Lord Addict, Mr. ACG. So, first time meeting you. Love your content.
Thanks. Yeah, it's been a blast.
And you can check me out YouTube. YouTube.com/RandallThor19, where we mostly cover Xbox related stuff, and I'll probably have another video out tonight. Talking about some little small Xbox little news things. So appreciate you guys having me on.
Appreciate you, brother. Always, I guess, appreciate the support. I appreciate your balanced perspective. I always feel, as a primarily Xbox podcast and platform, you always say sometimes even the difficult things that even some fanboys don't want to hear, and you definitely do your thing, brother. So again, appreciate shout out that you gave on the video. I want to also thank you for that. When we had Jason on, that was a big moment for us, and you showed a lot of love. And again, most bigger entities sometimes don't always show love to the smaller entities. So I respect you, you know what I'm saying? In that, and again, just love gaming with you. The homie, Lord Randall Thor, man. Salute, brother. You always been supportive for day one. I got to shout you out for that. Lord Addict, are you still there, sir? Or are you at work?
I'm here. Sorry, I was doing the that tournament thing at the same time. Okay. First off, I want to definitely thank you for coming on, ACG.
Thank you.
It's a nice thing to go from watching someone so regularly for years to having them on and actually having a conversation with them, if that makes sense.
Yes.
Yeah.
Always been a huge fan. Shout out to the ILP community. We had 1,000 plus people. That's the first time we've ever had that many people.
And shout out to everybody saying, "Yo, I never heard of ACG. I'm subscribed to this." Like, tell out to them people, man. That's dope.
Yeah, it's awesome. But also shout out to everybody who does know all of us. That's still the best part. I love it when people are like the overlap. There's something cool about when somebody's like, "Oh my god, I didn't know you guys were coming on."
Yeah, it was like a mash up. Like people like, "Yo, they coming together. Oh, this is crazy." Yeah, it was
awesome.
dope. It's like we did a little collabo album. I respect it. Continue, Lord Sov. What's going on, sir? Where can I find people find you? What's going on?
Yeah, man. First off, I mean, Rand, you know you family, man. We're happy to provide the platform for you to do victory laps. It's always welcome here to do victory laps. It's fantastic. And ACG, I tell you, man, I'm that dude who usually I'm not, in these Twitter and YouTube streets like these guys are. So I oftentimes come to people's content when they come on the podcast. With you is a little bit different because the first time I got to experience you was on Defining Duke, and I was like, "This guy is awesome." Oh, hold up! And then I gravitated to all the rest of your stuff. But I tell you, the fact how you approach reviews, how it's no nonsense, and you take the time to break down things in your reviews in ways that other people don't do, is absolutely amazing. And just
thank you.
It's one of those things like, after podcasting with you for 4 hours now, like besides being a fan, like you're a kindred spirit of ours.
Yes.
Like you've gone through a lot of stuff we've gone through. It's always fun to have somebody on this from the era that we come from that understands our jokes, our 80s jokes and stuff like that.
Right. Old man jokes.
Old man jokes, man. So it's fantastic having you on. All the best to you. Fantastic success. I love the fact that you're on Colin's platform because I know that's a platform where it's like you can be you. You can be you. Yeah. No questions asked. And that's fantastic. So much continued success to you.
No doubt.
Thank you.
Lord King, the fans, like I said, they were chastising me. Cog, don't interrupt him. I don't unleash King. I don't want to hear any of this PlayStation balanced perspective garbage.
Who's this the ACG jackass?
Exactly. They're like,
King's gotta talk.
King's gotta talk. This is his moment.
This is his moment.
Exactly. They were killing me.
Okay, I want to address Rand first, real quick.
No doubt.
Right, I'm happy that you're playing Destiny.
Woo!
Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Yeah,
now.
we can hear you.
Okay. I just want to point out real quick, King, that ILP is participating in Halo tournaments, so you can go on my channel.
Oh yeah, right now. Go to Gaming Attic channel. We got Attic and 5 ringers. We're trying to win the title.
Cog told me later. I'll talk about that later.
Yeah, no doubt.
But I want to thank Rand for all the stuff that he does, because we talk at night when I get a chance, when we get a chance. We took for granted that we were on each other's friends list when we wasn't really weird. And so we are now. And he's in the clan, so I can't wait to run Super Nightfalls with him and stuff
Last
like
Wish
that.
Raid is up next.
Yeah, and show him some stuff. That's going to be amazing. Now, I gotta say that he is probably one of the most humblest people that I know. Because he is a regular humble guy, and he sits on a ton of information, and he goes at it with an even hand. Very even. Where I tip my hand all the way to the left. He's in the middle, and he's very even, and I really respect all his videos. I gotta say this though, I don't know what you did to my television, but every time I go to sleep, I'll put it on YouTube and I'll let YouTube run. I wake up to you and just
shout out to the algorithm.
Every single time. Literally, you're in my ear when I'm sleeping. It's kind of creepy.
Thanks for the kind words.
Thanks for the kind words, King. Thanks for Red whispering into
you guys are still getting plenty of super chats.
Yeah, we gonna get them.
All right, I just want to say, I'm a fraud.
Oh, I'm self-fraud. Self-fraud alert.
Clip this.
Clipping.
Fraud for not knowing who ACG was. For not knowing.
You've gained nothing.
No, but actually meeting you and interacting with you today, I've gained a lot. I'm going to subscribe. I'm going to watch, because these dudes is telling stories and I'm sitting there with FOMO, like the ultimate FOMO. And I wasn't going to go through my phone while we're watching to catch up on stuff. But I love your take on things. I love how you analyze stuff. And I love the pillars in your life. You mentioned your wife. You mentioned Kung Fu. Your dojo, your disciplines. And you mentioned video games. And then you mentioned other aspects of your life. How you approach doing reviews and different things. And I was entrenched and endeared to all the stuff that you went through and all the stuff that you're going through and the fantastic stuff that you're doing. So I can't wait to be a part of your world, to see more into your world, because you are a fantastic, interesting dude. And I understand now why everybody was like, ACG. I'm like,
crazy.
Man, I appreciate it. We're just gonna have to get everybody together.
Yes.
We're gonna have to do it.
We gotta do it.
Yeah,
we gotta
I
do
definitely
it.
appreciate it.
Absolutely, man. Yeah, King killing it.
So you guys can catch me on Dolph Castle X Fridays at 9 p.m.
Best damn statue podcast show.
Statues are inside the red room, and these rest of these statues are gonna go. These are Maji cases.
Wait, you getting rid of the Voltron fan?
No.
Oh,
he's going inside the purple room.
Oh, okay.
With the other Transformers. Hulk is going inside the red room. So these right here, these are Maji cases. They're gonna go on top, and they're gonna be different cells inside, and they light up and all that stuff. So the display is gonna change. So I'm doing everything by myself. I was doing it sick. Cognito went to the hospital this morning.
Yes, he did.
As soon as I finished work, ran straight to the hospital. Checked myself out, making sure everything's okay. I know you're like, well, you look good for going to the hospital.
Salute.
So yeah, went, make sure everything is good. And I just want you guys to know I appreciate every last one of you watching and rocking with us all this time, listening to my tomfoolery, putting up with it. Listen, I say a lot of this stuff tongue-in-cheek, but a lot of this stuff I say because I believe. I truly believe certain things, and I know it may be hurtful for some of you guys, but just go buy a Lockhart. Just go buy a Series S and join us.
Join us.
Join us.
Join us. What are we, the board? We gotta assimilate to you?
You have to bend the knee to us.
You have to bend the knee. Oh my God. Anyway, yo, salute the king, man. Go, so let's get some Radish right. We got a couple some chats and then I gotta knock it in there.
We got Slow-Mo Backslap with the $5 super chat. Just getting here. Gonna have to watch the replay. Salute, Lords, and remember, friends, don't let friends play Destiny. My man Slow-Mo.
Listen, we ain't gonna do that slander slow. You know I like you. Stop it. Continue.
Then we got Big Cloud Gaming with the $20 super chat. Last one for today. Congrats on 200 episodes, my dude. Salute. Love you guys. Likewise, my brother. All the best of health to you and your mother. We're rooting for you.
Absolutely.
You skipped over the newest member of the Iron Lords podcast, clan member.
Yes.
The one who left his clan to join ILP.
Yes, because Forte.
Gaming Forte with the $2 super chat. Shout out to the 4-hour podcast. Love you guys.
Forte, you know what it is with the Lords, man. Salute, man. We all caught up. We got everything, right?
Yeah, we're good.
Man. Look, man, tremendous. Again, much appreciated. Lord ACG, Lord Ram pulling up. Fantastic show. Again, episode 200. We couldn't do this without you guys. Again, the support has been phenomenal. Looking forward to more fun things in the realm. Can't wait to share more exciting stuff, exclusives. And again, Addict, salute to him for blessing the realm and giving back as well. That's all I got. Everybody, look, enjoy your Sunday. Everybody out of here. Peace.
Out.